Okay, you are watching Caught for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, January 15th, 2023 at around 11 p.m. Sunday night. And we are continuing our playthrough of File on Fenton and Farr, the 1937 crime dossier, written by Q. Patrick, a pseudonym for a couple of brothers. Not brothers, friends. If you're just joining us now and you haven't watched part one, you really need to go back and watch part one first. None of this will make sense otherwise. Let me check in with the chat, see what everyone's up to here. While we're catching up, some bookkeeping. There will be another live Q&A soon, in the next week or so. And if you've got questions that you want to ask, and you either want to give them to me ahead of time because you won't make the live stream, or just to give me time to prepare a better answer, if you go on the community tab of the YouTube channel, you'll find a series of posts of just news about the channel or updates. And there's a thread there asking for questions. You could post your question there. There are already a bunch of interesting questions. I love this sort of philosophical questions about why on God's earth would anyone make a YouTube channel. But if you have questions for me, that would be a great time to post them, and then we'll do the live Q&A soon. Upcoming videos, we've got a review of The Animals of Baker Street that will be up soon, and I have to record my Queen's Park spoiler-free video soon as well. And a reminder before we jump in here that at the end of our playthrough, which I suspect will be tonight, should be tonight in a few hours, I'm going to ask you for your thoughts on the game. So you might want to keep a pad of paper nearby if you have some thoughts while we're playing this. Favorite parts, least favorite parts, interesting game design notes. Maybe jot them down if you'll be here at the end to give your thoughts. In between our first playthrough and today, Jonathan actually, this is quite fragile. Jonathan actually prepared a fantastic timeline for us, which I'm going to share. I think maybe we'll read through it together. But actually, maybe before we do that, since it's been a day since we played, I thought maybe we should actually skim through this and just quickly recap the case. So let's see. All right, so we got a case. 2 bodies were found. Professor Fenton and his secretary, Miss Farr. They were both missing and then found dead. There's Miss Farr. They were found dead here by the boathouse. That's where their 2 bodies were found on June 22nd. That's where Dr. Fenton lived. Miss Farr lived down the creek at a place they call the patio. She's survived by a husband who's got tuberculosis. Dr. Fenton is survived by a wife, and there's a bunch of other characters. He's the headmaster of this boys' academy. She was his secretary. Body found the next day by one of the boys who's still around in the school. All right, the bodies were found in what looked like a murder-suicide. Clearly a crime as old as time itself. She's shot in the forehead. He's shot in the temple, both close-range wounds. But there was a storm that night, which has played a big part in our mystery because they think maybe the storm washed off the powder burns, even though they've got burns on the flesh near where the wound was, but there's some other stuff like the powder and the blood that's not there. They think it's because it got washed away by the storm. There's a note sticking on a branch nearby that looks like a suicide note, but there are oddities. For example, we think that, well, one of their shoes, his shoes are dry, her shoes are muddy. We know from the weather service exactly when the storm happened. It happened like a half-hour window. The suicide note is dry, which suggests it was placed after the storm. But then the other features of it, like the mud on the shoes, suggested they got there before the storm. Or he got here before the storm, it seems. She must have got there after. Something like that. Very weird. But we've got some times for when we know he left his house and she left her house. She left early. He left at like 8:15, slightly before the storm. She left like an hour before. We think we know why. We'll talk about that in a second. They recovered, there's a gun in his hand. I believe it's a .38. Bullets removed. They matched the gun. We believe the gun belongs to him, although there's an interesting backstory about him not being able to find his gun and who he thinks has it. And that's one of our side characters. We'll talk about that. Our detectives and police believe it was not a murder-suicide. There's too many inconsistencies, so they think these 2 were murdered. We're trying to find who. Here's the suicide note. It had a piece torn off the bottom. It's a little bit ambiguous, but it does refer to Miss Farr wanting to reveal something or wanting them to tell something, and then it's going to hurt innocent people. Important clues. And then she's found with stuff in her pocketbook. He's found with $34. It makes them rule out a burglary, a robbery. Gold watch and chain. Okay. Then she's got a note in her pocketbook talking about from the doctor, Dr. Fenton, talking about keeping their meeting at 8:30, or maybe she changed her mind, etc. handwriting analysis suggests that it is his handwriting. At least that's his friends all recognize it as him. Other things found at the scene later on a more detailed search are quite interesting. We've got a piece of gauze with some oil on it, grease, that they think might have been used to wipe fingerprints off the gun. 2 ticket stubs. They don't have the date or the show, but we believe we know what show they're from. They look like they were made to alibi these 2 people that are highly suspicious. One thing we've noted here is that the numbers aren't sequential. That's quite suspicious because these 2 people we think went to the theater together, supposedly as their alibi. Why aren't these numbers sequential? We'll come back to that evidence. There's the photograph of her shoes having mud on them, his shoes not. Distinctive footprint that they can use to match near the boathouse, so they know she was at the boathouse. Here was our little bug in this game that tells us that the storm was from 7:29 to 7:59, but we think the time zones are just weird here. So this really should be from 8:30 to 9 p.m., which matches everything else. So we think that's just a little bit of bug in the game. New Jersey should be on the same time zone as every place else here, so we think that's a bug. Okay, and then we just talking to different witnesses. Her husband seems convincingly innocent. Here is the wife of the doctor, Mrs. Fenton. And we've got interviews with all these people. This is the father-in-law of the murdered doctor, Talbot Osborne. Here's his photo. He's suspicious to us because he's talked about, he's a photographer of birds. He was writing a book with the doctor. He's sort of short on money. That's why he's living there. But he's talking about, at some point, using automatic cameras. Remember, this is set in the 30s, but he's got some automatic cameras to capture birds, and some people in the channel think that he might be using his automatic camera to set up an alibi to make it look like he was one place when he wasn't. We'll get to that. The game has found nice ways to give us photographs of everyone, so we have a face to put to the name. Here we've got an interview with this guy, Major O'Rourke, who's very suspicious. He's the guy who who stands to take over the job of the dead doctor, who's headmaster. And we think he's keen on the wife of the headmaster. So that gives him a good alibi. Gives him good motive. And there's an interesting issue with his gun. The doctor we see in a letter, thinks that he borrowed his gun and never returned it. So that's suspicious to us. Like, was it his gun that killed them? Did this guy have our doctor's gun and kill the doctor and then drop it off with him? He claims he did return it. There's an interesting issue, like, why did the doctor and Miss Farr think they needed a gun? Who were they going to meet? This is a little note that the wife left when she got a phone call. We don't quite know what to make of that. This is a little lipstick, a miniature sample lipstick case that Mrs. Farr had, was identified by the seller, that helped us identify that she must have been in the boathouse. There's a weird thing that the cops noticed on Mrs. Farr, the dead woman, that she didn't have lipstick on her lower lip, and that could have come from vigorous kissing. And we think now that she met up with someone at 7:30, made out with them, and then was putting on lipstick in the middle of putting on her lipstick. We think maybe she ran to where the first guy was shot. So that's how the sort of timelines being put together. We think A witness says that they heard a shot right before the storm started, right after the storm started. That gives us a very short 5-minute window, which Jonathan has written down here. First shot heard by the maid at 8:27. 2 minutes later, the storm started. Then 2 minutes after that, second shot. Or 3 minutes after that, second shot. So we'll come back to this timeline later. But that's how we think we have a very tight timeline. And the detective sort of recaps the case. He thinks she had this little meeting with someone early. We think we know who that is. We'll talk about it in a second. Then the first guy got shot, then she heard the shot, maybe ran out to find out what happened, and then she got shot. Okay. We did think maybe we should look in the lipstick, but couldn't get it open, and since she's applying it, it seems like there's no reason there would be anything in it. Okay, now we've got another player in this case who's very suspicious to us. That's a Miss Deniston, the music teacher. We'll read about her. We'll see a picture of her in a minute. Okay, anything we're missing here? Deniston and Holland. Okay, so the two people that are highly suspicious to us are the rowing coach, the athletic rowing coach, and the music teacher, who obviously have something fishy going on with both of them. Let me see if I can do this in order, though, before I get here. Cop is saying he's pretty sure it's a double murder. Here's where they trace down the lipstick. There's a weird thing here where our Mrs. Farr, the secretary, is placing an order for a $22 bottle of perfume. But in 1937 inflation, that's like a $400 bottle of perfume. So we're sort of confused how she could be affording a $400 bottle of perfume. Is that a hint that she was embezzling? But then we thought, oh, well, maybe she's just ordering it for the rich wife of Mr. Fenton, since she did lots of housework in there. Later in the scene, they find a 25 automatic in the grass. We believe that's not a gun not used in this crime, but brought by Mrs. Farr at the request of Dr. Fenton, which makes us wonder why they felt the need for a gun. Who were they meeting with? Here's the husband of Mrs. Farr, the guy with tuberculosis, the weird character, but he seems genuinely distraught, and he was too obvious about suspecting that she was having an affair. He doesn't seem like a good candidate. He can barely leave the house, but he does see his wife go out at 7:30 or so for this rendezvous and sees her in her distinctive green dress kissing someone. He assumes it's Dr. Fenton. We think it was probably Mr. Holland, the rowing coach, who's a ladies' man. So we'll get to that later. So that's who we think she was having an affair with. We find a note when we search her room, Mrs. Farr, from someone named Galahad. This is important. He's saying Pauline Farr. He's sort of talking to her like a lover. So we think this is the person she met up with and her lover, and we think this is probably the rowing coach, which we're told she fancies by someone else. In fact, this letter is about the prima donna who's chasing this guy around. We think the prima donna is the music teacher, Miss Deniston, and we've got some conflicting stories here where Miss Deniston and Mr. Holland appear to have gone to a movie together. She claims she doesn't really like him. She was just bored and they were the only one around. But then later we're going to see she sort of dedicated a song to him. And here he is claiming he doesn't like Miss Deniston to Pauline. Whether this is true or whether he's just being a ladies' man and saying bad things about all the other women to each woman he's wooing, we don't know. We know this was written on the day, so this is why we think this is where she went to rendezvous early with this guy, nicknamed Galahad. At this point, the cops are collecting handwriting analysis and fingerprints from everyone. One of the things they found is a piece of gum with a fingerprint, so they're trying to collect fingerprints from everyone secretly, and collect handwriting analysis from everyone. One of the reasons we're collecting handwriting analysis is the husband of Mrs. Farr, the tuberculosis guy, is writing a book on graphology, and he gave us a little mini lesson on how to look for signs of people lying in their handwriting, different ways they write things. And here he is giving it to us here. Here's someone writing 3 words depending on their mental state. Here's how he suggests someone would write the word murder if they're calm and have nothing to hide. Here's how someone might write it if they're nervous and anxious and stressed, but they're truthful. And here's how someone might write this word if they're lying. This one looks like the most shaky and unsteady. You might think this is the most put together, natural. This is sort of what might you call this writing? Sort of without detail, sort of quick or loose. And then this one is sort of shaky and unnatural. All right, we're doing more analysis of the scene. The gauze, the dark stains on the gauze were probably caused by some type of grease, possibly the type frequently used on guns. That's why he thinks that maybe it was used to clean the gun. Here was the piece of gum with fingerprint in it. So we might compare this to something. Here's the coroner's report. There was a very important thing in the coroner's report. Maybe we should note it at some point so we don't forget, which is that the bullet looks like it entered her forehead at a downward angle. Coroner says maybe that means he was above her, but more likely it means she was either on her knees or lying down. Bit spooky. Here's the police summarizing what they think happened. He's writing to the chief detective his reconstruction of the crime as he thinks is most likely. They've agreed to meet at 8:30 at the boathouse. She leaves her house at 7 p.m., reconstructing with all the witnesses. She goes to rendezvous with someone in the boathouse. Dr. Fenton doesn't leave his house till 8:15. So she meets her lover after 7 p.m. and that's the person who the husband sees her embracing. They're kissing. She goes to put on lipstick. She hears the gun. She drops the lipstick at the boathouse. The unidentified fingerprint on the chewing gum says someone else was in the boathouse. We're told the boathouse was cleaned recently, so maybe it was the lover. The other trick that the detectives are doing is they're offering gum to each of our people when they follow up on a follow-up interview to see who likes and chews gum. Okay. Then he's retracing Mr. Fenton, who doesn't leave his house till 8:15. He gets to the boathouse. He lies to his wife about where he's going. And then then the cop says, here's his theory of how these people were killed and where. He says the killer is hiding in these bushes where something was found, and then steps out of the bushes, shoots Fenton. It says the killer wanted it to look like a murder-suicide, which means the gunshots had to be at very close range. So hid in a bush. As soon as he came out, Dr. Fenton got to the bush. The killer steps out, shoots him in the side of the head, kills him first, right? Whereas otherwise, if it really was a murder-suicide, she should have been killed first. But the theory here is that he's killed first. She comes running out in the rain, which is how her shoes get muddy and how the footprints got left. She reaches the body. Killer steps out from the bushes. Before she even realizes it, gets shot in the head. Maybe she was kneeling down. Does he guy say yes? He says she probably reaches Dr. Fenton, is actually bending over him when the murderer steps out again and shoots her in the forehead. So you can imagine she's kneeling down to look at the body. She looks up, killer steps out, shoots her right in the forehead. That would explain the top-down trajectory. That's his reconstruction guess of the crime halfway through the case, basically. Then he analyzes the suicide note, but he's much less sure of exactly what's going on there here. He says, we don't know much about the murderer. It's still possible that they had a suicide pact because they can't really explain this note they found. Why did Dr. Fenton write it? What were they up to? What were they meeting about? Okay, then this guy says the police detective suggests, and I'm not sure I entirely buy this, but his suggestion is that the killer probably left right away after the shootings, was scared to get caught, and then came back later to stage the bodies. Let's read that, because this is a little unconvincing to me. He says, the important fact which can be reasonably sure of, the so-called suicide note appeared on the bush dry. I see what he was saying. He's saying the actual shots must have gotten fired in the middle of the rain. That's why, based on their timing of when the second shot happened a few minutes after the rain started. So he's saying the shots happened in the rain, but the note is dry. So his suggestion is that the murderer shot them, left, and then came back after the storm. And he says it's easy to see why he would have had to do this. He fired 2 shots, couldn't risk waiting around to move the bodies. Someone might have heard. If he's as smart a man as he thinks he is, he would have wanted to establish his alibi, which I expect will be a good one. Remember, the bodies aren't found till the next day. So anytime between the night where the shots were fired and the next morning, someone could have left that note. I'm not sure if we've discussed the possibility that these 2 people, Deniston and Holland, it's possible that one shot and one left the fake suicide note covering up for the other. But he's suggesting here that this guy may have shot him and then ran to quickly establish his tight alibi and then moved so then he wouldn't have to spend too much time arranging the bodies. So that's what he says. He says, my bet, therefore, sometime during the night or early morning, murderer came back, arranged the bodies, put the notes. He says, it's all very smart. If it hadn't been for the storm, which gave us the clue to who died first, it would have worked out perfectly. What was the big clue about who died first? Was it that, I mean, both of their bodies are soaked. It's just their shoe prints having mud. The fact that his shoe prints don't have mud must have meant he stopped walking before the storm and she was walking after the storm. All right. He says he's looking at the note. He does summarize. Dr. Fenton seems to be honorable and conventional, so he wouldn't have been having an affair. Everyone tells us that he's not the type to chase women. Even the police stenographer, who often worked in the house, said he never chased after her, never stared after her. So they don't think he's having an affair, but they don't know what the note was about then. And then he says 2 theories. One is that they were having an affair, and the other thing is that there's something else. Okay. Then we get word that Miss Farr sent some important letter to the headmaster of the school and then asked them to send it back, don't open it. That's what this is. We're still waiting to see that letter ourselves. We're very curious what that was. And we hear from someone that she actually made a call to the police and then changed her mind when Dr. Fenton told her, don't worry about it. Here's another summary of the, he says the following points. Oh, this is the instruction from the chief of police to our detective saying, go find out what the alibi of each of our suspects are, what their motive, get a sample of handwriting, get a sample of fingerprints, and try to find some connection with tickets and gauze. All right, we're almost caught up here. Here's the telephone that Pauline Farr made to the police some time ago, and then he convinced the doctor seemed to be in the background telling her to stop. Guy says, follow up on this. And now we're following up on people. Here's the interview with Miss Deniston, the music teacher, who we're very suspicious of. She's an interesting character. She says, I suspect anything of that woman. Why? She's a bitch, a scheming, ambitious bitch. Don't look at me so shocked. I know she's dead. Are you objecting to my language, etc.? She got fired, like recently, that day or so, for cursing in front of kids. So she's got a motive. She was fired. She doesn't like him. And she doesn't like this woman, Mrs. Farr. She blames Miss Farr for tattling on her. And then we ask her about Holland, and she tells us, well, she went to the movies with him. They drove in her car, but she doesn't like him. She doesn't care about him, but Mrs. Farr sure did, is what she says. Then we we see she's writing on something. She says, I don't have time to be chasing around this guy. I don't care about him. This detective who's interviewing her sees she's writing on something. She says, can I have that? Let me see what you're working on. She says, no. And he says, give me that. He just rips it from her hand. She tries to bite him and get it back, but she doesn't succeed. I think it's this note. Yeah, I think it's this one. So here she is, Miss Deniston, Miss Margaret Deniston. Here's her recital. The interesting thing here is that she claims that she doesn't care about this Mr. Holland that she went to a show with. And we noticed that she's actually dedicated one of her songs to L.H. We think that's Lawrence Holland. So that almost got by us, but we did detect that. So we think she is pining after this guy, this ladies' man Holland guy, who we know propositioned the wife. So that really raises our suspicion of her. Then we go talk to Lawrence Holland, and we ask him about what he thinks of Deniston, what he thinks of Miss Farr. We say, you're quite a one with the ladies. We say, you even had a bit of fun with Mrs. Farr, they tell me. Which is, no one told him that, but the detective is testing him. Then he gets up mad. He says, it's a lie. I never had anything to do with Pauline. So is this true? Is that note to Pauline not from him about a rendezvous? Or was this really that he is having an affair with Pauline? We don't know. He's moistening his lips. This seems like he's nervous and lying. More reason to believe that he was having an affair with Pauline. Now, we ask him for his alibi. When we asked her for her alibi, she says she was with Mr. Holland. They both went to the movies, and she remembers that the film broke a few minutes in, and she can describe the scene where the film broke. He gives us the exact same alibi, which would be a very good alibi for those shots. If those shots really did happen when the witness said at 8:30, and they were in a movie at 8:18 out of town, or a little bit far away from town, and they both actually saw that movie, that's a pretty damn good alibi. They both mention that he probably has the tickets, maybe. When we ask him about his alibi, he gives us the same thing about the movie, and then he says, maybe I have them, and he says, I never remember what I do with ticket stubs, and then he goes right to the pants to find them. The suit was creased and spotted as if it had been wet, and he can't find them. He looked kind of funny. So it's almost as if he planned this alibi, thought he would have the tickets and couldn't find them, as if he dropped them at the scene by accident. That's a very big clue that he really was at that scene and probably was the murderer, we think. And that he was planning to show us these tickets as his alibi. He can't find them. Then this detective is actually quite observant. He says, is that the suit you were wearing that you just got out looking for the tickets? He says, yes. And then the detective says, it's kind of damp, isn't it? And he says, sure, I got caught in the darn thunderstorm. Then our detective is quite smart. He says, wait a second. You just told me you were in the movie theater when the storm started, and we know the storm only lasted for a half hour. So how is it that you were out in the rain if you were in the movie theater? And he says, he stutters a little. He says, that is, you're right. But I remember now, I just ran out for a minute. Miss Deniston was afraid we had left the lights on when we parked the car. I just went out to see. Rain was pouring down, drenched me to the skin in a couple of minutes. He says it was a bad mistake. We asked him about Deniston. He says, I heard she was just fired. Hopefully now she'll get her job back. I'm going to talk to O'Rourke about who's going to be the new headmaster. And then we ask him, you kind of like her. This detective is using some techniques. Like, he's always pretending he knows some information he doesn't. So he's like, you kind of like her then. And then he says, sure, she's a good kid. He's not admitting to having any affair. You don't feel any more about her? He says, did I fall for a listen? I go for silk stockings, not blue stockings. Not sure what that means. But anyway, not a teacher, someone sexier maybe. But don't tell her I said that. Okay, then we get his handwriting. And then the interesting thing is, this Detective Cobden is really he's on the ball. He gets a sample of the handwriting in case we want to look at it. And he gets told where the film got break. He goes back. He says, okay, that's it. Then he says, then he offers him gum and collects the gum. He says, I'll take that from you. You want to spit it out. So now he's got the gum from him, maybe with his fingerprints. We'll be able to check it. And now we know that Holland likes gum. Now, as he's leaving down the hall, he says, you know what? I'm going to go back and talk to Miss Deniston for a second about this alibi about the movies. So he goes back and he makes a point to not let any time gap go between talking to these two back and forth so that they don't have time to get their story straight. He goes back to her and says, let me just follow up on this alibi about this movie. He says, hey, did Mr. Deniston or you ever leave during the movie? Step outside? She says, no, of course not. He says, not during the storm? When the rain was coming down? She says, he was with me all the time. What are you getting at? He says, you're sure? And she says, for God's sake, can't you ever believe a word anyone says? Then he says, I knew one of them was lying because she says they were together. They never left the theater. He says he left to check the car. It sure sounds now like they're both lying. Maybe they're both wrapped up in this murder. Oh, this is where he steals the thing from her. He says, is that the music thing you're writing? She said, yes, it is. I picked up the sheet in question. Instantly, she snatched it from me. She said, that's mine. What right have you to take it? I said, you pretend you aren't crazy about Holland and you scribble his name all over what you write. So now she's scribbling his name. She says, what a filthy thing to think, Lawrence. That's the name of a musician. D.H. Lawrence, or a writer. So she's claiming she's not writing his name. She does seem like she's obsessed with it. She says, will you give it back to me? She took it back. He says, the detective, will you give that back to me, that piece of paper? She says, I will not. It's mine. You can't take it. Although I knew I was exceeding my authority, I retrieved the piece of manuscript from Miss Deniston by force. It was evidence and I was going to get it. So there's a little clue. We're not in 2022 anymore. She tries to fight. She tries to get it back. Here's our picture of Lawrence Holland. Kind of a, what would you call a heartthrob for the 1930s. You can see why she fell for him. And then we're almost caught up. Last thing, the detective goes and checks back in with Mr. Osborne, the father-in-law, who's a photographer of birds, to get, this detective happens to be a friend of him, but even though he's chumming up to him and is his friend, he still does his job surreptitiously, gets a sample of handwriting, pretending to get a picture, and we actually get a picture of the detective himself, the chief detective, because he asks the photographer to take a photograph of him. He offers him gum, he doesn't want it, and then we get his alibi. Now, his alibi is that he went down the other side of town to get a picture of birds, and he shows us the negatives. We had a big long discussion about these, like, is it possible he's setting up his alibi and he had an automatic camera taking this picture? But a couple of things made me suspicious of that. A bunch of people on the channel thought that was the case, but a couple of things made me suspicious. First of all, here's the film strip. We believe this is a photograph of prize day, of the graduation day, when the people went missing. And then we've got the very next photograph is of dusk, the time of the murders. That's his alibi, that he was out on this hill taking this photograph. With the birds, he's been trying to get a photograph for a while. And then the very next photo is him as this guy, Osborne, at the bar where he went for a drink. So my point was, it's very hard to imagine how, if he wanted to set up a fake alibi, he would get one shot only at dusk of these things and happen to catch the birds. That's like, you know, it's not like this camera was sitting up there and took 100 pictures. This is one shot. He would have had to really script this, brought the camera with him on his person to get this photograph, and then planted it here, traveled all the way to the hill, planted it here for this one shot at dusk, and then retrieved it and brought it with him to the bar. That's a lot of travel. And the other thing we might note is he describes this as his miniature camera. I think that means that's his camera that you can sort of walk around with. And maybe the camera's used for this weird wildlife scheduled automatic photography might be bigger cameras. So I buy that this is a good alibi. I believe that this must have been taken by his handheld camera by him at the time of the shooting. So this is a pretty good alibi for him, I think. Okay, and we are now caught up. I apologize for that long summary, but I believe it's sort of important to get us back on the page since it's been 2 days. Senshai says, we also think Fenton was killed first because the soles of his shoes were clean. That's right. Definitely 1930s definition of a heartthrob. Senshai says, yeah, you can't delete consecutive photos out of a film negative without cutting it apart. Yeah, so those had to be consecutive shots. And the fact that he only got one and got the birds, although he could have made up that story, but it seems unlikely. Now, before we take a break and then start reading new stuff, we're going to do one last thing. We're going to look at Jonathan's timeline. Here we go. So a couple things happen before the day of our murder. We hear that Mrs. Farr starts to call the police, but Dr. Fenton in the background says it's a false alarm. They close the case. They don't file anything. We don't know what it was about. June 21st is Prize Day. This is the day of the murder. And here it is, the day of the murder. What happened? 6 p.m., we're told the guy cleans the boathouse. That's why we know that anything found in there happened on the night of the murder. A note is brought to Mrs. Farr by Donald Grant. This is the kid that found the body. He's one of the few kids still in town at the academy, but it is a little bit weird that he's delivering notes. He might know more than he's letting on. This is the note about Mr. Fenton about a business meeting about the school treasury. It's a note to Miss Farr. Yes, okay. This is the note found in her pocketbook saying, let's meet at our normal time at 8:30 to talk. I believe that's what we're talking about. This is the note in her pocketbook about meeting at 8:30, or is this a different note I'm thinking of? Might have to look at this again later. A husband saw that note or something, and when he reads it, he says, sure, why would they meet at 8:30 outside to talk about school business? So he thinks they're hooking up for a rendezvous, her husband does. But I think this is the same note we find in her pocketbook, right, Jonathan? So we see that note. But it looks more, he says, bring the gun and whatever, so it's weird. Okay, then we've got a witness the husband sees Miss Farr rendezvous with someone 300 yards, embrace, kiss. So he thinks she's meeting with Mr. Fenton for the rendezvous, but really we know it's someone else she's meeting with. Around that same time, the father-in-law, Mr. Osborne, goes with sandwiches to capture the birds, he says. Miss Denniston at that time establishes her alibi, claims to be in the music room. Then she says she and Mr. Holland go to the movies. She says he asked her. He says she asked him. She says 8 p.m. they left in their car. 8:15 p.m. Osborne estimates that he arrived to take the photo at Locks Mill, which from the map we know is in the opposite direction, several miles. We know he leaves the house at 8, not until 8:15, Dr. Fenton. 8:15 to 8:17, Miss Fenton receives a call from O'Rourke. That's a weird call. She leaves a note about it, though. Mr. Fenton notes O'Rourke calling for Mr. Fenton about business. We didn't pay much attention to that, but that seems kind of significant to us. She leaves a little note about it. Then she says she's going for a drive. For a swim. This was a little confusing. Do we know where she actually went? Maybe she's having an affair with this guy, I wonder. We might have to reread this at some time to remind ourselves if there are any clues there. So that means she's out of the house at the time of the murder. That's interesting. I wonder if she could have murdered him thinking he's having an affair. I'm not sure. Although she doesn't seem that concerned with an affair or believe it. And she was upset by his death. Okay, then, so Denniston and Holland say they were at the movie theaters. By the way, the detective goes and checks, and he finds that the film really did break that night, exactly where they said and when they said. So it sure sounds like one of them, at least, was one or both of them was at that movie theater and saw that happen. We know sunsets at 8:25. Then the first shot was heard, so it's a little dark here. The maid recognizes the shot right before the storm, and then another shot right after. And one of the things that I wondered early on is it possible that those shots were thunder and that really the shots weren't heard? Like you could imagine if someone had a silencer on the pistol and that she thinks she hears the two shots, but really she's hearing thunder before and after the storm starts. Just something to consider. Probably not. She probably hears the shots, though she's near enough by. Then Osborne tries to take shelter from the storm. There's the second shot heard. Second shot heard at 8:32. So we've got very tight timelines if those are indeed the shots. And they must have been in the movie then if they saw the film breaking. I think just one of them's in the theater, the other one's not. Storm ends at 9. Mr. Osborne leaves his shelter. He goes to the bar, he claims. Miss Dennison says the movie ends at about 11, and then they went and had a drink. Osborne gets home. Next day, this is when we come on the scene and discover the body. Denniston says they came back to the school. I don't remember where that is. That's interesting. By that time, in the middle of the night, Mrs. Fenton reports her husband is missing, and Mr. Farr does the same soon after, I believe. Okay. There we have it. We're all caught up. We're going to take our 8-minute break here, and then we'll jump in to the new stuff in the case. Took us a while to get there, but I thought that was important. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, in the chat, Jonathan was talking about the oddity of the note by Mrs. Fenton that we were a little sure about. Jonathan says, I can't tell if the swim is a joke. Let's take a look at that note. So here's the note that we're told she leaves in the phone alcove. And it says, RRD, or we think Ferdinand, rookie called, that's Major O'Rourke, at 8:17 p.m. Very close to the murders. Said it was business, he'll call back. It looks like rain. So I'm going for a lovely, lovely, or something lovely swim. Probably back before you are, B. You forgot your hat, you old duffer. And she did a little sketch. It's weird that he didn't have his hat. So I guess this is a, maybe this is a joke, going for a something lovely swim. I think that's a joke. But where was she going if it's a joke? What are we told here? Let's see. Here's what the maid says. They ate together alone. 8:15, he leaves on foot. He says he's going to go to the contracting company about the remodeling of the school, but he really goes in a different direction to the boathouse, so he's lying. Now, right after Dr. Fenton left the house, telephone rang. Miss Fenton answered it. And she came into the kitchen and told Maisie she was going off for a drive in her car. Maisie saw her get the car out of the garage and drive off. And she says they're a devoted couple. Now, where was she going? She gets a phone call. She claims the phone call is just about that this guy's calling back, but then she immediately gets in her car? That's very suspicious. This sounds like maybe she's rendezvousing with Mr. O'Rourke, who we know fancies her. So I wonder if she's driving to meet him. Because otherwise, where is she going and why? Right? I think she's having an affair with him, and that's going to be their alibis. The maid confesses she doesn't really like. The maid says she doesn't like Pauline for interfering. There on the table, I saw a small note scribbled on the paper. I showed this to Maisie, who said it was in Mrs. Fenton's writing. It was probably made when she answered the call at 8:15. And just to confirm about the time of the shots, here we've actually discovered that 2 people heard the shots. He heard the shots too, checking one was before the rain, the other a few minutes later. Okay, so they're fairly certain that those were shots they heard. Going for a lovely swim at 8:17 p.m. Do we need to know that what these 2 words are? Is that what she's saying? Going for a lovely, lovely swim, or is that something else? It would be nice to know what she's talking about. Well, actually, hold on a second. Let's look at the map. Is there a pool on the map? Let's look. There's the house. There's a gymnasium, dormitory, library, chapel, class building, open dormitory. There's looks like a baseball field, school lodge, school gate. So there could be a pool in the gymnasium. That would not be out of the question. But it's the first time we've heard anyone taking any swims, so we can't tell if that's a joke or not. But you know what? He may follow up with her. The detectives may follow up with her and clarify that. So let's not unduly worry about it yet. Okay, here we go. Finally, we're getting to some new stuff. Okay. He gives the report. The last report we read was Mr. Osborne. He's got his handwriting. He doesn't like gum, etc. New page. Exciting. Here we go. From Andrew J. Thorpe, Chief of Greenlands County Detectives, Courthouse, Jordan, New Jersey. Dear Sir, with regard to your Fenton and Farr case, the following report just sent in by State Trooper O'Shea may be of interest. At 8:40 p.m., June 21st, just after the thunderstorm had started, I was sheltering at the intersection of Greenlands Highway and Route 246. A dark blue Dodge Coupe swung out of Route 246 and turned south towards Locks Mills on Greenlands Highway, traveling at a high speed. It was driven by a woman, and the license plates showed New Jersey 4G 2147. Almost immediately afterward, a second car appeared as if following the first. It too was traveling at a high speed. This car was a green Buick sedan. A man was driving. The license number, New Jersey 9F2475. I mounted my motorcycle and gave chase, but owing to the heavy rain, the poor visibility, and the slipperiness of the roads, I was unable to catch up with the cars and lost track of them. New Jersey 4G 2147 is the license number issued for a Dodge Coupe owned by Miss Beatrice Fenton. New Jersey 9F2475 is the license number issued for a Buick sedan owned by Major Cyril O'Rourke. The place where State Trooper O'Shea observed the cars is 6 miles distant from the school gates. Well, it's almost exactly what we were just saying. And then the detective's writing on this, what the hell were they doing a few minutes after the crimes were committed? This seems like almost exactly what we were saying. The phone call comes from Major O'Rourke. She takes it. She leaves a note saying, hey, Major O'Rourke called for you. He'll call back later. I'm just going to take a drive. What has she done? She's driven. The two of them have had a little rendezvous. I don't think they murdered anyone. They just went and had a little heart to heart. Okay. Now, let's see where this is. He says 6 miles from the school gates, and we're told Route 246 and Greenlands Highway. Let's look at our map and see where that is. So yeah, I think we've caught her having an affair. So here's Route 246, right? And then Greenlands Highway is not on our map. So swung out of 246, intersection of Greenlands Highway and 246, swung out of 246, turned south towards Locks Mill on Greenlands Highway. Towards south, towards Locks Mill. Locks Mill is this way. He's in Jordan. Jordan is this way 1 mile. This way. So I think what he's saying is way down the road here, 6 miles out, turn onto Route 246, headed this way towards Locks Mills. They're heading home. She's heading home after the rendezvous. Does that give her enough time for a rendezvous? She left the house at around, what, 8:20? Here they are at 8:40. That's not much time, is it? Or am I getting this wrong? Were they going to meet up, or were they going to coming home? I guess if she left the house at 8:18 or so, 5 minutes to drive to meet him, 8:20, then she's got a 15-minute rendezvous, and then they're leaving. That's a little short. It's a little short without having something that interrupts you. But if she doesn't know when her husband's coming home, Maybe she's just got time for a short interlude. Anna says, is everyone sneaking around in this school? It seems like it. Senshai says, it's probably worth re-examining B. Fenton's and O'Rourke's statements, though, now that we know they were near there at the time of the crime. Yes, it's true, although she just claims she was out. I don't remember where she says her alibi is, but maybe this guy's going to follow up on it. So rather than go back, let's just see if the cops follow up on this. All right, next page. Report of County Detective Scammell to the Chief of County Detective Thorpe, subject Fenton Farr homicide. Acting on instructions, I did the following and obtained the following information. We're still on that first day. 1. I visited Mr. Rawlings of the General Contracting Company, 24 High Street, Jordan. He confirmed the fact that Dr. Fenton had not been in to visit him last night. He said that all work on the boathouse improvements had been finished last week and that his bill had been paid in advance. There was no reason why Dr. Fenton would have visited him, as he claimed. At the Greenlands Academy for Boys, I talked to the boy Donald Grant. Good, because I think he might know something. Who discovered the bodies and who had, the day before, taken the note from Dr. Fenton to Mrs. Farr's house. He was the only boy left at the school, the others having left with Chief Thorpe's permission. Donald Grant's father, Cyrus H. Grant, a wealthy meatpacking man from Chicago, was there with his son and impatient to take him away. I had the boy repeat the story of how he had got up early for a swim. Okay, well, they're swimming at the lake. Maybe that's what she was claiming to do. Got up early for a swim and seen the bodies. He had nothing new to add. With regard to the note, he told me that Dr. Fenton had given it to him on the campus around 5:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon and had asked him to deliver it asked him to deliver the note directly into Mrs. Farr's hands. The boy said Dr. Fenton had seemed worried at the time. With regard to the ticket stubs found at the scene, I had been instructed to ascertain whether the boy, Donald Grant, could have dropped them. I discovered that neither he nor any other boy from the academy had been to the movies the night before, it being against academy regulations for boys to attend movie shows. I then telephoned a report to the chief, who gave permission for the boy to leave with his father for Chicago. 3. Having dealt with the boy, Donald Grant, I went to Dr. Fenton's office, which is situated in the main classroom building of the academy. The safe was locked, and the janitor with me explained that no one but Dr. Fenton, Mrs. Farr, and the chairman of the board of trustees knew the combination. Therefore, this must wait until the chairman is contacted. But I made a thorough search of the correspondence and papers in the desks of both Dr. Fenton and Miss Farr. I found nothing of seeming interest except in the former, where I discovered the carbon of a letter written by Mrs. Farr for Dr. Fenton, reserving 2 separate cabins for him and an unspecified lady on the SS Tuscaloosa, sailing for Europe on July 1st, in about 1 week. This letter I took herewith. Since Dr. Fenton had written the suicide note on his school stationery and presumably in his office, the chief had told me to examine all blotting paper to see whether I could find any trace of the words on the bottom of the page which had been cut off. I saw at once that a large sheet of blotting paper on his desk was unused. The janitor explained that Dr. Fenton had never used it, having a habit of just using small pieces. I then asked to be shown these, and the janitor told me that they had all been thrown away in the trash since yesterday being prize day. Dr. Fenton had the office tidied up for the parents. At my request, he took me down to the cellar where the recent trash is kept. We searched together through the trash. The thing that we've got from the Helen Riley book and this book is it's so, like, the cops are so on the ball here. They just follow up things. They're not perfect they really are pretty good at following up these little details. He's like, all right, you threw them away? Let's go. Let's go where you put the trash. Let's see if it's still there. We searched together through the trash, and I found one small piece of blotting paper only. The picture of a bird had been scribbled on it. I showed this to the janitor and asked him if he could tell me on what day it had been used. On seeing the picture of the bird, he remembered at once. He told me that on the afternoon before prize day, he had gone into Dr. Fenton's. Oh boy, looks like we might be missing another page. No, this is, he had gone into Dr. Fenton's office. Oh, that scared me. And found him just finishing writing a letter. He asked if he should mail it. Dr. Fenton said it was only a letter to one of the parents and he would take care of it himself. As he blotted the letter, the janitor had noticed this picture of a bird which had been scribbled on it. He remembered particularly because Dr. Fenton only drew things on his blotting paper when he was worried about something, his one nervous habit. I took this sample piece of blotting paper back to the courthouse where Detective Kane and I examined it. By holding it to the mirror, we could make out the following two phrases. Gary or Gary is certain to make the next team or term. Conduct to find fault with. From the name Gary or Gary, we thought this probably referred to some boy at the school. Kane telephoned to Major O'Rourke, who informed him that there was one boy named Gary Leeds, several boys of the name Gerald, and two of the name Fitzgerald. In the light of this, it would seem that the letter blotted was actually, like Dr. Fenton said, just a note to one of the parents. Blotting paper herewith. What is blotting paper? It looks like it's a thick paper that would hold ink. But what was this thing? Oh, here's a copy of the reservation on the Tuscaloosa. Let's see what this is. The reservation was made on June 17th, 4 days before the murder. Gentlemen, herewith find enclosed check for $50 as a deposit on the reservations made on the SS Tuscaloosa, sailing July 1st for Europe. I note you are holding, subject to further advice from me, stateroom 17 and a deck for a lady in stateroom 353 D deck for a gentleman. Will remit balance when I hear these reservations are fully secured. Pauline Farr. 2 separate rooms for a man or a woman. We're not sure what that's all about. But whoever these are for, they're not for romantic. Okay, then here's the blotting paper. It looks like it's written backwards, like maybe it comes through. I'm not sure. Can someone search what blotting paper is? Looks like it's written in reverse for whatever reason. Holding it in the mirror, we can make out the following. All right, so it's just definitely mirrored text. Gary or Gary is certain to make the next team or term. Conduct to find fault with. And he says this is probably just a letter to a parent, but if it sounds like it might be something more. And let's see. They could have done it. They called the police. The fact that Fenton interrupted it suggests that the culprit was close to him, so not the PE teacher. Senchai says, you use blotting paper when you write with fountain pens. You blot each line as you finish, and the ink doesn't smear. You can still buy it today. I have some. I see. That makes complete sense. You're writing with a thick ink that's wet, and if you put 2 pieces on top of each other, it would smear and stuff, so you blot it first. And then to remove the excess ink on the page, and that's why it's reversed. Quite quite cool. I couldn't imagine people would actually still use that. And that's pretty cool. Okay, there's the black. That makes everything about that makes sense. Why it's thick and absorbent. Feels like it could almost be like a sponge. And the guy also says, well, when he doodles, what does he say? He said, Fenton only drew things on his blotting paper when he was worried about something, his one nervous habit. And don't forget, in the wife's note, she's drawing a thing too, so that's weird. All right. And it says they could have done it. That call to the police and the fact that Fenton interrupted it suggests the culprit was close to him, not the PE teacher. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying there, Anna. Okay, let's continue though for now. This is a report to Chief of County Detective Thorpe, prosecutor of the police. Oh, the chief detective is now writing to the chief prosecutor. When the state trooper's report came in from Trenton, putting Mrs. Fenton and Major O'Rourke speeding away from the scene of the crime, just after the time when the two deaths occurred, I thought I'd better look into it myself. Was it from the scene of the crime? That's a little confusing to me. It didn't sound like it was, but maybe it was. I thought I'd better look into it myself. It's 4 p.m., accompanied by Dora Prout, the stenographer. I drove to the academy where I learned that Major O'Rourke was in Dr. Fenton's office in the main classroom building. Door was ajar when we arrived, and I heard O'Rourke's voice, very loud and angry, saying, I wouldn't dream of re-engaging that damn neurotic female. That's final. He's talking about Margaret Denniston. And if I hear any more reports of your troubling Mrs. Fenton, I'll have you fired too. Now clear out of here. I've got work to do. So he's definitely talking about Lawrence Holland, who we hear was troubling Mrs. Fenton. And we know that Lawrence Holland was trying to get Denniston her job back. So we know that's who he's talking about. The door was pushed open and a tall, blond young man, identified by Dora as Lawrence Holland, stepped out into the passage. His face was very red. He took one look at us and hurried away. I knocked on the door and went in. Major O'Rourke was sitting behind Dr. Fenton's desk. His face was very red too, almost as red as his hair and his mustache. So you're coming around to ask a damn fool questions, are you? He said. Just been giving that young puppy Holland a rating. Had the infernal cheek to ask me to cancel Mrs. Denniston's dismissal. Damned if I'll do it. And listen, Miss Fenton just told me your men made her go and identify Dr. Fenton's body. I want to protest strongly. That was a clumsy and ungentlemanly thing to do. Why couldn't you have had Mr. Osborne or myself do it? Can't you leave Mrs. Fenton alone? I explained it was the normal procedure to ask the wife to make formal identification. When I entered, I had noticed a large map of the academy and its grounds hanging on the wall. I thought a map of that type would be useful to our investigation. I asked the major whether we could have a copy of it made. He seemed flattered by my interest, explaining that he himself had made it from the calculations of his advanced mathematics students in their study of triangulation in trigonometry. Map-making was his hobby, and he had several copies of this particular one of the school. He offered to give me one and got it from his office. This sounds like maybe the original writer had intended for us to get that map now, but the publishers decided wisely, I think, that we would benefit from it early. He then expressed his willingness to answer questions, and here's his statement, taken down by Dora Prout. Question. Major. Has there been any trouble here at the school? Any tampering with the accounts or any other sort of dishonesty? Answer. Good heavens! Not that I'm aware of. Question. The Jordan police tell me Mrs. Farr called them the other day and started to report something. Dr. Fenton cut her off and told the police not to book the call. He said Mrs. Farr had thought that his car had been stolen, but she was wrong. Do you know anything about that? I do not. Question. Mr. Holland tells us he was passing this room the other day and he overheard Mrs. Farr accusing someone, presumably Dr. Fenton, of dishonesty. I'd forgotten about that. Do you know anything about that? Answer. You're a damn fool if you believe anything this young cub feels like telling you. It's probably a pack of lies invented on the spur of the moment. Dr. Fenton would most certainly have told me if anything was wrong. Well, we know that's not true. We know Dr. Fenton, there was something wrong. Although I do think it's important for us to think about this thing. The call got cut off. I want to make a note about this. The call got cut off. Pauline Farr is reporting to the police. At the time, then Fenton gets on the line and says, she thought my car was stolen. It's a false alarm. Now, at the time, the way I read that, I said, oh, he's just making up something to explain why she should hang up, and she was really calling about some embezzlement or whatever. But we should leave open the possibility that that's an accurate rendition of what happened, and that maybe his car was taken by someone, maybe his wife, or someone, and she was going to report it, and he said, don't report that, it's not. Okay, so anyway, just a possibility that we should consider that there really was a stolen car suspected. Okay, and this guy says, don't believe this guy. And then I had forgotten that Holland says he overheard her accusing someone. Again, that could be something he made up or something real. Okay, so if not if Dr. Fenton himself were involved, that's absurd. He was the soul of honor. Question, who signs the checks drawn on the school accounts? Answer, well, I do, since the chairman has officially appointed me acting head of the school. Question, who used to sign the checks? Major O'Rourke explained that all checks for less than $1,000 were signed by Dr. Fenton and countersigned by Mrs. Farr as treasurer to the board. Checks for over $1,000 had to be countersigned again by a trustee. Question. Mr. Farr tells me you telephoned Mrs. Farr at her house yesterday evening. Is that so? Answer. It is. Question, what time did you call? Oh, about 8:15. Question, before we go on, perhaps you would give me an account of your movements last night, Major. Answer, so you're still trying to make out murder's been committed, are you? I'll tell you frankly, I think you're a fool. But I don't mind telling you what I did. Several boys had stayed on after prize day business was over. I had to attend to them, see they got to bed, and so on. I was free about 8, and then I telephoned Mrs. Farr at about 8:15. So far, so good. Question. He telephoned Mrs. Farr, not Mr. Farr, Mrs. Farr. Question. And she wasn't there. Answer. Oh, Mrs. Farr. Yeah, not Mrs. Fenton, Mrs. Farr. Okay. And she wasn't there. Answer, so her husband told me. Question, you're sure Mr. Farr answered the phone? Answer, he said he was Mr. Farr. I don't know his voice very well, but who else could it have been? Besides, he coughed. Remember, he has tuberculosis. Question, what were you calling about? Answer, a damn sloppy piece of inefficiency. I'd received my salary check that morning, didn't look at it until evening, and then I found out it had been post-dated July 1st. As it happened, it was bloody annoying. I'm sailing for home, well, that is England, next week. I just bought a new car and I needed the cash. I wanted to know why the check was post-dated. Question. And when you couldn't get Mrs. Farr, answer. Well, I called Dr. Fenton immediately. About 8:20, I suppose. Mrs. Fenton answered and told me he wasn't there. She then said it looked like rain and she was going for a bathe in the creek. She's just like a child the way she loves to bathe in the rain. But she is not a strong swimmer. Once at Ocean City, well, she got into difficulties and I managed to assist her. Press started to make a damn hero of me, but it was nothing. I didn't want another accident. I told her not to go out, but she insisted. I felt it was my duty to follow her and see she came to no harm. Okay, so he's volunteering his reason why he was seen where she was going for a swim. Okay, it's an alternative. It's an alternative to them rendezvousing. Question. Where did Mrs. Fenton swim? By the boathouse? Answer. The boathouse? Listen, are you trying to hint, sir, that Beatrice? Question. I want to know where Mrs. Fenton went to swim. Answer. Well, she's in the habit of using a secluded part of the creek on the way to Locke's Mills. I knew she'd be going there yesterday evening. I got out my car and followed her. Question. What time did you leave the school? Answer. About 8:30. Rain had just started. I soon caught sight of Beatrice ahead. She was speeding a bit. Scared the rain would stop before she got her swim. She likes swimming in the rain. I had to step on it too. He's volunteering all this information, which is completely consistent. Question. Maybe he knew they got followed, and so he had to come up with he had this prepared in advance, because it is pretty slick to come up with this in advance. Question. Are you aware that you were both seen by a state trooper at the intersection of Greenland's Highway and Route 246? Answer. Well, to be perfectly truthful, I might have heard a whistle. Too dashed worried to pay much attention. And you've caught up with Mrs. Fenton? Answer. The lane leading to the creek turns off from the main road, and at the end of this lane I found her car parked. Her clothing was in the car. I hurried to the bank. It was raining very hard. I saw Beatrice in swimming. I know the weeds are bad there and dangerous. I called to her to come out, but she just laughed, saying the water was topping and that I ought to go in too. She wouldn't come out, so I went back to the car, stripped off my clothes, and dived in. Question. You had brought a swimming suit along? Answer, going very red. Well, as a matter of fact, I hadn't. Went in my pants, that is, my underwear. Question. So while the storm was going on, you were swimming around in your shorts with Mrs. Fenton? Answer. Yes, sir. I felt it my duty to see she came to no harm. Beatrice refused to come out until the rain had stopped. And what did you do after your swim? Answer. Well, Beatrice didn't want to go home. The bathe had exhilarated her. When we had dressed, she asked me to take her to the pictures. So we drove into Locke's Mills, got there about 9:30. Bit late for a flicker, but we went into the cinema anyhow. Captain's Courageous, Kipling, good stuff, damn good stuff. And how long did you stay at the movies? Answer. Well, until the film was over, about 11. I drove Mrs. Fenton back to the place where we had bathed. She picked up her own car there. Question. You didn't happen to see Mr. Holland or Miss Denniston in the movie house? Answer. Yes, I did. Sitting by the aisle as we came in. Holland had his arm around her. Damned young womanizer. Question. Do you happen to have the stubs of your tickets, Major? Major O'Rourke felt in his pockets and said he must have thrown them away. Chief Thorpe then asked for a sample of his handwriting. There was the beginning of a letter which Mr. O'Rourke seemed just to have been writing, lying on his desk. Chief Thorpe picked this up and asked if he could take it. The major said, "That's a purely private matter." Then he flushed and said, "Well, I suppose you might as well take it since you've probably read it by now. There's a blot on it anyhow." The chief put the letter in his pocket and took out a pack of chewing gum, offering me some, which I took as previously instructed. The pack was held out to the major. Look at these cops being so subtle. First he gives one to the other cop who takes it to like set this social contract, so the next guy should be taking one and distract him from this ruse. Pack was held out to the major, who said, "I've become an American citizen, but that's one disgusting American habit I haven't adopted." Interrogation of Major Cyril O'Rourke resumed. First, let's take a look at the note they pick up off his desk. June 23rd. I guess it's June 23, finally. What does this say? Acme Automobile Agency, New Bobart, New Jersey. Gentlemen, with reference to something of 19th, regret that something drive, my something drive on the Buick sedan told something last month is not available. Then he's dripping ink. Sold. Regret that payment due. With reference to something of the 19th, regret that payment due on the Buick sedan sold last month is not available. What does that mean? What is he saying? Is he saying he can't pay the payment for the Buick? Payment due is not available on the Buick sedan sold to me last month. I think he's saying he can't pay yet for the Buick sedan, which is just, I guess, confirming to us that he owns the Buick sedan owned by Major O'Rourke. I think it's just saying because he can't pay it because his check was post dated. That's what Jonathan's theory is. Okay. All right. So that just helps us back up his alibi that that's what his phone calls were about. But it sure sounds like that they went for a swim together and they've got something going on. Or she's just flirting. Okay, so here we are. He said he doesn't chew gum, and now the interrogation is resuming. Question, just one more thing, Major. This is like Columbo move. After he's talked to him, interviewed him, offered him a gum, and now he's turning around and saying, just one more thing, Major. This gun of Dr. Fenton's answer. You've already accused me of stealing it once today, sir. I'll thank you not to start that again. Question, I was merely going to ask if you had any idea who could have had an opportunity to steal it. Answer, well, it all depends on where it was. If it was here, he tapped the desk, anyone could have taken it any time. Now I've got something to ask you. I managed to clear all those blasted reporters off this campus this morning. If they try any more funny business, I must insist on a police guard. We can't have the school turned into a beer garden. Chief Thorpe, I'll do my best, Major, and thanks. That will be all just now. That'll be all just now. End of interrogation as taken down by D. Prout. Before I left, I told O'Rourke I would be sending a man around and that I wanted the Major to take him to the actual place where he and Mrs. Fenton claimed to have been swimming. I then telephoned County Detective Kane at the courthouse. I instructed him to come right over to do this. I also told him the facts with regard to O'Rourke's and Mrs. Fenton's alibis and asked him to check up on them. Lastly, I told him to get their fingerprints if possible. So he claims that they both met up at the swimming place when it started raining, and then they decided to go to the movies and left her car there at the swimming place, drove to the movies, saw Holland and Deniston sitting together with his arm around her, and he didn't have his tickets, and then he drove her back to get her car. So I guess when the cops saw them speeding away, they were meeting, that was as they were going to go swimming. That makes sense. So they agreed to have a little rendezvous. I think that timeline works. Okay, here's Beatrice. We're talking to the wife, Mrs. Fenton. Now, let's see what she comes clean about. It says, I instructed him to come right over to this. I also told him the facts with regard to O'Rourke and Mrs. Fenton's alibis, asked him to check up on them. Lastly, I told him to get their fingerprints, if possible, from the steering wheels of their cars. Having done this, I went across the campus with Dora Prout to the Fenton house to interview Mrs. Fenton. Notice how good this cop is. He's worried that they're going to talk to each other and coordinate stories, so he's gone right over to Mrs. Fenton to get her side before they have a chance to talk. We found her sitting alone in the living room. She looked extremely tired and drawn, but she was calm and perfectly ready to make a statement. Statement of Mrs. Beatrice Talbot Fenton, Chief of County Detectives Thorpe, interrogating. Question, could you please tell me your full name? Answer, Beatrice Talbot Fenton. Question, does that mean you were a Miss Talbot before your marriage? Answer, yes. You see, my father wanted me to take my aunt's name, the aunt in England who brought me up. She was just like a mother to me, and he knew it would please her. Question. I realize how painful this must be for you, Mrs. Fenton, but now that you've had a little time to recover from the shock, have you any theory as to whether anyone could have wanted to kill your husband? Answer. Yes, I have. I thought of it this afternoon. Before Ferdinand came here to the academy, when he taught in that school in California, he was also a member of the prison parole board. I don't know much about these things, but isn't it possible that some convict that thought he had a slight against Ferdinand, well, it must be something like that. Question, perhaps you're right, Mrs. Fenton. We will certainly consider that angle. Now, is it true that Major O'Rourke telephoned to speak to your husband last night? Answer, why, yes, he did. About 8:15 after Ferdinand had gone. Question, producing the scribbled memo sheet taken that morning by Detective Scammell from the Fenton telephone alcove. Is this the record you made of that call? Answer, yes, it is. Question, this then is your writing? Answer, yes. Question, Miss Fenton, I would be grateful if you would just run through the details of what you did last night. Mrs. Fenton's story of the night before checked exactly with the story given by Major O'Rourke regarding speeding, swimming, and going to the movies, etc. She seemed less sad when she talked about Major O'Rourke. Once she even smiled when she said, Rookie's terribly straight-laced. He thought it was improper having to swim in his underwear. Chief Thorpe then asked her if she had seen Miss Denniston and Lawrence Holland at the movies. She went rather red. Yes, she said, I saw them sitting together when we came in. We didn't speak to them. I don't think they saw us. Question, Miss Fenton. Mrs. Fenton, you and your husband were planning a European vacation, weren't you? This is, again, the police sort of leading information to get people to volunteer stuff. Answer, why no? We had no definite plans for the summer. It's Daddy that was going. He has his ticket and everything. He was sailing next week. Of course, it was Ferdinand that made it possible. He was always so terribly generous to Daddy and me. Neither of us have any money of our own, and Daddy has been wanting a trip to England all his life. He's been keen to write a paper on the European warblers. I do hope you'll let him sail. I thought I might go with him. Rookie's going too. It's terrible here in this house without Ferdinand. So she's claiming it's her father and her going on the trip. That's why 2 separate cabins. It's all consistent. But then Ferdinand's not going with them. It's just he's sending off his wife and her father so he can be alone at home. And then Rookie's going too, but Ferdinand didn't get that ticket. That's awfully fishy. Question, then you're sure your husband wasn't planning for you both to travel to England? Answer, of course I'm sure. Am I reading this right? The detective seems to think it's weird that he's got 2 tickets, but I'm reading it as the 2 tickets are for the father-in-law and the daughter. Why is this guy... Your husband, why does this guy think it must be him? I'm a little confused about whether the detective thinks this is inconsistent with the ticket receipt we have. So we ask, are you sure he wasn't planning for you both to travel? She says, of course I'm sure. That's strange, Mrs. Fenton. The carbon copy of a letter has been found in your husband's desk at the school. It made 2 reservations. One for a lady and one for a gentleman on a boat to England sailing in 2 weeks. Jonathan says, I read it as she believes only a ticket for the father had been bought. She's considering buying another to go along with the father. Let me see. I guess our detective is more perceptive than I am. Let's see. He has his ticket. He was always so generous. Daddy's been wanting a trip. I do hope you let him sail. I thought I might go with him. I see. You're saying she doesn't think she has a ticket yet, and here he's wondering why Dr. Fenton has a ticket for a lady and a gentleman. So he says, he bought a ticket with 2, a lady and a gentleman. Didn't you know about that? Mrs. Fenton looked surprised. No, I see now. How like Ferdinand. The other day he said he had a pleasant surprise for us. He didn't say what it was. That must have been the trip to England. Question, separate cabins were requested, Mrs. Fenton. Answer, oh yes, Ferdinand was a very poor sailor and I love the sea. When we went over, he always arranged for us to have separate cabins. I see. Now there's another rather delicate point. Have you any idea, Mrs. Fenton, how your husband left his money? The will he's asking about. Answer, no, I don't know at all. I never thought... Well, but I think there's a copy of his will in the desk drawer. He told me once he was going to put it there. Here, Mrs. Fenton walked across the room, searched in a drawer, and produced a sealed envelope. Mrs. Fenton, do you want me to open this? Mr. Thorpe. Chief Thorpe, that is exactly as you wish. Mrs. Fenton then slit the envelope and took out a paper which she read carefully. Without speaking, she handed it to Chief Thorpe. Photostat of Dr. Fenton's will herewith. That's exciting. Question. Apart from this annuity to your father, then, Mrs. Fenton, you are the sole beneficiary. Answer. It seems that I am. Let's take a look at this will before we continue. I, Ferdinand Arnold Fenton of Greenwinds Academy, Jordan, New Jersey, make this my will, revoking my former wills. That's interesting. And it's typed. First, I direct that all my just debts and funeral expenses shall be paid out of my estate as soon as conveniently may be after my decease. Second, I give to my wife, Beatrice Talbot Fenton, all my personal effects, including automobiles and household furnishings. Third, I give to my wife, Beatrice Talbot Fenton, the entire residue and remainder of my estate, including the $50,000 trust fund, which was bequeathed to me under the will of my father, the late Benjamin Clearfield Fenton. That's a lot of money back in those times. Like $1 million. Fourth, I instruct my executors to make a trust fund from my estate, the income of which shall not be less than £2,000 a year, which income shall be subject to the following provisions. A. It shall be the property of my wife, Beatrice Talbot Fenton. B. It shall be paid at her discretion in quarterly amounts to my father-in-law, Talbot Osborne, during the course of his natural life. C. It shall revert to the use of my wife, Beatrice Talbot Fenton, at the death of the said Talbot Osborne. D. It shall be retained for the use of my wife, Beatrice Talbot Fenton, if at any time her income should be less than $3,500 in any one calendar year. And E. It shall be retained for the use of my wife, Beatrice Talbot Fenton, at any time that my executors deem it advisable. Fifth, I direct that if my wife, Beatrice Talbot Fenton and Talbot Osborne be deceased when this will comes to be proved, I give my entire residuary estate to my brother, Egbert Oman Fenton, of the Summit, Berkeley, California, or if he is dead, to his heirs and assigns. Lastly, I appoint my wife, Beatrice Talbot Fenton, and David Loftus Laws, chairman of the Board of Trustees of Greenlands Academy, Jordan, as executors of this will and trustees thereunder. I direct they shall not be required to give security. In witness whereof I hereto set my hand and seal this 6th day of February 1934, 3 years ago, and who witnessed it? Cyril O'Rourke and Joseph Adams. Signed, sealed, published, and declared by the above-named Ferdinand Arnold Fenton in the presence of us, who in his presence, at his request, and in the presence of each other, have hereto set our hands as attesting witnesses. So O'Rourke, who we're a little bit suspicious of, but Joseph Adams, that I don't think we may have seen his name before, but we have no reason to believe he's up to no good. So this seems genuine at the moment. Okay, so here we are questioning her about the will again. It says, you're the sole beneficiary. Can you explain why your husband should have given you control of your father's income and the right to stop it if you should deem it proper? Answer. Yes, I can explain that. My father is a very impractical person. He's hopeless with money. Ferdinand must have wanted me to keep an eye on him to see he didn't give all the money away to some bird society or finance some wild bird hunting scheme or anything like that. Besides, Ferdinand was very much against drinking, you know. Of course, my father doesn't drink much, but Ferdinand used to be worried about him spending so much time at Danny's place. Perhaps that was in his mind, too. He always said it was my job to look after Daddy more than his job to look after me. Chief Thorpe then asked Mrs. Fenton whether she, her husband, or her father used chewing gum. She said none of them did. Chief then asked her permission to look through Dr. Fenton's personal correspondence. With her consent, He made a thorough search of the desk in the library where such things were kept. Nothing was found which seemed of significance to the case. The chief then left the Fenton house. All right, so I don't know if she's actually even having an affair with O'Rourke or just sort of toying with him. You know, she doesn't get enough attention from her husband. I think she might just be like, flirting with this guy she knows likes her. She just wants the attention. She's going swimming in her bathing suit in front of him, knowing he'll meet her up there. Whether she's having an affair with Cyril O'Rourke Major or not, it doesn't seem particularly relevant. This feels like a reasonable will. It was signed 3 years prior. If she had any motive to murder him, maybe she would have done it a little sooner. She just doesn't seem like she would be involved in the murder. The one really weird thing is that they went to this movie, and the circumstances of seeing this movie are weird. It's a coincidence that they saw the movie the same time. John says, Anna wanted to know if we could take an early break. Okay, sorry, I don't know if it's too late, but let's take a break right here. All right, we're going to take a break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. We're playing file on Fenton and Farr. Let's say we're maybe 3/4 of the way through it. Catching up with the chat, Jonathan was asking me, he says, how odd do you find this story of speeding to go swimming in the rain, even if so far nothing contradicts it? And I said, sounds like a 1930s rich woman hobby. Excuse to get down into your underwear in front of someone you fancy. Anna asks, what was in the will? It was just a very straightforward will that left everything to the wife. It left a little bit of money to the father-in-law, but she's in charge of it. More importantly, it was signed 3 years ago and witnessed by Major O'Rourke and another person who we think is just Joseph Adams, whose name sounds a little bit familiar, but the fact that it's signed by 2 witnesses just felt like it was legit. So she gets all the money. The cop asks her, why is he giving money to your father? Why is he giving you control over the money to your father? And she says he was probably worried about him drinking and just wanted to make sure that I made sure he wouldn't waste all the money. Okay, here we go. Report from Detective Kane, who we asked to get fingerprints and follow up on the alibi of the driving. So here we're going to hear more about a checkup of the alibi of her Mrs. Fenton driving and swimming. Acting on instructions, I drove with Major O'Rourke to the place where he said he and Mrs. Fenton had been swimming last night. Half away to Locke's Mills, a dirt road forks off Greenland's highway. This comes to a dead end close to the creek. At the foot of this tree, which the Major identified as the spot where the 2 cars had been parked, I saw clearly defined sets of tire tracks in the drying mud. Since, before last night, the ground had been parched, it was obvious they had been made during or after the storm. These tracks I photographed. Having taken the Major back to the school, I made an experiment, trying to check on his and Mrs. Fenton's alibis. I drove my car to the point on Route 246 nearest to the place where the bodies were discovered. From there, I drove at the highest possible speed to the intersection of Greenland's Highway and Route 246, where the state trooper reported having seen Major O'Rourke's car following Mrs. Fenton's at 8:40 p.m. on the evening of the crime. This is a distance of about 6 miles, and I found that driving at 70 miles per hour approximately, it took me 6 minutes 20 seconds. But taking into consideration the fact that if the Major or Mrs. F had committed the crimes, they would have had to run from the scene to their parked cars, and also taking into consideration the fact that it was raining heavily at the time, it would have taken them at the very least 12 minutes to reach the intersection. Since from the evidence of Leroy and Weaver, the second shot was fired at 8:32 p.m., that would have given Mr. O'Rourke or Mrs. Fenton only 8 minutes in which to reach this intersection at 8:40 p.m. I claim this is impossible. Therefore, Major O'Rourke and Mrs. Fenton would seem to have definite alibis. Both these alibis, however, depend on the fact that the state trooper saw the cars at exactly 8:40 p.m. as stated. If he actually saw them a few minutes later, the alibis would no longer hold water. On pretense of examining the tires to check with the tracks by the creek, which do seem to check, I took both cars and obtained fairly good specimens of Major O'Rourke's and Mrs. Fenton's fingerprints from the steering wheels. Note, I would like to draw attention here to 2 points which are outside my province. When examining Major O'Rourke's car, a brand new deluxe Buick sedan, I noticed that the speedometer only registered 832 miles. I checked with the local agent, Acme, who had sold the car to the Major a few weeks ago. He had, of course, given the usual instructions against driving the car at more than 35 miles per hour until the first 1,000 miles had been traversed. He also said that the major was particularly careful with machinery. And yet, when the state trooper saw him, he had been speeding. He must either have been very keen to get away from something or very keen to catch up with Mrs. Fenton to have done that in his new car. On the steering wheel of the major's car, along with his own prints, I found traces of prints corresponding to those of Mrs. Fenton. It occurred to me that these could have been caused if Mrs. Fenton had been holding the major's hand when he drove her back from the movies. Acting on further instructions, I went to the local office of the telephone company to see whether I could check with them on the 2 telephone calls Major O'Rourke claimed to have made last night. It so happened that the day operator remembered both calls. The night operator, who should have relieved her at 8 p.m., had been late. The day operator had been eager to get away and therefore constantly looking at her watch. She recalled that it was just before 8:15 p.m. that Major O'Rourke put in his first call to the Farr house. Having worked on the switchboard for years, she knew the major's voice well. Shortly after, he had put through the second call to the Fenton house. It was the last call she handled before the night operator arrived. She remembered saying then, "Why, you're almost 20 minutes late and I have a date for 8:30. From the above, we can assume with reasonable accuracy that the call to the Farr house was made at approximately 8:14 p.m. and that the call to the Fenton house at approximately 8:17 p.m. Since Mr. Farr answered the major's call at 8:14, and since the patio is a good 15-minute walk away from the scene of the crime, even for a man in good physical condition, let alone an invalid like Mr. Farr, it strikes me that Farr could not possibly have reached the scene at 8:27 p.m. in order to fire the first shot. This would appear to give Farr an alibi too, though once again this is cutting things very fine. After this, I returned to the academy where I managed to procure samples of Miss Deniston's fingerprints from the keys of the piano, as he was asked to before. I then reported back to the courthouse. All right, this is pretty great. So first he's alibying these two, Major O'Rourke and Mrs. Fenton, and he's saying, look, even though this is sort of speaking unofficially out of turn, he must have really wanted to go somewhere quickly in that car. And remember, they're speeding on their way to the swimming spot. And then he says he happened to also find her fingerprints on his car. Maybe that would have been consistent with them holding hands. So I think they're like speeding to meet up quickly, swim naked in the creek together, which they might love doing, or having sex here on the grass. Then they went to the movies holding hands. And then he says it's very unlikely that they could have done any murder, especially speeding in the rain. But he's also holding out the possibility that if the trooper recorded times a little bit off, that would invalidate the alibi. And then he's saying that O'Rourke says he called Pauline's house to ask about the wrongly dated check at 8:14, and now he's confirmed that. Major O'Rourke says that the husband, Mr. Farr, answered the phone. So when this detective confirms with the phone operator that the call was placed at 8:15, he's saying that means Pauline's husband, Mr. Farr, could not have gone and killed them because he answered the phone at 8:14. He couldn't have got out there and killed him. Even someone in good condition couldn't have, let alone a guy with tuberculosis. So this seems to be giving alibis to Mrs. Fenton, Major O'Rourke, and Mr. Farr. Here we go now. Scammell is writing in his new report. Since sample fingerprints had been obtained from all parties concerned except Mr. Farr, I was sent to his house to get some without his knowledge. To get same without his knowledge. This is the tuberculosis guy. Arrived at the patio at 4:30 p.m. Mr. Farr, dressed in a bathrobe over pajamas, let me in. He looked very sick. When he saw me, he said, "Another vulture, I presume. What do you want of me this time? Are you coming to arrest me for the murder of Pauline?" As instructed, I did not reveal my real object, merely saying that I had come to tell him that his alibi had been checked and he wasn't to worry on that account. He laughed and said, "Not to worry, and my wife murdered less than 24 hours ago. Thanks for the excellent advice." Then he gripped my arm and stopped laughing. Where is she?" he said. "Where have they put Pauline? I've got to see her." I explained that Dr. Rydell had advised against him seeing the body since the shock might be too great. He snorted and said, "Why the hell do they want to pamper me when they know I'll soon be dead anyway?" He led me into the living room, going at once into a half-empty pint bottle of rye that stood on the table. He poured himself a stiff drink and offered me one. Although it is against orders for a detective to drink while on duty, I accepted this offer. I saw that he had been handling the whiskey bottle. I thought that if I could help him empty the bottle, I could take it back to headquarters where Kane could bring out the prints. So they're going to finish up his bottle. While we were drinking, I started a casual conversation, asking him what plans he had made for the future. He had taken 3 straight jiggers of rye then and was fairly liquored up. "God knows what my plans are," he said. "Luckily, Pauline was tactful enough to insure herself against accident and sudden death. One day has deprived me of a wife and handed me $20,000 double indemnity. I'll probably take the money and move to Switzerland. I always wanted to go there. Now I can afford to die in the most expensive sanitarium." He went on talking this way until the whiskey was all used up. He got pretty dopey, lying down on a couch and closing his eyes. When I left, it was easy to take the empty bottle without him noticing. From the number of times he had picked it up, I felt sure it would show good examples of his prints. I returned to the courthouse, there turning the bottle over to Detective Kane. All right, they're all collecting evidence. Okay, here's Reiser reporting to the chief of detectives. Having returned to the courthouse and reported to Chief Thorpe the situation with regard to Mr. Osborne's alibi, I was instructed to question those people living in the neighborhood of the hill above Locke's Mills to find out whether anyone had seen Mr. Osborne there last night. He's checking up on the birder's alibi. The father-in-law. I was about to do this when I looked at the strip of printed photographs which I had obtained from Mr. Osborne. My interest was immediately attracted by the last 3 photographs on the strip, numbers 34, 35, and 36. We looked at those. Number 34 was a picture which seemed to be taken of Dr. Fenton in an academic gown with his wife and a group of people. Number 35 was the photograph described by Mr. Osborne of the ducks flying in front of the sunset. The ducks were small but clear before the setting sun. Number 36 was a view which I recognized at once as the interior of the bar at Danny's place, with Charlie the barman in the center. It occurred to me that these photographs might give Mr. Osborne an alibi without him even realizing it. I drove immediately to the Fenton house, where I spoke with Mrs. Fenton and showed her the photograph number 34. She identified it at once as a snap which had been taken of her husband and herself on the campus before the prize day exercise. This is exactly as we concluded. Her father had taken it around 11 a.m., she said. I then drove to the hill above Locke's Mills, where Mr. Osborne took the picture of the ducks. I left the car at the end of a road and proceeded on foot to the actual place where Mr. Osborne had been, being able to identify it from the position of the trees, etc. in the photograph. Since the sun was actually sinking at the time when the picture was taken, it would seem to prove that Mr. Osborne had been there at sunset, 8:25 p.m. I then drove back to Jordan and talked to Charlie, the barman at Danny's place. He said Mr. Osborne came into the bar around 10 p.m. last night, all wet from the storm. Charlie's in the habit of kidding Mr. Osborne about his miniature camera, as I know from having heard him. He said he'd given Mr. Osborne a free drink if he would take his picture behind the bar, which Mr. Osborne did. I showed the photograph number 36 to Charlie, who identified it. From these investigations, I have proved the following. 1. The picture of Dr. and Mrs. Fenton was taken at 11 a.m. on the morning of the crime. 2. The picture taken of the ducks at sunset was taken at 8:25 p.m. on the evening of the crime. 3. The picture of Charlie the barman was taken at around 10:20 p.m. on the evening of the crime. As the photograph of ducks comes after the picture taken on Prize Day morning, it proves that it must have been taken on the evening of the crime, which puts Mr. Osborne 3½ miles away at the time of the deaths and thus establishes an alibi. I agree with that completely. The only caveat is if somehow Osborne has set up this camera to take this one perfect shot with some mechanical device, which I don't think is likely. Okay, and now here's a letter to the prosecutor of the plea. Joe, another batch of reports being rushed to you, special delivery. As a guide for you, I am giving herewith a resume of the alibis that have been established to date. We seem to be in the awkward position of having 6 suspects, all with checked and counter-checked alibis! Exclamation point. And he starts out by saying, first shot was fired at 8:27, second shot 8:35. Okay. Alibis. 1. Major O'Rourke and Mrs. Fenton. At 8:40 p.m., they were observed by a state trooper at a point 6 miles from the scene of the crime. 2. Miss Deniston and Lawrence Holland. They both independently described a break in the film at the Bijou Theater in Locks Mills. This break took place at 8:38 p.m., and Locks Mills is 9 miles from the scene of the crime. 3. Mr. Osborne. At 8:25 p.m., he was taking a photograph of some birds at sunset at a place 3½ miles from the scene of the crime. He was on foot and cannot drive a car. 4. Philip Farr. At 8:14 p.m., he was answering a telephone call from Major O'Rourke at his house, which is a good 15 minutes walk from the scene of the crime. A healthy man could have run that distance in the necessary time, but according to Dr. Rydell, Mr. Farr's lungs would make running absolutely impossible. There you are. Try and break one of those alibis, he says. And yet, I'm sure one of them is phony. I particularly suspect the alibis connected with the Bijou Theater, i.e. those of Miss Deniston, Holland, O'Rourke, and Mrs. Fenton. Someone dropped those ticket stubs at the scene of the crime at some time after the deaths. If those tickets were issued by the Bijou, it's probable they were dropped there by the murderer returning to arrange the suicide tableau. If so, he or she is most likely one of the people who went to the movies. None of the 4 people concerned can produce their stubs. Of course, the stubs at the scene may have been left by somebody quite different, somebody with no connection with the case. But this is extremely unlikely. We have checked that the only other person known to have been there, Donald Grant, couldn't possibly have dropped them. Now a quick lead on motives. Motives. Philip Farr, jealousy because of real or imagined affair between his wife and Fenton, also $20,000 insurance policy. 2. Beatrice Fenton, a fat legacy and possibly a desire to be free to marry O'Rourke, also jealousy as in case of Mr. Farr. 3. Major O'Rourke, desire to get Beatrice Fenton, desire to get headmastership of the academy, and part control of school funds. Apart from ambition, he could do with the higher salary since his finances seem to be in bad shape. Interesting. Talbot Osborne, the annuity which would make him independent of Dr. Fenton, also possible anger for his daughter's sake at real or imagined affair between Dr. Fenton and Mrs. Farr. That sounds totally far-fetched. He has a terrible motive. Don't believe it for a second. 5. Lawrence Holland, a possible affair with Mrs. Farr or some other scrape that got him into difficulties we don't know about. He says rather weak. Agreed. This is no motive by itself. But if he was caught doing something else bad. 6. Margaret Denniston, hatred of Pauline Farr, anger at being fired from the job that meant a great deal to her financially. Also some possible tie-up with Holland, who she's obviously crazy about. Yeah, this is our best bet, this crazy, obsessed Margaret Denniston. All pretty strong motives with the exception of Holland. As soon as we get around to it, I'm going to start a thorough investigation of the backgrounds, etc., of all people involved. What do you make of these hints that something was wrong with the school funds? The scene between Mrs. Farr and Dr. Fenton, which Holland overheard, for example. Don't forget, Philip Farr claims his wife told him she was meeting Dr. Fenton because of something important with regard to the school accounts. Possibly she was telling the truth. Perhaps that's the line to follow. That letter from Mrs. Farr, which is being returned by the chairman, should come in tomorrow. That may give us a lead. The cotton gauze still remains in a complete void. And now we've got samples of handwriting and fingerprints. The note signed Galahad and the fingerprint on the chewing gum from the boathouse should soon be identified. Kane is working on them now. Don't forget to wire any comments or complaints. This is actually a great point. We've got handwriting samples. We should try to find out who wrote that Galahad note before the game tells us. We see one of the features of this system is that the detectives figure things out eventually. And if we want the joy of solving things, we need to do it in a timely fashion before the detectives tell us that they've analyzed those handwriting and found the match. So I think we should go back and look at handwriting and see who might have written that Galahad note. But let's check in with the chat here for a second. John says, here's an odd point in the timeline. Mrs. Fenton was just heading to the creek around 8:40 based on the speeding report, correct? So Holland and Denniston would already be at the theater where the film rips. Would Holland and Denniston have to go out and get a second set of tickets for the next film that Miss Fenton was also at? Could that explain the difference in tickets? 2 tickets for the same person for 2 different shows? Or could one ticket be from one couple and the other ticket from the other couple? Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Yeah, here's another question for you that confuses me. Another timeline oddity. If the trooper sees the 2 cars speeding at 8:40, right? They're in separate cars. And he says that's when he was following her, she's in the lead, to go swimming. So my question for you is, if she got the call at 8:17 and she left the house, is it plausible that she's not getting to the creek until 8:40? Seems like it shouldn't have taken her that long. So I'm not sure like where she was before 8:40. But if they did go swimming at 8:40, which the alibi, he checks it out, he goes to the creek they claimed they were at, that would be a ridiculous alibi for the murder. You wouldn't commit the murder at 8:30 and then speed off swimming in private soon after to give yourself an alibi. The movies don't really The movies don't alibi them, right? The movies aren't there. The movies are not the movies are the alibi of Holland and Deniston, because their movie starts when the murders happened. But Miss Fenton and O'Rourke, the movies are way after the murder. So the movies aren't their alibi. The swimming is their alibi. Driving to the swimming creek is their alibi. But the fact that they went to the movies is weird because now we have two couples with tickets. Yeah, that's weird. We're going to have to think about that. That's definitely a weird situation. Is it possible there's some combination of tickets going on? That's a very weird. I think we're going to have to wait for that. But before they do the handwriting analysis, I think we need to. So I think we may need to make notes of these. So let's see. What's the best way to do this? I think the best way to do this is to... There's two things with handwriting. One is to see if we can notice look for the shaky handwriting for someone who might be lying about something. But I think what I want to do is I want to find the Galahad note, mark what page that's on. And then see if we can catch someone who has see if we can see if Holland is the writer of that note. Okay, so we're gonna need to write these things down. So page 57 is our Galahad note. Let's see if we can definitively identify Holland as the writer of that. Okay, so we're up to page 116. Let's see, where do we get Holland's sample handwriting? So that's O'Rourke's handwriting. You know what, let's keep track of where everyone's handwriting is. 102 is O'Rourke's handwriting. Okay. Where else do we have handwriting? Okay. So 87 is Osborne's handwriting, the father-in-law. There's our Lawrence Holland. This is his handwriting. This is him telling us that where the movie broke. So this is the one that we think we're going to match up with the Galahad. And I think my gut tells me it looks pretty matchy. Let's see. All right, what have we got here? Look at these B's, how stylized the uppercase B's. If we have an uppercase B, that's pretty distinctive. And he's got very loopy letters here. Look at this big giant loop on this G. What else is he doing? Big giant loop on the J. Anything else you notice? He sort of slants down. That might not help us much. Nice distinctive F, uppercase and lowercase. All right, let's see what we got here. Any uppercase B's we can catch? Doesn't look like it, but very flowery writing. Here's an uppercase F. Here's an uppercase F. Let's see what he's got here. It's almost like a backwards E. A nice big wide stroke in the middle of this F. Let's look at this one. Now this is interesting. Look at this F. Take a look at how different these capital F's are. Look at this one. The top of the F is going to the right. The bottom is going to the left, right? Now look at this F. The top is going to the left of that one. That's pretty different. That troubles me. All right, here's another distinctive thing about his handwriting, Holland's. Look at how high the dot on the I is from the I. Big, giant gap between all of his I dots. In fact, this one's interesting in that it's all the way over here. There's the I. It's all the way above the E almost. All right, let's see what we've got here. Any similar things? Well, actually, these dot pattern is very similar. Here's the I to the right and high above. To the right and high above. So the I is actually fairly similar. That F really throws me. Oh, but wait a second. Here he is doing it differently. Here he is writing the F with a backwards line. Seems like he writes it differently. So here's one where it's going to the right, but then here's one where it's going to the left. Capital disconnected from the rest. Capital disconnected from the left. Just on glance, it looks pretty similar, huh? Well, I would say the handwriting looks consistent, but not definitively the same. But we might be able to rule out other people. Where's Deniston's handwriting? Deniston's handwriting is on page 76. Let's see. Her I dots are pretty close down. There's another I right next to where it belongs. I don't think that's her handwriting. I don't know if... Do we have a sample of Mrs. Fenton's handwriting yet? I don't think we do. All right, well, I feel like it looks pretty close to Holland's, and he's got that weird backwards F. So I think it's going to turn out to be him as we originally suspected. All right, let me check in with the chat here. Here, Jonathan is following up on his theory about the tickets. He said, 2 tickets for the same person, Holland or Denison, are 2 different shows. Could one ticket be from one couple while the other ticket's from the other couple? Clarify, the fact that Mrs. Fenton sees Holland at the theater after going swimming also seems to indicate that Holland and Denison must have seen 2 movies, unless O'Rourke and Fenton came in near the end. So I'm curious if Holland would have gotten 1 ticket for the double feature or had to get a ticket for each film. It's a very interesting point about possibly seeing 2 movies. He does seem to talk about, it does seem like they saw 2 different movies, and yet they saw them at the second showing. So I do think it wouldn't be crazy to imagine that the Denison and Holland go to the movies early, and one sneaks out to kill them and then comes back by the time this other couple, Mrs. Fenton and O'Rourke, get there at the theater for the second showing, and that they've matched up. So I because I suspect Denison and Holland, and I suspect someone must have been in that theater. One of the 2 of them had to be in that theater at the time of the murder. And I think one of them stayed and watched, and the other one snuck out, did the murder, and came back. Anna says, have to go now. We'll catch up back in a few hours. So yeah, I think Jonathan says, maybe I'm wrong about the 2 movies. I do know back then there were serials, newsreels, so maybe it doesn't indicate 2 movies. But Jonathan, I do like this idea. Let's think of it this way. I suspect Holland and Denison. So here would be the theory. The 2 of them get to the movie early, right? They get to an 8 o'clock movie or so. They claim to have been in that movie theater for 2 hours. So they go in, they buy tickets to the 8 o'clock show, 8:15 show. He sneaks out, he leaves after 1 show or in the middle of 1 show, I guess in the middle. He sneaks out to kill them. And then he comes back and he has to buy another ticket to get back in. And that's where his second purchase comes in. Whether it's a double, whether they're seeing 2 movies or 1 long one, my proposal is he left, had to buy another ticket to get back in, and that's where you get the mismatched stubs. Or vice versa. She bought the other ticket. No, he was the one who was wet. So that makes him the one who had to leave and come back. All right, well, let's continue with our story. He turned the bottle over. Okay. Report of Detective Reiser to the chief detective. Having returned to the courthouse and reported to Chief Thorpe the situation with regard to Mr. Osborne's alibi, I was instructed to question those people living in the neighborhood of the hill above Locke's Mills to find out whether anyone had seen Mr. Osborne there last night. Oh, we did this already. He says the picture, he rules him out based on pictures. Okay. And now here he is talking about the alibis. Now he's going to talk about motives. Okay. Do we read this whole thing? The cotton gauze remains complete void. And we're checking on the chewing gum from the boathouse. Okay, here we go. New page. At 5:30 p.m., having received instructions, this is report from Detective Cobden. He's one of my favorites. He's the guy who took it out of the dentist's hand by force. 5:30 p.m., having received instructions, I drove to Locke's Mills there to interview the manager of the Bijou Theater. Here we go. I took with me the 2 ticket stubs found at the scene of the crime. This is going to be important. Here we go. The manager, David Wheel, I interviewed in his offices at the theater. I showed him the ticket stubs, asking if they were issued by his theater. He said yes. I asked if there was any means of telling when they were issued, e.g. on what day and at what time of day. He said yes. He could tell right away they had been issued after 8 p.m. because their color was lilac. This, it seems, is the setup. The color of the ticks is changed 3 times a day. 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. they're gray, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. they're green, and then 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. they're lilac. And then the box office closes. Okay, so it's a 2-hour window. The fact that was throwing off Jonathan about a different movie was because O'Rourke and Mrs. Fenton don't get there until like 9 p.m. or so, whatever. But they say that they don't have much choice of movies, so I think they just walked in the middle of one. Okay. But now, so we know they're lilac, so all we know is they're purchased after 8 p.m. Let's see if he catches the number differences. Mr. Wheel then explained that when a change of tickets, he did, look at that, the detective noticed, or the manager did. Mr. Wheel then explained that when a change of tickets takes place, a record is made of the serial number on the last ticket of the old roll and the first ticket of the new roll. By referring to his records, he could tell me that for certain on what day and almost at what time the tickets in question had been bought. It was then he pointed out something which had escaped my attention, but not ours, and that seemingly of the chief too. He showed that the serial numbers on the 2 ticket stubs in question were not consecutive, which is what we noticed. He says one serial number was this, the other was this. Okay. Now we get confirmation of what we've been saying while we've been playing this, which is quite important. If you want the joy of solving things in this case, you have to be ahead of the detectives, because the way this game works is the detectives figure things out. And so you've got to talk about the case, make your hypotheses, and figure things out before we get around to the detectives figuring out. Okay, so they finally figured out. Actually, the detectives didn't. We found they're usually on the ball, but they missed this. But the manager didn't miss it, and they were good enough to follow it up. Okay, so what is he going to conclude from that? The detective says, I had overlooked this, the 3s and the 8s being very similar. But I saw at once how we had something real important. It meant that the 2 tickets had not been issued at the same time, which was our theory. Mr. Wheel then consulted his records. He said right away tickets had been issued both last night, and he was able to fix the times almost exactly thus. When the lilac tickets come on at 8 p.m. last night, the first ticket sold was serial number 94723. From long experience, Mr. Wheel has worked out the average attendance per hour. After 8 p.m., he figures people come in an average of 50 per hour. Therefore, since there were 12 ticks sold between 8 p.m. and our first ticket number, 94735, that ticket must have been bought about a quarter an hour later, or at approximately 8:15 p.m. Since there were 51 ticks sold between our first tick, number 94735, and our second, 94786, the second must have been sold about an hour after the first, approximately 9:15 p.m. These times, of course, are not exact. Since Miss Denniston and Holland were the ones who claimed to have reached the theater at approximately 8:15 p.m., it looks like these ticks were the ones they bought. If this was so, it showed they had been lying about both having gone to the movies together. One of them must have gone at 8:15 and the other not till 9:15. This would break the alibi of the one who arrived later, there having been plenty of time for that one to have committed the crimes. Having obtained this information, I returned to the courthouse. So this was the clue that broke open this whole case. One was sold at 8:15. One was sold at 9:15. Jonathan, can you add this to the timeline for us? Possibly, or I could just write it down so you don't have to do that. 8:15 and 9:15. The 9:15 ticket being the one that was purchased, that the murderer had in his pocket. Of course, we think one person had both tickets in their pocket. So, however, it should be noted these tickets had to have been dropped when the suspect came back later to stage the bodies. And we believe that had to be Holland, right? Because Holland was the one who came up with his excuse of having left the theater during the rain, and he was the only one caught in the rain, we think. Or rather, we believe he was caught in the rain due to his wet jacket. So Denniston could have been caught in the rain too, but because one was surely wet and one came in late, it makes sense that it was Holland who was late, getting to the theater at 9:15. That must mean Holland is our killer, I believe. And it makes sense then that both Holland and Denniston are in the theater by 9:15, at which point the timeline works with our Mrs. Fenton and O'Rourke arriving late to the show and seeing them there together. Feels like we've got our man, but we still don't have a good motive for him. We don't know what was going on that motivated the killing. And we don't know what role Denniston has, although Denniston seems to be providing an alibi for him, which makes sense. Okay, here we go. Kane is reporting in, the evidence guy. Acting on instructions, I've sent the following articles to the handwriting expert, A.L. Portier, in New Branch, New Jersey, for a routine examination. He sent these things for handwriting analysis. So-called suicide note, the note from Dr. Fenton found in Miss Farr's handbag, the piece of blotting paper known to have been used by Dr. Fenton on the morning before Prize Day, and various samples of Dr. Fenton's genuine handwriting as obtained from Mrs. Fenton. 2. Having received and photographed samples of the fingerprints of all parties concerned, I have sent copies of the same to the FBI in Washington. Wow, in case any of them should appear in their records. These copies I sent listed not under name but under number, so there won't be any trouble from us fingerprinting respectable citizens without their knowledge. I see. 3. I've examined all fingerprints above referred to and checked them with the prints on the piece of chewing gum found in the boathouse. I can state definitely that this print was left by Lawrence Holland. It and one of the Holland obtained by Detective Cobden on the second piece of gum are identical. So we now have our chewing gum person. He took the gum, he chewed it, he gave us the gum to throw away, and it matches the gum in the boathouse. So that means we've got our confirmation that it was Holland having the affair with Mrs. Farr, we believe. 4. I have examined the samples of handwriting submitted. Though not qualified as an expert, I can state with reasonable certainty that the note signed Galahad found in Mrs. Farr's scrap basket was written by Lawrence Holland. This is what we concluded with a preliminary investigation of our own, comparing handwriting samples. They looked the same based on that weird F. So we're a little bit ahead of this detective, but just barely. We didn't get a chance to do the fingerprints on our own. Okay, so far so good. The noose is really tightening around Holland. John says, evidence does seem to point to Holland, but I almost feel like it's too much. I suspect a twist. I'm still on Osborne for a twist. I think the twist is going to be that we have to figure out his motive. I think the pacing is going to be it's him, but we need to know why. We haven't solved that yet. All right, let's continue here. Here's to from the chief of detective to the chief prosecutor. Detective Kane's report connecting Holland with the piece of chewing gum and the Galahad note placed him right away as the person who had been in the boathouse and the person who had dated Miss Farr up before her meeting with Dr. Fenton. It looked pretty certain now that Holland was the man seen kissing Mrs. Farr by her husband. This would also account for the difference in the numbers on the ticket stubs and might prove that he and not Miss Denniston was the one who did not reach the movie house until 9:15 p.m. In the light of these developments, it was obvious that both Holland and Miss Denniston had been lying in their statements to Detective Cobden. It was also obvious that they had both had a lot of explaining to do, Miss Denniston presumably having lied in an attempt to shield Holland. I sent Detective Cobden to bring them both to the courthouse. I decided to tackle Miss Denniston first. She seemed to be hot-headed, impulsive type that might let something out if I could get her good and mad. I had the lever on her, knowing she was crazy about Holland. Denniston and Holland were brought to the house at 6:30 p.m. I had Cobden hold Holland outside while Miss Denniston was sent into my office. I was certainly right about her being the hot-headed type, good-looking but ornery as they come. She strode in with murder in her eyes. What the hell have you to do this to us? What the hell right have you to do this to us? She said. You better not try any funny business or I'll get a lawyer. She was all set to act nasty. Listen, I said, if you want a lawyer, you're perfectly within your rights in hiring one. If you don't want a lawyer, don't waste any more time shouting. I'm going to ask you several questions. Are you prepared to answer them or not? She smiled then. I managed to scare the pants off that policeman of yours by shouting at him. Same tactics don't seem to register with the boss. Okay, shoot. I don't give a damn about a lawyer, really. I just believe in being unpleasant to the police on principle. She says, here we go. I can't wait for this interrogation. She's a wild card. Interrogation of Miss Margaret Denniston, Chief Thorpe interrogating, as taken down at the scene by D. Prout. Question. You seem to be a direct young woman, Miss Denniston. Here's a straight question. Why'd you lie to Detective Cobden this afternoon? Answer. Here's a straight answer. I deny having lied about anything. Question. Come, Miss Denniston, do you want me to take up each lie separately? In the first place, you lied about your visit to the boathouse. You really went there to wipe possible fingerprints off the switch because you knew Lawrence Holland had been there last night just before the crimes were committed, didn't you? Answer. Phooey. Mr. Holland was at the movies with me. Question. I'm afraid we have proof that he wasn't. Answer. You can't trick me that way. Question. We also have proof he was having an affair with Mrs. Farr. Oh, she's not going to like this. Answer. That's interesting, I'm sure. Funny you should know more about Larry's love life than I do. Anyone would think you were engaged to him instead of me. Now she's claiming to be engaged to him. Question. You're engaged to marry Lawrence Holland? Answer, you got it. Would you like an invitation to the wedding? Just a simple little ceremony with a few intimate friends. We've just been breaking the news to the reporters. They're gonna write us up as the sex angle in your murder case. Lovers menaced by chair. Question, if this is true, why did you tell Detective Cobden that Mr. Holland meant nothing to you? Answer, Detective Cobden is no Dorothy Dix. He doesn't inspire confidence of the heart. Besides, we weren't formally engaged until this afternoon. Question, in other words, Holland asked you to marry him to square you for having lied to give him an alibi. That's a filthy thing to say. Question, and it's a pretty low-down thing for Holland to have done, but I'm afraid it's the truth. I happen to have his real opinion of you. It was written in a note he sent to Mrs. Farr, asking for a date with her last night. A date, incidentally, which he kept. He was seen down by the creek with Mrs. Farr in his arms, kissing her. Answer, Miss Denniston has gone real pale. Her lips were very tight. Kissing her? That's a lie. Question, would you like me to read what he said about you? Answer, I don't believe you. This is just a dirty trick to try and snare me into admitting something that isn't true. Question, Mr. Holland referred to you in that note as the predatory prima donna. He said, stop! I won't listen. It's not true. Well, then I'll read you the actual letter. Chief Thorpe picked up the note found in Mrs. Farr's scrap basket and signed Galahad. He read it aloud to Miss Denniston. She listened for a moment, then she jumped up and snatched it from him. She read it through herself, standing very still. Then she threw it down on the desk. Miss Denniston, that double-crossing son of a bitch. So that's what he wrote to Pauline Farr, saying I chased him, pretending he was in love with that overripe blonde. Then she laughed bitterly. He told me he met her last night just to try to work on her, to have Fenton re-engage me, and I fell for that story. Margaret Denniston, the queen of the suckers. Chief Thorpe says, how about coming clean now, Miss Denniston? Miss Denniston, I'm coming cleaner than a whistle. I should have realized he was leading me up the aisle to the garden path. The lovelorn spinster in embryo, that's me. And we spinsters are pushovers. I'll admit I was crazy about him, have been for months, though I'm about the only female at the school he never made a pass at. Don't ask me what I see in him. I know he's as dumb as they come and a cinch for any cheap floozy in skirts. And he's blond and he has wide shoulders on him, and well, guess I could have put up with anything except the disgusting things he wrote about me to Pauline Farr. All right, come on with your questions before I start relenting. Interrogation of Miss Denniston resumed. Question. You did get together with him and give him an alibi, didn't you? Answer. Yes, I did. But to hell with this question and answer. Let me tell the story in my own sweet girlish way. Yes, I lied to you. Here's what happened last night. I asked him to go to the movies with me, part of my program of chasing him, I suppose he'd call it. I asked him when he was coming out of dinner around 10 to 7. He seemed in a hurry. He said he couldn't go to the movies because he had to pack. Later, when I got out of my car, I saw him sprinting toward the creek. Of course, I didn't know he had a date with Pauline. I never thought he'd sink that low. I had some trouble starting the car. Then, when I'd fixed it, I drove to Locke's Mills, getting to the Bijou at 8:17. As I told that policeman, soon afterwards the film broke. Later on, it must have been around 9 or 9:15, Larry came in and sat down beside me. He was soaked to the skin, jittery as hell. He said something awful had happened, and I stand by him and swear that he arrived earlier when I did. I was delighted to be of service. I was even thoughtful enough to give him my ticket stub. Question. He didn't tell you what happened? Answer. Well, not then. Later he did. He even admitted he'd met Fenton and Farr, but he pretended he'd just been trying to get her to have me rehired. That's why I was so grateful and willing to phony the alibi, tell him about the break-in in the film, and rub that fingerprint off the switch later. At this moment, there was a violent commotion and the door burst open. Lawrence Holland strode into the room, his blonde hair mussed and his tie all over the lot. That must be a little term of art. His tie is all over the lot. His tie is all loosened or something. Detective Cobden had got his coat twisted so as to pinion the young man's arms, but Holland just pulled him into the room after him as if he weighed nothing. I noticed a red mark under Cobden's eye, but Detective Reiser lent speedy assistance and Holland was soon under control. Chief Thorpe says, "You'll be cooling off in a cell if you act that way, young man." "All right, go easy, boys. Now, what'd you mean breaking in like this?" Holland, "I was dared if I'd let you third-degree Miss Denniston any longer." He crossed to Miss Denniston's side, putting his big arm around her. I expected her to be real mad, but she wasn't. She just looked up at him, smiling like she was amused about something. Miss Denniston says, "It's no use being chivalrous any longer, Larry. This damn policeman got me mad and I let my hair down. You really are rather a bastard, aren't you? Why did you lie to me about not having an affair with Pauline? Why didn't you tell me and prepare me? Then I wouldn't have lost my temper and spilt the beans." "Gosh, you're dumb. I haven't the first idea how to treat a woman or a policeman. You need a wet nurse." Chief Thorpe, "You can stay here, Holland, provided you're willing to make a statement, but I'm bound to warn you that anything you say may be used in evidence against you." Holland, he grinned at Miss Denniston. You bet it will be, because first thing I've got to say is to Margaret." "So he found out about me and Pauline, did he, kid? Okay, well, I'll admit it. And I'll admit I made a couple of passes at Beatrice Fenton. What of it? You know that's the way I am, so why not resign yourself to it? I said a few things to you this afternoon. I said it was swell of you to stick by me about this alibi, and I said you got a cute nose. Well, I meant it. What if I did call you a predatory prima donna? You are a predatory, and you're a hell of a prima donna with that highbrow music of yours. That doesn't mean a thing. As far as for the engagement, well, damn you, you can take it or leave it." Chief Thorpe says, "This is hardly the place to argue out your domestic problems, Mr. Holland. You are under serious suspicion on a murder charge, and you've got a lot of explaining to do. Miss Denniston, you can wait outside." Miss Denniston, slipping her arm through Holland's and smiling, "On the contrary, I'll stay. After all, you can't separate two whom God seems so determined to join. Besides, I'll be useful. I can tell you when he's lying." Oh, this is the femme fatale right here. Chief Thorpe permitted Miss Denniston to remain. He began his interrogation. Question: "We have discovered, Mr. Holland, that you were lying about the time you reached the movie theater. Your alibi is shot to pieces. You were seen kissing Miss Farr sometime around 7 o'clock last night. You also left your print on a piece of chewing gum in the boathouse. Not only that, you dropped 2 ticket stubs at the scene of the crime, which proves that for some reason you returned there after the murders. You feel like making a statement?" Answer: "Sure, I'll make a statement. I haven't done anything criminal. I was a dope to hold back on you at all." Question, handing out notes signed Galahad. "In the first place, do you admit to writing this?" "Sure, I wrote it. So that's what got Margaret so mad?" "Okay, here it is. I'll admit I've been playing around with Pauline for the last couple weeks. It wasn't serious for either of us. At least, it wasn't for me. Pauline had a pretty tough time of it with a sick husband who wasn't very good to her. Guess we both succumbed to what Miss Denniston calls the biological urge. It started when she called me Galahad because she said I was like some prize fighter in the movies. She had to be darn careful about meeting me because her husband was very jealous and she was crazy to make headway with Dr. Fenton and her job. I usually met her at a bend in the creek about 300 yards from her house. Yesterday, while Dr. Fenton was making some long spiel at the prize giving, I slipped Pauline that note. I mentioned Margaret's troubles, hoping I might get Pauline to stand up for her. I knew she didn't like Margaret. So I thought my best bet was to run her down. Miss Dennison. That's a lie, Chief. Well, but go on, Larry. This is fascinating. Question by Chief Thorpe. Then you met Mrs. Farr in this regular meeting place at 7? Answer, I did. We talked for a while, and she said she had a date at 8:30 at the boathouse with Dr. Fenton. When I kidded her about two-timing me with him, she said it was a very important business date. Dr. Fenton was making it at the boathouse because there was a chance someone might overhear them in the office or around the school buildings. Question. Did she tell you anything about the object of this date, whether they were planning to meet a third person there? Answer. Yeah, she didn't tell me anything. We didn't talk business. Question. Did you know she had a gun with her? Answer. Gun? Good Lord, no. She just said I could walk with her as far as the boathouse. We got there early for her date. Storm was banking up and it had grown quite dark. I turned on the light. I guess I kissed her once or twice. Question. You're sure she didn't say anything about Dr. Fenton or about anything being wrong up at the school? Answer. Matter of fact, she did. When I kissed her, I said, guess if Fenton saw us, we'd both get fired like like Miss Denniston. Then she said, I wouldn't predict how Dr. Fenton would act any longer. I thought I knew him, but I got him all wrong. He's done some extraordinary things lately. I thought maybe he'd made a pass at her, and that's what was bothering her. I didn't ask any more. Then, when I was getting on time for her date, I kissed her goodbye. She pushed me away, saying I was mussing her up, and took out a lipstick. She was just starting to fix her mouth when she looked out of the door facing toward the school and said, I thought I saw someone moving behind the bushes. I think it's Dr. Fenton. Get away quick before he sees you. So I slipped out of the boathouse by the door facing the creek and hurried away behind the line of poplars which grow there on the bank. Question, this was when? Answer, I don't know exactly, just before the rain started. Question, and you're sure there was somebody moving behind the bushes? Answer, I didn't see anyone, that was just what Pauline said. Question, which bushes do you mean? Answer, the clump just by the path that leads toward the school, where we think the murders occurred, or where the shots may have been fired from. Question, what happened next? Answer, I was about 50 yards away when I heard a shot. I thought at first it was probably O'Rourke at target practice, but it seemed too near and I got worried. I started back. Just when I got up close to the boathouse, the rain began streaming down. It was the heaviest storm this summer, blinding down. Could hardly see a few feet in front of me, but I did make out Pauline. She had left the boathouse and was running along the path toward the school. She didn't seem to care about the rain. She was just running as fast as she could. I didn't like to follow her since she said that she didn't want anyone to know I'd been with her. But I waited there. In a couple of minutes, I heard something that sounded like a scream. Then, right on top of it, there was a second shot. Question, what did you do then? Answer, I was scared, rather. Couldn't believe it. Thought it might have just been the thunder, maybe. Then I had a crazy idea. Knowing how jealous Farr was, I thought perhaps he'd been the person behind the bushes, that he'd seen Pauline and me kissing and shot her. I figured then he would be gunning for me too, and I had a white suit on, so I'd have made a swell target. That's why I didn't go right away to look, but I did go a couple of minutes later. I started across towards the bushes, going slowly because the rain made it almost as dark as night. I got right up to the bushes before I realized. There was a flash of lightning and I saw Pauline. She was lying there on her back, sprawled over the wet grass. Her legs were doubled under her, her arms flung out. Legs doubled under her, arms flung out. I bent over her, saw the wound in her forehead, listened to her heart. I was sure she was dead. It was horrible. I was sure then that her husband or someone else jealous of Pauline and me had done it. I thought they'd still be there behind the bushes waiting to get me too. I just stood there looking at Pauline. Then the lightning came, and that was when I saw Dr. Fenton's body. Question: where was he lying, Mr. Holland? Answer: about 3 feet away under the brush. He's on his face, his arms above his head. I bent down. I saw a wound in his temple. I knew he was dead too. Question: was there a gun in his hand? Answer: no, there wasn't. I didn't know what to think or do. Then I began to see how bad it would look for me if anybody found out I'd been there with Pauline. They'd think I killed them. They were dead. There was nothing I could do to help them. Rain was still coming down, soaking me. Maybe you'll say I should have called the police right away, but I was frightened and scared. I just thought I had to get away. Question: and you didn't see anyone else there running away from the scene or anything? Answer: no, I didn't see anyone, but I wouldn't have been able to see anyway. Question: wait a minute, Mr. Holland. Before you go on, I want to get the position of the two bodies quite clear. Mrs. Farr's arms weren't folded, and Dr. Fenton wasn't lying with his head on her breast? Answer: no, not then. They were at least 3 feet away from each other. Question: perhaps you'd make a rough sketch of the way the bodies were when you saw them. Answer: I can't draw. Margaret can, though. I can explain it to her. She could do it. Here, at Chief Thorpe's request, Mr. Holland explained this scene again in detail, while Miss Denniston, who taught drawing at the school as well as music. Oh, look at that. There's the drawing. Huh. His arms are out, hers are above her head. Something like that. She's face down, he's on his back. Miss Dennison made a quick sketch. Sketch herewith. Let's see when it's time to take a break here. I think we should take a break now, and we'll finish reading his statement with some suspense when we come back. This is getting interesting, right? This is a very tense scene here where he's confessing to seeing the bodies, but he's trying to claim he wasn't the shooter. He was just, is he going to say he came back to stage it because he thought he would get blamed, or is he going to claim he didn't stage it? I'm curious to find out. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We took a break in the middle of a semi-confession, but a pivotal scene in the movie. Feels like we are in a movie. Catching up on the chat here. John says we should reread the description of the bodies and look at the picture because it doesn't seem like the picture matched the description. I had kind of the same memory as well, Jonathan. Senshai says, if Holland's telling the truth, Jonathan might be right about Osborne. I think you have a good point there, although, well, let's read the finale of this scene. I still wonder about Deniston being, well, yeah, I don't know. All right, so let's read the end of this. Well, okay, let's back up and do what Jonathan asked about the bodies first. Okay, so he's saying how he found the body. Where was Mr. Holland lying? About, oh, wait, first he sees, I think he sees Pauline first, right? So she looks out and she sees someone and she runs out and they think they see someone near the bush where the cops think the guy might have been hiding. She runs out. Then he hears a shot. He leaves. She heads out to meet whoever she's going to meet up with. She thinks Dr. Fenton. She makes some notes about not understanding Dr. Fenton at all since then. I really wonder if he didn't. I wonder if he didn't shoot her first. And then someone shot him. All right, but we'll think about all that in a second. Then he hears a shot. He comes back. He gets worried. He comes back. He was 50 yards away. He heard a shot. He comes back and he sees Pauline. Pauline's running along the path. So after the first shot, Pauline is still alive, according to him. Pauline's running like a bat out of hell as fast as she could. He didn't want to follow her because she didn't want to be seen with him. Then he hears a scream and a second shot. What do you do then? I was scared. He's slowly walking, and then flash of lightning, he sees Pauline. So Pauline had the second shot, but he sees her first. She was lying on her back, sprawled over the wet grass. Lying on her back. This looks like this picture is wrong. She was lying on her back, sprawled over the wet grass. Her legs were doubled under her. Her arms flung out. That's weird, huh? I don't know why this picture doesn't match. Anyway, the text was the one we're supposed to believe. Her legs doubled under her. Her arms flung out. Well, let's make a note that we have to worry about this issue. This is page 128. Holland body description. Remember, Deniston is drawing it, but he would be able to look at it and tell her if she's drawing it wrong. According to the text has to take precedent. On her back, sprawled over the wet grass, her legs doubled under her. Her arms flung out. She's dead. Then lightning, and he sees Mr. Fenton's body. Dr. Fenton. Where was he lying? 3 feet away, under the brush, on his face, arms above his head. So I think this is basically the woman. Here's the man. except the legs were doubled under her. It just looks like man-woman, but it's reversed. He's on his face, arms above his head. This is Dr. Fenton. Where's there a gun in his hand? No. She screams. She must have seen her shooter, according to him. All right, so she does the sketch. Let's continue. Okay, now will you go on, Mr. Holland? Well, I said I was scared. I ran away back towards the school. I could only think how I'd have to get an alibi. I remembered how Margaret had said she was going to the movies in Locks Mills. Without waiting to change my clothes even, I went to get my car and drove to the Bijou Theater as quickly as I could. I bought a ticket. I went in. I found Margaret and I sat down beside her. I knew she was a sport. I figured if she would tell everyone I'd gone to the movies at the same time she did. And Miss Deniston says, "You don't have to tell him all that. I've explained my pathetic function in the scheme of things." Then she turns to Chief Thorpe. "I gave Larry my ticket stub. After the movie, I took him to have a drink. He was so wet and sorry for himself. It was then he told me everything. Well, almost everything. And we faked up the alibi. Then I went back to the school. Everything was dark and quiet. Obviously, no one had found the bodies. And I thought how Larry, being so dumb, had probably left something there when he discovered them. Something that would get him involved. I told him to go back and make sure he dropped nothing." Question by Chief Thorpe. "And you did go back, Mr. Holland?" "Yeah, I went back, as Miss Deniston says, to make sure. Rain had stopped, but it was very dark. I found the place. I lit a match. I thought I'd gone crazy for a moment. Everything was different. The bodies, they were sort of posed together. There was a gun in Dr. Fenton's hand. There was something white above them on the bush. I lit another match. It was a note in Fenton's handwriting. It didn't make sense. Question. It was then you dropped the 2 ticket stubs. Answer. I suppose so. I didn't notice. I think I took out my handkerchief. Guess they must have gotten out of my pocket with it. Miss Deniston, she says, so like you to drop something when you were sent back to make sure you hadn't dropped anything. Question, showing piece of cotton gauze found at the scene, and you dropped this too? Answer, that? No, what is it? I never saw it. When I'd seen how the bodies had been changed, I just hurried back and told Miss Deniston. It's only later, next morning, that I remember how I turned the lights on in the boathouse and how I might have left a print on the switch. Margaret said she'd go and wipe it off. That's all I know. I swear it, Chief. I'm not mixed up in this any more than I've said. You've got to believe it. Chief then asked a lot more questions, making him check on what he'd said. Mr. Holland didn't change his story on anything. At last, he pleaded with the chief not to arrest him. Said how his father was a well-known preacher in Boston and how it would break him even if ever his son was held in connection with a murder charge. Chief was very stern. He said it was a real serious thing, what both of them had done, lying to the police, etc., and that Holland was still under grave suspicion, as was Miss D, as an accomplice after the fact. He said he was not going to hold either of them now, but that they were on no account to leave the school grounds and that there would be an officer on guard to watch their movements. End of interrogation of Miss Margaret Deniston and Mr. Lawrence Holland. Miss Deniston and Mr. Holland left the courthouse at 8:15 p.m. Okay, let's check in the chat. Looks like Brian has joined us. Brian has stopped making his joke. Brian's joke is to come in and say, have I missed anything? Well, let's see. It's pretty believable, huh? The story that the two of them are giving. I really thought Deniston was going to be our femme fatale responsible for all this. But it doesn't seem like it, does it? Seems like she's going to be in the clear and we're going to believe Holland, huh? It's really bizarre, though, how he went back to make sure he didn't drop anything and someone has already restaged the bodies. Very weird, huh? Very weird. All right, let's see what we got here. We don't have that much more to go. I mean, we've got some more, but not that much more. But we better get to it if we're going to finish tonight. Report of County Detective Reiser to Chief of County Detectives Thorpe. At 10:30 p.m., I was on night duty, having put in 4 hours of sleep earlier. I was sitting at the desk when the phone rang. I answered it, and it was the operator saying a woman had just called from the Fenton house. She said she was alone there and that she'd heard someone trying to break in. She wanted the police to go around right away. In company with Detective Kane, the only man available, I drove straight to the Fenton house. The whole place was in darkness, not a light anywhere. It was queer, like no one was at home. I thought maybe it was a false alarm and someone was kidding us. Detective Kane slipped around to the back of the house while I pushed the buzzer on the front door. The bell sounded loud, but no one came. And then, almost immediately, I heard a crash from somewhere inside the house. It was followed by a long, piercing scream. Apprehensive, I banged again on the door. Still no one came. I started to break down the door, calling, "This is the police." And I heard a female voice from the left-hand side of the house. I hurried in the direction of said voice, and there found Maisie Leroy, her head poked out of a downstairs window, all scared and crying, etc. She was pointing in the direction of the main school building. "That way," she said. "He must have gone that way. Through the library window he went." By now, Detective Kane had joined us. Immediately, we flashed our flashlights in the directions indicated, but there was no sight of the intruder. The bushes on the campus, etc., affording such easy concealment. Detective Kane, however, gave instant chase while I remained to question the maid. This was difficult, she being in a hysterical condition and not wishing for some minutes to let me in. Seemed it was the kitchen window her head was poked out of, her having locked herself there immediately after having called the police. Finally, I persuaded her to proceed to the kitchen door and unlock it for me to come in. Once in the kitchen, I was more able to question her. At length, I obtained the following information. Police procedure now would not be to let the one guy go chase on his own. That's dangerous. And here is her statement. It seems Mrs. Fenton and Mr. Osborne had both gone out earlier in the evening. Oh, she's already dating the major. Earlier in the evening, leaving the maid alone. Miss Leroy, naturally being nervous on account of the recent murders, was on alert for strange sounds, etc. First, she claimed she had heard furtive footsteps creeping around the house. She was too frightened to investigate same. Then she had heard a grating sound like someone was cutting a window screen. This urged her to call the police quickly. After that, locking herself for safety in the kitchen with the lights out. The grating sound continued. Then there was the sound of someone getting in and creating a noise in the library. Miss Leroy was sure it was the murderer come to kill her. Later, she heard our car coming and my banging at the door, which she dared not respond to. Then came the crash from the library, which had caused her to scream. After that, there had been noises as the intruder made his escape through the window. I had Miss Leroy take me to the library, turn on the lights, and was faced with a scene of confusion. Drawers were open, papers were scattered all around. A big china vase lay smashed on the floor. That must have caused the crash. The window was wide open and the mosquito netting on the screen had been cut, etc. I shone my torch out of the window looking for footsteps outside, but it was just grass and I could see no trace. I made Miss Leroy take me through the house, upstairs and down. We searched every room to see whether anything else had been disturbed, only leaving the dark room, which I, as a fellow photographer, know was always locked by Mr. Osborne when going out. There were no signs of the intruder having been anywhere but in the library. We went downstairs, where Detective Kane joined us, having failed to catch up with the man who had gotten away without leaving a clue. Detective Kane had gone to the classroom building where Miss Denniston and Mr. Holland were under guard of Patrolman Jones, who stood outside. Jones said he had seen no one come out. Kane had found Denniston and Holland in the music room, breaking in to find them embracing, as it were. They denied either of them having gone out. At this moment, a car drove up, and Mrs. Fenton hurried in with Major O'Rourke. I told them what had happened. Mrs. Fenton explained her absence from the house by stating that she had gone out for a drive with the Major because she couldn't stand being in the house alone. Now her husband was dead and Mr. Osborne was out also. The Major appeared very angry about the burglary, acting as if it was our fault and Miss Leroy's for not running out and wrestling with the intruder. I then took Mrs. Fenton into the library to search and see if anything was missing. While we were all in there, looking into drawers, etc., Mr. Osborne came in with a bottle of liquor he had bought at Danny's place. When told what had happened, he too joined the search. Finally, he and his daughter stated no valuables or anything else seemed missing. I asked if there was anything, any papers of Dr. Fenton's, for example, which the murderer might have wanted to get and which weren't in the library. They said there was not, everything having been in the library except for the manuscript of the bird book, which Mr. Osborne had taken up to his darkroom. Although it appeared that nothing had been stolen, I asked Mr. Osborne and Mrs. Fenton to make another search and to report at once if they found anything, and they agreed. I then promised to have a man sent around to guard the house. The Major, who was still angry, said what good was a policeman when we let things like this happen. He insisted he himself was going to come over to the house to sleep. Saying it was the only way in which Mrs. Fenton could be protected. I'll bet you're going to protect her. He's going to bring his gun, too. Mrs. Fenton looked kind of embarrassed, saying, would it be so wise for Major O'Rourke to stay there, etc. Major said to hell with how it looked. I could see nothing would stop him, thinking as he did that the police couldn't be trusted, so I said okay. Detective Kane and I returned to the courthouse, having failed to find out the identity of the intruder or what he wanted. We got back to the courthouse at 12 midnight. From then on, all quiet. Catching up in the chat, John says it was Mrs. Fenton and her father Osborne who went out. Okay, I guess she was with O'Rourke. Could Osborne have snuck back in for some reason and be hiding in his own dark room? What would be the motive for breaking in your own house and risking getting caught when you've got the whole house to yourself, basically? That seems very odd. Okay. 23 June. We're now on the next day. It's from the patio where Mrs. Farr's husband lives. The High Chief of County Detectives, or whatever the title, Thorpe. Dear Sir, Enclosing herewith our last month's telephone bill, which has just come in. You may possibly find it amusing. As you will observe, Pauline had been indulging in transatlantic telephone calls to someone in Paris. I have no idea who the someone is, but he's presumably a member of that race of great lovers, the French. I humbly suggest him as a new suspect for you, possibly causing the murders by transatlantic death ray. In exchange for the service I am rendering you, perhaps you could be kind enough to have the county pay this bill. Yours cooperatively, Philip E. Farr. He wants them to pay the bill, the phone bill. Oh boy, that's great. He's a character, this guy. Oh, and here's the bill. Let's look at this. Well, our murder happens at June 22nd. It's a $52 bill. That's a large phone bill. Hundreds of dollars in today's money. Wow. So here's, everything is cheap except the one call to Paris. Doesn't say how long the phone call was, but apparently it cost you $49 to call Paris. It's kind of crazy, huh? So this is what a phone bill looked like in 1937. It's like a receipt, like a store receipt. Pretty funny. But is there any other information here that we care about? M. Lux. Are these people or locations? North Brabant, Camden. I suppose these are all places. I just can't get over this is what a phone bill looked like in 1937. Just like a little handwritten receipt. Crazy. What else does this phone bill say on it, just for fun? Explanation of code: station to station day rate, person to person day rate, report charge, telegram, cablegram, or radiogram, person to person night, Sunday rate. But it doesn't really say what any of these are, does it? Does this match with the timeline of when she was calling the police and when she reported problems? Let's see. June 18th. Here you go. Look at that. June 18th, Miss Farr starts to call the police, but Mr. Fenton claims it's a false alarm. That's the day she called Paris. The day she called Paris was the same day she called the police, but he claims it's a false alarm. That's interesting, isn't it? That's a pretty serious coincidence. Yeah, Jonathan noticed the same thing. We don't have time of day, though. So we don't know if it was after she called the police or before. You could imagine she's calling Paris to check up on something. Check up on some money embezzlement. I think maybe our Dr. Fenton was embezzling funds. All right, let's continue reading, I guess. Okay, so we're on June 23rd now. 1927 we're in. We're not even in 37s. We're in 27, or is that a typo? Have we been playing this whole game in 27? No, it's just a typo. Well, they're hand typing these reports, so you could easily imagine these are just typos in the filings rather than typos in the game publisher. Okay, this is a report of Scammell to the chief detective. At 10 a.m., when the combination of the school safe had been obtained by long-distance telephone from the chairman of the board, I was sent to the academy with instructions to open said safe. In the main classroom building, I contacted Major O'Rourke. Together with him, I proceeded to Dr. Fenton's office, where I opened the safe. Major insisted on examining all the papers, etc., that were inside personally, but I stood by to see he kept nothing back from me. All the papers seemed in order. But Major O'Rourke expressed surprise at seeing a bunch of canceled checks, all recent. He said that, to the best of his knowledge, these canceled checks were only returned by the bank every 3 months and were not due until June 30th. What does that mean? Canceled checks were only returned every 3 months and were not due to June 30th. I think that might mean that he's cashing them himself. Someone is cashing them themselves rather than sending them out. That's what it is. I think he was cashing the current session's paychecks and was going to flee. That was his purchase on that. That's why the checks were post-dated or something. We looked through these checks. One only seemed of possible interest. It was a check for $800 signed by Dr. Fenton and countersigned by Mrs. Farr as treasurer. It was dated June 2nd and made payable to Pauline Farr, P. Farr. Or Philip Farr. I guess both Pauline and Philip, her husband, both have a P. Made payable to P. Farr. And there was a penciled question mark against Mr. Farr's signature. On the back, it was stamped with a stamp in French, which the major told me meant it had been deposited in some bank known as Credit de Paris in Paris, France. I took this check since the question mark against Mr. Farr's signature made it look as if someone had doubted its authenticity. I also took another canceled check made out to the General Contracting and Fitting Company so the handwriting expert could compare them. So someone has written a big check to a French bank, maybe forging his signature. Was the check made out to Pauline or Philip? We don't know. Either one of them, I suppose, could cash it. The major seemed worried, saying, "Why the hell did that $800 of school money go to Mrs. Farr? And why did she deposit it in France? You'd better look into this. And you better find out if it has any connection with her post-dating my salary check." And then here are the checks. Let's see what we got here. Greenland's First Civil Bank, June 16th. 2 days after the call to France. 2 days before the call to France. 2 days before the police call. Okay, so now it makes a little more sense. Pauline must have discovered the check, made the call, and then confronted Dr. Fenton about it and tried to call the police about this someone embezzling funds. And he stops her and says, "Oh, don't make that call. We don't need to involve the police." I wonder if she didn't catch him and not know about it. But now, what is this about the wrong handwriting? Let's see. So here's 2 checks written on the school's academy's bank account. One which he believes is a genuine check for $1,500. Signed by Pauline and Dr. Fenton, co-signed by the treasurer, the trustee of the school. And then the other one is, oh, June 2nd, way before. Okay. So P, I think that must mean it's been paid. Here's our $800. There's his signature, which looks completely different. No, not his signature. His signature looks the same. It's Pauline's signature that got forged. There you go. He's forging Pauline's signature. Maybe framing her. Whose handwriting is this? Look at that distinctive P. Doesn't look like Fenton's. But boy, look at that P. But wouldn't he be trying to copy her signature? Why would he not do a better job? But here's the genuine signature of Ferdinand Fenton and Pauline Farr. Maybe both signatures are forged, but I think his signature looks reasonable. It's hers that looks so weird. I mean, look at that Fenton. That looks very close, but not identical to that Fenton at the end. Right? It's not identical, but it's pretty close. The F is connected in one, not in the other, but otherwise it looks reasonably close to me. The question is, why is that Pauline Farr? She caught someone forging checks, sending them to France, and she wanted to report it, and Fenton didn't. I think this is going to turn out to be Dr. Fenton's handwriting. But we don't have a sample of that, do we? Oh, yes, we do, in his letters, in those initial suicide letters. All right, let's do some handwriting analysis. Okay, so the checks are 140. On page 140, the checks. We could actually... If I had my setup a little better, I could do better at taking screenshots. Let's see. Take a screenshot in case we can use it. All right, let's go compare some signatures and see who has this crazy P. Before I do, there's Dora Prout. Okay, so here's our writing from Fenton. So let me just mark what page that is. 17. Okay, so now let's start by looking at Fenton, since here we are. Here's a note from Fenton. Well, there's an uppercase P. Doesn't really look like that P we just looked at. Although I don't know why you wouldn't try to do a better job of it, faking it. Okay, so maybe it's not Fenton's. Okay, so Jonathan wanted to compare it to Osborne. All right, according to my notes, we got a sample of Osborne's handwriting on page 87. Okay, here's Osborne's handwriting. Well, it's very distinctive. It does not look like this. This looks like the handwriting of someone who's not a very good writer. And here, Osborne seems very comfortable in his writing. The P's don't look anything like that weird P. I don't think, unless this is just made to disguise it, I don't think it's Osborne's. Let's look for Holland. Remember, we kind of believe Holland now, but on the other hand, if we could find a better motive for him, we might resuspect him. Here's Holland's writing. Holland's writing looks pretty reasonable. If you were looking for distinctive things, that F is pretty distinctive too. Very curly F. Whereas this guy's uppercase F is that weird E. So that's not Holland. How about Deniston, the woman I suspect? 76. Let's see how she writes. We don't have much of handwriting for her. Do we have any other sample of her handwriting? I feel like we should. Didn't we get 2 things from her? Apparently not. I thought we got 2 things from her. We got this one. Well, her handwriting seems pretty clean too. And her P's look completely different. We didn't get any other handwriting from her, huh? Alright, not Deniston then. What about the wife? Do we not have any handwriting from the wife? Don says, can we look closely at the initial before Reisner in the Osborne note? Sure. Okay, here's the Reisner note. What initial did you want to look with? Agree with Jonathan. I'd like a close-up of that initial. Okay. So you guys are talking about that letter right there. I can give you a bigger close-up if you want. What is his middle initial? Let me see if it says it. Detective Reiser. I don't remember his first initial. I don't think that looks like this, though. Look how distinctive this is. That's such a weird thing. Oh, but there is a punch dot there. You can see these are punched in. Paid 6/17/37. So actually we have a date here. Even though this is made out on June 2nd, it was actually cashed on June 17th. So that would make sense, and this one was cashed on June 18th. It would make sense that this got cashed and then she made a phone call or something. But that's so distinctive. That's not what we've got here, I don't think. Oops. I don't think that looks like that. Do we have a... Oh, O'Rourke. We didn't compare to O'Rourke yet. Here's O'Rourke. Well, O'Rourke has pretty bad handwriting. It looks a little bubbly. I mean, it almost... If we had to pick one person... Not that I see any quite matches, but his handwriting is so... strange that it almost looks more like his. Where is Mrs. Fenton's handwriting sample? Do we not have a sample of her handwriting? We do. It's on the phone note, right? She said she wrote that phone note. Let's find that phone note. We do have a sample of her handwriting. Let's find that. And Phillips, where's his sample handwriting? I need to make sure I have a sample of everyone. Holland was 87, 81, and 57. 7. Okay, Phillips is here. So Philip Farr, here's his writing. 58. Anything in Philip's handwriting that looks like he could have been the one to write it? He does like writing in uppercase, but I don't see... Well, if we ever need to compare Philip's handwriting, look at his H's. Look how weird they are. They loop back. Look at those H's. That's a very distinctive letter H. If we ever can find anything with that H, and look, that's how he writes every H. If we ever see anything with that H, actually not every H, there's a relationship without it, but he's got some very distinctive H's. But I don't see any uppercase P's to lock him into. He's got some weird handwriting. All right, I need to find her phone note. I think we got that pretty early on. These are the notes from the detectives. Here's another note from Fenton. 14. Let me just mark that. I'm looking for her phone note. I was wrong. I thought it was happened earlier. I don't see it yet. Did I miss it? Didn't we get her phone note earlier? I must have missed it, right? She did a sketch with him saying Duffer forgot his hat, all that stuff. Let me check in with the chat while I'm doing this. Senshai says, I do a lot of writing with the fountain pen, so I have a lot of practice reading from overprimed nibs. Based on that, I'd say O'Rourke's handwriting is not a match. The broadness of the lines indicates he's using a crappy paper, which is a nice touch for the note about not being able to pay the bills. I must have missed it twice, her note, because I know we got that earlier. All right, let's see. Let's try again. it's sort of important for us to find this because we want handwriting samples from all of our suspects. And I think right now she's the only one that I haven't noted where her handwriting sample is. There it is. Whew, finally. 39. "39 is Mrs. Fenton." All right. Now, this was our last one. I don't really see that weird P. I just see standard P's. That doesn't mean much. Someone might be just trying to, forge it in a way that won't reveal their handwriting. Or it's some suspect we don't know about. All right, back to our case without having any we got our phone calls. Well, wait a second. Let's not be too hasty. If it's a forged check, if it's a check written as part of fraud, then then the true signature actually tells us as much as anything, right? If we think this check is being made out as a fraudulent check to embezzle money, then we don't really care whose handwriting is forging Pauline's signature. What we care about is it's his real signature. And his real handwriting, presumably. And his real... Look, there's that weird F. But maybe they all write that. The point is, we don't have to match this fake signature, which may be trying to disguise it as someone else's signature. We should just care about the check as a whole. Like, right? Who's writing this check if this check is a fake check? It's not her normal check. She's not making $800 a month. That's a huge amount of money. Now it's much too much for her to ever get. So maybe the only thing we should really care about is who wrote this check at all. There's only two real choices, right? It's either Pauline writing it to herself and thus forging Fenton's signature, I suppose it could be anyone who has access to these books, but we're told it's mainly, I think we were told it's Fenton and Pauline only at that time. So what's the conclusion from the chat? Let me see. Sunshine says the capital F in Farr matches the capital F in Fenton in the pay to blank as compared to the endorsement. In other words, Senchai is saying the signature of the name Fenton matches this F here in Farr. So that these two F's match this F here and this F here, which would suggest that it's Fenton himself writing this check and forging Pauline's signature. If we believe that's true, then we would expect from the rest of Fenton's handwriting, page 14 and 16 would be matching. Let's convince ourselves that that's the case. Okay, here's his note. Two of his notes, one here and one here. All right, let's take a look at this one. Here's his P. Let's see, there's a P there. Pretty distinctive. And there's his signature. So the question is, does that look like it matches that? Any part of this thing. There's the weird P. There's the weird P. That looks pretty similar. Here's another pattern. It's interesting. You look at handwriting. Let me point out another point. Look at how he offsets the baseline of his P's. H, A, and then the P is up higher. Like you can pick out the P's because they're so much higher than the rest of the letters, at least when they're in the middle and doubled up. I guess this one's not when it starts the word. Let me see if there's any of these there. Not really. All right, that doesn't help us. Jonathan was saying the only thing a little odd is that the capital H in 100, but not the other. What are you comparing, Jonathan? Oh, Jonathan, I think this was written by the trustee. I think this check here was actually not written by Fenton. I think this was based on the pen match. I was thinking this might be written by David Laws, the trustee. These two handwritings seemed like it was that to me. You have a great point. Like if Fenton wrote this check, he probably didn't write this check. But when I look at this, this looks to me like the trustees might have filled out this one. So then the other thing we could look at though is this 100 this H does look like an N. Do we have any uppercase H's here that look like N's? Here's another distinctive thing about his handwriting. Look at the T's. Look at how long he puts the crosses at the top of his T's. It's like a whole word long. Together, situation, struggling. Any sign of such long T's here? Not really. That 8 isn't long. That troubles me a bit. Well, there's a long, yeah, he's got long T's here, but not there. And it, remember he signed it so differently, but we don't have a sample of that. No numbers. I don't like that the T doesn't have a long bar on it on that 8. Otherwise, I would say this is Fenton's writing, if not for that T. But there is that weird way he writes his T's at the end of the 8, like almost like an ST. He somehow likes writing that weird T thing, like we've seen that here. But he's doing that when he writes it. So that's a little confusing to me. But I believe this is going to be Fenton writing this fake check. Sanjay says, are the T crosses long on the other note or just the suicide note? Okay, it's on the suicide note, long T's. Let's look at the other one. Are we thinking he didn't write one of those? That would be a pretty big discovery. Wow, they're not really long here, are they? But the ITs are similarly weird. That's quite interesting how long the T's are in this letter. But then not here on the suicide note. I mean, they're medium length. There's no super long ones. That's weird. However, this very distinctive way he's writing the T's, I see now it's not just it. It's anytime he ends in a T, like innocent people, he's doing it with this weird squiggle at the end. Like, look at that way he writes the end of innocent. Innocent people. He's like, makes it with the T, like a little weird S before it. Very strange. But then here it is, right here. This weird T, which has no business being like this, right? E-I-G-H-T. Why on earth would you have that weird T? So I'm thinking this is Fenton. That means Fenton is maybe doing some funny business embezzling, trying to set up Pauline even. It makes it look like Pauline is this makes it look like Pauline is embezzling money. Although if you want this to look like Pauline embezzling money, you should forge your name better. Senshai says, I think Fenton wrote that check for sure. I just don't think he wrote the note found at the scene. The suicide note. The only reason I'm convinced he wrote the suicide note also is I just do not see how you can fake that T. That weird way that the T's end. That bizarre way you end. Like, you couldn't write that. If I told you right now, go write a fluid cursive note, right? But when you write a T at the end of sentences, I want you to do this to them. I want you to make this little S right before you do your T's. You couldn't do it. You wouldn't be able to make your hand fluently do that. You couldn't fake that. Look at how he wrote do not. Look how alien that not looks like. Do N-O-T. You couldn't get yourself to do that fluidly. you'd have to stop and sort of sketch it in. So that suggests to me that that's Fenton's handwriting on all of these things. Because he's doing it here too. Like right there. You can't fake that. It's just not possible. All right. So I think we've caught him doing it here. I think this is his check. All right. But that's getting pretty deep into handwriting analysis, but that's what we want from this game. All right. Well, that was a long discussion of handwriting, a long analysis. We're going to see if it pays off when the police handwriting expert takes a look as well. It's time for another break. It's 3:29 a.m. We're not going to have any problem finishing this up. We've still got a ways to go, but we'll get it done in the next couple hours. All right, break time. If you have more thoughts, you can put them in the channel. Otherwise, go get yourself tea, coffee. I'm going to heat up my coffee. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We spent some real time doing some handwriting analysis. We rarely get the chance to do serious handwriting analysis with these games. Usually it's very clearly like the same font or something, same computer font. All right, we still don't understand what's going on here, but we're getting a taste of some embezzlement and Pauline stumbling onto it. The only thing that's weird is it seems like the most likely person that would be embezzling would be Fenton, but he's dead. It does feel like if he was embezzling, he would be the person to embezzle, and if Pauline caught him, he would have a good reason to kill her. But then how does he end up dead is the question. And who staged the bodies? So that's clearly a third person. Okay, let's keep going. The major seemed worried, saying, why the hell did that $800 of school... Why the hell did that $800... The only reason I'm not showing this, fitting the entire page in, is so that I can read it a little more easily. Senchai says, I wonder if the note from the scene looks different because it was written by Fenton but under stress. Yeah, it's certainly possible. Why the hell did that $800 of school money go to Mrs. Farr? And why did she deposit it in France? You'd better look into this, and you'd better find out if it has any connection with her post-dating my salary check. Proceeded at once to the Greenland's First Civil Bank in Jordan, New Jersey. There I interviewed the manager. Look at this. He's going right to the bank to find out what's going on with these weird checks. There I interviewed the manager, Mr. George Young, and though no stenographer was present, I am presenting our conversation as I remember it. Little subtle detail about real cop work. You might imagine that would happen, so this report doesn't have a stenographer. Just his memory. Mr. George Young says, it's irregular, very irregular to give out details of accounts even to the police. I am stretching a point, understand, only because there is a question of murder. Detective Scammell, do you know any reason why the staff salary checks should have been post-dated? Answer, having consulted the ledgers. None whatsoever. Both the Academy account and Dr. Fenton's account were in fine shape. Question, showing the $800 check and check to the contracting company. Would you say both these signatures were genuine on both of these checks? Answer, of course they are. I admit Dr. Fenton sometimes scribbled his signature more than at other times. He was a busy man like me. Question, can you tell me why Mrs. Farr sent this check to France? Answer, certainly. She had opened an account there at the Credit de Paris. Holiday expenses, I suppose. They called us for references on her, which we were most happy to give. This is a very usual procedure. Question, when was this? Answer, about June 18th, I think. Mrs. Farr came into the bank shortly after the cable arrived. I have Spanish and German, but I'm afraid I never had French at school, nor had any of my clerks. Seeing this cable concerned Mrs. Farr, I asked her to translate it for me. She did this. She translated her own cable. Question, might I have the telegram as a matter of record? Answer, well, after I've had it copied for our files, sent for cable, which is attached herewith. Oh, we got the cable, okay. Question, did Mrs. Farr make any explanation? Answer, no, she said a foreign account was a convenience when you were abroad. Wow, she came in and did it, though. It's not him. I thought it was Fenton setting up account pretending to be for her. Now it looks like she's embezzling. Maybe they were doing it together. They must have been doing it together. That's why she's saying we've got to come clean and tell. And he's saying it's going to hurt innocent people. I think Fenton and this woman may have been doing this together, embezzling. Okay, she said a foreign account was more a convenience when you were abroad. Then she asked for all the canceled checks on the Academy account. She wanted to get everything straight before going away. Was this unusual? A. Answer. Now, normally it wouldn't have been sent before the end of the month, but Mrs. Farr was willing to wait, so we balanced the account at once. Why does she want all this? As proof of something? Okay, here's the telegram in French. And then it's translated for us. So here's the telegram from Paris, June 18th. Greenland's First Civil Bank, Jordan. Voulez-vous nous câbler référence votre client, whatever. Here's the translation. Will you cable? Oh, this is her translation. PF. Pauline Farr. Translation is given by Pauline Farr. So we're going to have to make sure. Does anyone speak French in the channel? Because we're going to need to make sure she translated it properly. Let's see what she says it says. She says, will you cable references on your client, Pauline Farr, who has opened an account at the Crédit de Paris with check signed by self, recommended by our old client, Fenton. All right, let's see. Voulez-vous, would you cable references for client P. Farr to complete credit with check signed by Madame Farr, recommended by client Fenton. That seems like a reasonable translation to me. But now Fenton is involved in vouchsafing her, saying, yes, open this account for her. So they're going to start, but they're just now starting the embezzlement? Let me just see what the chat says. Scribbled signature reminded me of a funny story. I was at a store and was about to sign my signature on a touchscreen. There was some commotion and it drew my attention for a second. The clerk was so impatient, he just took the stylus, drew a bunch of random lines and circles, and hit confirm. I don't speak French, or that looks correct to me based on my knowledge of other languages. Yes, I would agree with that. Okay. The postmaster of the Jordan post office telephoned to say that the letter addressed to Mr. Laws in Vermont and redirected by him to Mrs. Farr had just come in. Oh, this is the letter that she wanted back without anyone reading it. I'm excited to see this letter. Just came in. He said he was holding this Farr collection at the request of Chief Thorpe. There was also a special delivery letter for the chief. I collected these two letters. Here we go. The letter from Mrs. Farr to Mr. Laws. Mr. Laws is the trustee of the school. Let's see. This is exciting. But first, addition to memo, dictated by Chief Thorpe for prosecutor of the pleas at Burbank. The letter from Mrs. Farr is to Mr. Laws. Here's with. Clarifies the bank situation. It also explains the transatlantic telephone call on the Farr bill and the telegram in French from M. Dupont, a copy of which I've sent to Poiters, since Mrs. Farr writes in her letter that her translation was incorrect. Oh, interesting. Well, let's see. How was it incorrect? It looked reasonable to us. The financial angle is our big break in this case. Something is wrong. Mrs. Farr had obviously got onto it and suspected Fenton. She must have changed her mind vis-a-vis the telegram canceling the letter. Was Fenton guilty of the misappropriation? I doubt it. Wow. Signed by one of the detectives. So she sent a letter saying that she had translated it wrong by accident, maybe? Let's see, what's going on here? Here's the letter. This is really exciting. I am really curious to see this letter. It's a good lesson for designers of these games. Why is it so compelling to see this letter that's been foreshadowed that we've heard about? Letter from Mrs. Farr returned to by Mr. Laws, June 19th. Mr. Laws, I hate to upset your vacation, but something very serious has occurred which demands your immediate return. As treasurer to the board, I should be most derelict in my duties if I failed to bring this matter very strongly to your attention. At the same time, being the personal secretary of Dr. Fenton, also, I am very embarrassed as to the line of action I should take. Frankly, I think that Dr. Fenton, whom I had always believed to be the soul of honor, has been misappropriating the school funds and depositing checks in a French bank under my name. I know you'll find this as hard to believe as I find it hard to tell you, but all circumstances seem to point in one direction and one direction only. I'm going to tell you exactly what I know to date. Yesterday, I had occasion to go to the First Civil Bank, and the clerk told me that he had a telegram from Paris, France, with my name on it. None of the bank people could read French, so I said I'd gladly translate it. Imagine my surprise when I saw that the telegram was from the Crédit de Paris, asking for references on myself, since an F. Fenton had opened an account in my name. Of course, I didn't show my surprise, and I slightly mistranslated the telegram so they wouldn't suspect anything. And then I asked them to let me have the canceled checks from the school account right away without waiting for the end of the month. When I got these, you can imagine how I felt to find a check for $800 made out to me and signed by Dr. Fenton. There seemed to be no doubt about his signature, but my own countersignature looked very unnatural, and I certainly had never signed it. It had been paid to the Crédit de Paris. Well, we concluded that part right, that meant Fenton must have done it, even though her signature didn't match anyone's. I went right home and on my own responsibility called the manager of the Crédit de Paris, M. Dupont, by transatlantic telephone. That explains her telephone call. He said that Ferdinand Fenton had opened an account in my name with a number of checks, all under $1,000 to avoid your counter signature, I presume. And he had wired just to know if the thing was above board. The check which had been returned to the bank here was the first of them. I asked him to send me any others as soon as they were presented, which he will do. Suddenly I remembered how Dr. Fenton had engaged a passage in Europe and had instructed me not to mention it to his wife. He said it was to be a surprise. That seemed odd too. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't talk to my husband since he is so frightfully ill, and the least thing upsets him. Finally, I decided to accuse Dr. Fenton point blank. I went around to his office and showed him the check. Before we continue, Senchai says, oh, those French reflexive pronouns got me. So what do we think? How did she mistranslate it? an account at the Credit of Paris with checks signed by myself, recommended by our old client. Will you cable references on your client, Pauline Farr, who has opened an account? Would you cable references for client Pauline Farr, I'm not sure what the small translation error she did. Does anyone have anything about what she changed? Did it say somewhere that it was Fenton Farr that opened the account? What is it? What did she mistranslate? Recommended by an old client. Something, maybe the recommended part is not in here. Maybe it's not recommended by an old client, but opened in the name of Fenton, maybe. Yes, okay. Sounds like Jonathan and Sunshine were agreeing that the mistranslation was that the correct translation would be that Fenton has opened an account in her name. Yeah, there's no recommended here, maybe. Opened in the name of our past client. Okay, so that was how she mistranslated, or maybe we should have done that a little more carefully. I went around to his office, and she's confronting him now, and showed him the check for $800 made out in my name. I told him about my call to M. DuPont in France and how several checks had been paid into the Credit de Paris under my name. I knew he had an account there. He kept it for convenience on holidays, etc. And as his signature was on the one check returned, I could only suppose he was using me as a blind and deliberately forging my signature. There seems absolutely no doubt in my mind but that his signature was genuine. It's a very distinctive one and would be extremely difficult to copy. I told him my suspicions. I thought he'd get angry and deny it. He didn't. He said he would prefer to wait until the other checks came in before discussing the matter. I said I was going to call the police right away. Indeed, I had actually put the call through when he dissuaded me. He pointed out in that deliberate way of his that this was a terrible accusation to make against anyone, and I should be very careful of my facts before taking steps I might regret. I told him that if we didn't do something, I would be in a very awkward position as treasurer to the board because it would look as if I myself had been misdirecting school funds. I suppose I must have raised my voice rather because Dr. Fenton said, "Hush, I think we're being overheard." And sure enough, as I opened the door, a chink, I caught a glimpse of Mr. Lawrence Holland outside, though I don't know whether he heard or not. Now it sounds like we got some blackmail possibilities. Then Dr. Fenton said he couldn't discuss things of such a serious nature in the school building because of the risk of eavesdropping. He begged me for my own sake to be a little patient, but I told him I was going to write to you, since I owe you a very definite duty as chairman of the board. And all he said was that I was to let my conscience be my guide, which is exactly what I'm doing. Finally, I made up my mind that the least I could do was to post-date all the salary checks for the staff, which were due to be paid in a day or two. There's plenty of cash in the school account, but how could I know how long it would remain there, or whether there mightn't be other forged checks coming in for collection? Heaven grant it may be just some mistake. If so, I'll wire you tomorrow, as I know you'll be worried. I'm worried sick myself. Sincerely, Fenton and Farr. So, a couple of things to talk about. He sure sounds guilty, right? Like, if he wasn't guilty, wouldn't he be freaking out about this? He'd be freaking out about this, surely. Unless it was like someone close to him, like his wife, doing the forging, and he was hoping to avoid getting her in trouble. It seems to me, surely he's embezzling. But it also sounds like they may have been overheard by Holland. Would Holland try to blackmail him? So it makes sense that he would kill her, Pauline, to keep her quiet. Then how does he end up dead? Okay. And why did she retract the letter? Why? How could she be convinced to retract the letter? Somehow he convinced her to retract it. How is that possible? Somewhere between that day and the 22nd, she changes her mind. Why would that be? How does he convince her to retract it? Jonathan says, I'm guessing that he confessed to her it was a family member and he felt torn. I'm still on Osborne. Well, that would be the one case that would make what he's saying feasible. Like, he realizes when she finds it that someone else is stealing money from someone else is doing it. Using his checkbook. Would he keep it at home? And he didn't want, like, okay, if Jonathan's theory is correct, the father-in-law, let's say the father-in-law is embezzling somehow, and Fenton realizes it's his father-in-law doing it, and Fenton doesn't want him in trouble. So he's gonna convince them to let him just fix it without getting him in trouble. Or the wife, I suppose, could be doing the embezzling. But she's telling us how you couldn't fake his signature. Is his wife going to be able to fake his signature? Is Osborne going to be able to fake his signature? It seems a little far-fetched. He did have money. He had plenty of money. If, with this new thing in mind, we look at the messages he sent, it might help us a little bit. Now that we know about this embezzlement thing, let's read these letters again. So here's the one written in his handwriting, which is pretending to be a suicide note, but we don't think so. For some time, I have been struggling to remember my obligations as a husband, as well as my duty as headmaster of the academy. But yesterday, Pauline and I faced the situation together. And as soon as I realized how she felt, I knew there was only one solution to our intolerable situation. Finally, she insisted that concealment was no longer possible. I must abide by her decision, tragic as it is, for me, for my wife, and for the school. Forgive me. Well, that note would make sense if he's trying to cover up for a relative, either his wife or Osborne, or himself, really. So this note could be written as if he was going to reveal that his father-in-law or his wife was embezzling. It is true that the father-in-law wanted to go to Europe, maybe to check on that account. All right, let's look at the other note. That was in her pocketbook. Again, remember, written in the hand of Fenton. He says, I cannot bear to think that this is true, that this is the only course something upon me. Or what does it say? The only course left open to me. For it is a hard and dramatic step to take, and one which may cause much unhappiness to innocent people. If anything should happen to make you change your mind, do not hesitate to let me know, for I will understand, my dear. If I do not hear from you, I shall keep our appointment for 8:30 at the boathouse. There is always danger in our being overheard in the school buildings, as you and I know only too well, because someone overheard them hallway. But then he says, I hesitate to use my own house, for it wouldn't be fair to Bia. Clearly the wife's not embezzling, or he wouldn't phrase it that way. Then he says, I find to my dismay, I cannot locate my old army revolver. O'Rourke had it, but claimed he returned it. If you can get hold of your husband's without alarming him, will you bring it? For your regained trust in me, may God bless you. Okay, well, that last part now makes more sense. It sounds like he did convince her that he didn't embezzle the money. Now, why do they need a gun, though? This is consistent with Jonathan's theory that the regained trust in me, it sounds like he did convince her he was not the embezzler. Right? But then she seems determined that they're going to tell what's happened. But this last part suggests that he's convinced her he's not the embezzler. Senshai says, was his plan to commit suicide at the boathouse if Pauline backed out of covering for him? That's why it wouldn't be fair to his wife. That's on the suicide note, huh? If it's a suicide note. Only one solution to our intolerable situation. Finally, she insisted that concealment was no longer possible. I must abide by her decision. Tragic as it is. Okay, so no, look at this. Hold on for a second. Okay, we know she wasn't embezzling, right? We believe her. That letter she sent. That means she's not committing suicide. She doesn't want to commit suicide. She just wants them to come forward with the truth. So if he's writing about abiding by her decision, and this is truthful, then this can't be a suicide note. This has to be a note about coming clean with the facts, which would be motive for someone killing him, the real person who's been embezzling. Whether it's Osborne or the major or his wife. But if we believe that she is not the criminal, which we now do believe, then she doesn't want to commit suicide. And his note saying they're going to abide by her decision, tragic as it is, cannot be about suicide. It has to be about either coming clean that he's done it, or that one of his family members have done it, or that the major has done it. Who's he writing to, though? Don't forget, there were a couple weird things that we encountered. Remember, they found on a piece of paper with his drawing that he was writing Jerry. There were some weird things that we didn't understand. The note that his torn off paper might have come from. Senshai says, what was he planning to do at the gatehouse if she didn't agree? And what was it about that he would have been doing there that wouldn't be fair to Bia? Yeah. Let's see. Jonathan says, here's a wild theory about Osborne I don't really believe. His daughter was raised in England by an aunt and her father was not around. Could this guy claiming to be Osborne not really be her father? Con man the whole time. That's an interesting idea. The thing is, I was going to say, they don't have motive. No one has motive to kill him for his will. I mean, the wife does, but we don't think that's happening. But someone could kill him to shut him up. It's true that Osborne is only getting a small allowance. So maybe he wants more money. So that's why he was embezzling, and then he has to kill him to keep him quiet. The major seems like he might have more motive. All right, let's keep going. Okay, so she finishes this letter. We don't have that much more to go. But she retracted it, and I think now rereading that message, it sounds like he convinced her that he wasn't really the one embezzling. This leads more credence to Jonathan's theory that it's not Fenton who was embezzling, but someone else on his behalf. Okay, what's this now? June 21st. Dear... What does that say? Dear something, some was. I think this might be. Dear something. I can't really read that name. You must have been surprised to receive that telegram from me yesterday. I do hope you were able to return the letter. This is Pauline writing again. Maybe she's going to explain herself. You might want to check that this is her handwriting. Must have been surprised to receive that telegram from me yesterday. I do hope you were able to return the letter as requested, because I wrote it in great haste and made accusations against someone who was completely innocent. Something very serious has happened. There is a forger at the school who has been misappropriating the funds. Dr. Fenton has discovered who it is and wants to hush the matter up to avoid a scandal. But I am sure you agree with me that such a shocking thing must be handed over to the police to deal with immediately. With all the parents and alumni here over the weekend, the dance on Saturday night, the undergraduate service, the something service, baccalaureate service, and reception on Sunday, Dr. Fenton insisted that the matter be held until after Prize Day. She's writing to explain why she retracted her accusations of who was embezzling. But she's making clear to him that there really is an embezzler, a forger. Now she continues on the other page of her letter. She says, "This evening, after the Prize Day exercises are over, Dr. Fenton has asked me to meet him at the boathouse where we can talk, with no fear of eavesdroppers. He intends to have me meet the forger in the hopes that I will see my way to a compromise. But I'm positive that it would be wicked and wrong to shield a person who has committed such a crime, even though his arrest might cause certain unfortunate publicity for the Academy. I'm writing this to explain my point of view so that there will be no misunderstanding later on. To me, my duty to the school and to you will always come first. Yours sincerely, Pauline Farr." Wow. He intends to have me meet the forger. That's what they're doing. This is the big piece of our puzzle. That's why they needed the gun. They were scared of the forger, but they wanted to meet the forger and try to work it out. And it got out of control. Forger killed him and killed her. Wow. Wow. Thank God Pauline wrote this letter. So he wants to have her meet with the forger and try to work it out. Is it possible it's that kid? No, right? No, someone had to orchestrate depositing the checks overseas. That's not going to be a little kid. Wow, okay, let's keep going. Senshai says, whoever wrote that has nice penmanship. Well, we know who wrote it. Pauline wrote it. The real Pauline Farr. Okay, here is the chief of detectives writing to the prosecutor. Well, Joe, these 2 letters sent by Mrs. Farr to the chairman of the board hand us the real motive for murder on a silver platter just when we were getting around to it by way of the canceled checks in the bank. It's pretty clear now what happened. Someone was forging checks drawn on the school account and soaking them away in Paris. Mrs. Farr found out about it. At first, since she thought his signature on the forged check was genuine, she naturally suspected Dr. Fenton of misappropriating the academy funds and faking her countersignature. After she got in touch with Miss M. DuPont and got real evidence that monkey business had been going on, she accused Dr. Fenton to his face. That explains the call she started to make to the local police and the quarrel in the office overheard by Holland. Apparently, in that first discussion, Dr. Fenton didn't deny her charges, for she went right off and wrote to the chairman. On the following day, however, Fenton must somehow have proved his innocence to her, and she sent that telegram canceling her letter. Now, it's obvious that the headmaster was, in fact, innocent. The murders alone prove that. His signature must have been forged just as hers was. And I'm pretty certain that the person responsible for the forgeries was the same person who committed the murders. What was planned to happen at that meeting in the boathouse is still uncertain. My guess would be that Dr. Fenton knew the identity of the forger, but postponed breaking the news to Mrs. Farr until prize day was safely over. The meeting at the boathouse was probably designed as a regular showdown with Mrs. Farr, Dr. Fenton, and the forger thrashing things out. Unfortunately for Mrs. Farr and Dr. Fenton, the forger had different plans. And it's our job now to find him. Presumably, he's someone who knows a great deal about the school accounts. He must have relied on the canceled checks not being returned by the bank until the end of the month, so he could make his getaway and collect the money in Paris before the forgery was discovered. If Mr. DuPont hadn't sent that telegram to the bank asking for references, the whole scheme would probably have gone through without a hitch. Forger couldn't have realized that M. DuPont would demand references when he was getting good American dollars. Darn smart, these Frenchmen. When considering the suspects, I'm horrified to discover how many of them could qualify as the forger murderer. Mrs. Fenton could have had every opportunity to study her husband's signature. Major O'Rourke is an expert map maker. Mr. Farr, a graphologist. Miss Deniston, a drawing teacher. Lawrence Holland alone has, on his own showing, no ability to draw, no potential forging ability, and he's the only one of the bunch who doesn't have a perfect alibi. Just as many candidates when you think of it from the temptation angle. Old Osborne had no money of his own. O'Rourke seems to be in real financial difficulties, and Miss Deniston had been fired and has no cash, etc. Till more evidence comes in, it looks as if we're at a temporary dead end. When was Osborne planning to travel to Europe? Was it before the end of the month? Let me just write that question down. Remember, he wanted a trip to Europe. Was Osborne's trip to Europe before the end of the month? Remember, it says he's got to get that money out before the end of the month when the checks would normally come back. Does anyone remember that? Jonathan, do you remember when his trip was? Let's just make sure we remember to check this. We could find it, but let's go do it later. Looks like we're at a temporary dead end, he says. All right. Here's a handwriting expert. John says, I think we have a letter about a booking. We do. We do have a letter about a booking. I just don't remember it. Okay, handwriting expert from Armand Poitier in New Brant. Dear Sir, I received for examination yesterday several exhibits in the Fenton and Farr case, together with copious samples of handwriting known to be the genuine handwriting of Dr. Ferdinand Arnold Fenton. I submit herewith the results of my examination of said exhibits. Herewith is a very common word, it seems, in the 30s, that we don't use anymore. You might say herein, right? All right, point A. The note found in Mrs. Farr's pocketbook as from Dr. Fenton beginning Pauline I cannot bear. After careful checking of each character with the characters in the samples of Dr. Fenton's authentic writing, it is my opinion that the note is entirely genuine. The fluent strokes, the rhythmic alternation of pressure, the position of the I dots and the T bars, both things we noticed, and in particular the nature of the capital Fs, we noticed all of those things when looking at the handwriting, were responsible for my reaching this conclusion. Now, the note found appearing on the bush near the bodies, beginning with for some time, although for the same reasons as given with regard to Exhibit A, I am of the opinion that the bulk of this note is genuine. It was immediately clear to me that it had received a certain amount of doctoring after it had originally been written. I list my reasons for drawing this conclusion. Well, this was Senchai was saying there's something weird about that second note, I think. Yeah, that's the suicide note. Senchai was remarking that something was a little weird. Let's see what he's concluded. He says, the capital F, which starts the note for some time, has undoubtedly been superimposed on a small f. A close examination of the extension of the final -e stroke in for some time shows that this stroke was lengthened at some later date for the purposes of concealing the dot on a semicolon which followed, hence turning this into a comma. These opening words must originally have read thus: for some time, semicolon. I have been struggling. In other words, they think this is not the way this note started. Someone has taken an ending of a sentence, ending of a phrase, and turned it to look like the start of the sentence. Let's take a look at that. Boy, that's pretty subtle, huh? Okay, so this one he says is totally genuine. He notes all the things we noted. And then he says, look at this suicide note left on the branch. And he says, someone turned the lowercase f, which was continuing a thought, to make it look like it was the start of a sentence. We probably should have picked that up. And then what they're saying is this used to be a semicolon finishing up a thought that was started on another page. Da 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 da, I've been sick for some time, semicolon. And then the person has taken that mid-sentence and changed that into something else. And maybe even added this forgive me part. I wonder if he's going to say. I think someone brought that up before. Microscopic examination showed that these alterations had been made not only at a later date, but with a different ink. Maybe we should have been able to see that. It also revealed that the final forgive me in the last words of the note had also been added at some time later and was said different ink. I think someone may have suggested that that looked oddly placed on that letter. Anna thought that. Okay, of course Anna did. Our top chief detective. Okay, so someone took a regular letter and turned it into a suicide note. Whereas there seemed nothing at first to hint that these additions had not been made by Dr. Fenton himself, I finally discovered one point which leads me to believe that these additions, though brilliantly carried out, were in fact made by another hand, that of a forger attempting to reproduce Dr. Fenton's script. I base this theory in particular upon the flourishing capital F's, which we noted were interesting, superimposed on the small f in the first words for some time. A minute examination of all capital F's in the genuine scripts showed that whereas Dr. Fenton employed the flourishing F when signing his name, he invariably employed the straight capital F in ordinary writing. The presence of this flourishing capital F at the commencement of this note indicates that it was added not by Dr. Fenton, but by someone else endeavoring to duplicate his hand. Such a mistake would be natural if the person in question were someone who had been more used to studying Dr. Fenton's signature than his normal script. This would apply to an individual who had been forging Dr. Fenton's checks. The piece of blotting paper known to have been used by Dr. Fenton on the morning of the day before the crimes. We didn't spend too much time on this because it looked like it was hard to see. After careful examination, it is my opinion that the two phrases recorded on this piece of blotting paper read as follows. Conduct to find fault with. Aha. So they were thinking it was someone's name, Jerry, but really it's a lowercase g. So forgery would make the next term. It's just a part of a word. Forgery would make the next term. Let's read. When the subject writes with a fountain pen, one normally finds that only the last line of each page written is still wet when the blotting paper is used. Acting on this assumption, I decided that the two phrases shown above represented the two last lines of two consecutive pages of some letter written by Dr. Fenton. I immediately saw these two phrases would fit logically onto the beginning and ending of Exhibit B in its restored form. After further detailed examination, I give it as my positive opinion that this is in fact the case, and the Exhibit B, that the Exhibit B was actually blotted in the Exhibit C. My reconstruction, therefore, of Exhibit B in its original form. Are you saying that we should have noted that that was what's Exhibit B? Is it Pauline's note? My reconstruction of Exhibit B is looking at the blotting paper. This Exhibit B was actually blotted on Exhibit C. The note found speared. So, oh, that's the part torn off, maybe. They're saying it was blotted from that original note that he wrote, the suicide note, the fake suicide note. What does he think it says? Page 1 said, blank, 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 conduct to find fault with for some time. So this was ripped on the previous page, and then it ended for some time, then a semicolon, where the forger changed that to a capital F. So the previous sentence, conduct to find fault with for some time. Okay, now the rest of the thing says, I've been struggling to remember my obligation as a husband as well as my duty as a headmaster of the academy. But yesterday, Pauline and I faced the situation together, and as soon as I realized how she felt, I knew there was only one solution to our intolerable situation. Finally, she insisted that concealment was no longer possible. I must abide by her decision, tragic as it is for us, for my wife, and for the school. Forgive me Oh, okay. So the original thing would have said forgery would make the next term, and the forger just changed it to forgive me. In view of this reconstruction, I would give it as my opinion that Exhibit B was in fact part of a letter written by Dr. Fenton to the forger. From the words forgery would make the next term, I would suggest that the person in question already has some prison record. Perhaps this will give a pointer for the investigation. I think this handwriting guy is really on top of his game and good, but I think he might be wrong about this. I think next term is probably referring to a school term, right? Whereas the handwriting guy is assuming he's talking about prison record term. This morning I received the following exhibit for examination. 2 checks, numbers 256 and 126. Checks made payable to the general contracting company and fitting company. After careful examination, it is my opinion that this check is genuine. Signature is quickly and fluently written. Capital F in the word fitting is the regular straight F, as opposed to the flourishing capital F in the signature. But number 2, the check made payable to P. Farr 126. After careful examination, it is my opinion that this check is forged. The signature, though skillfully duplicated, is very slowly and carefully written. The capital F in the word Farr is the flourishing capital of the signature. If Dr. Fenton had written this, he would have employed the straight capital F. Whether or not the counter signature of Miss Farr is genuine, I'm not able to judge until I obtain samples of her proven signature. But I have been informed that the police have other evidence which proves that this counter signature, as is the case of Dr. Fenton's, was not genuine. Wow, pretty serious. Anna has come back right when she was getting credit for it. Okay, so the final words in this letter, which was turned into a suicide letter, said forgery would make the next term ... And this guy thinks he was writing to the forger. I think this makes sense. He's wrote this letter to the forger, and the forger turned it into a suicide note and used it to kill him and make it look like he committed suicide. Who would he be saying forgery would make the next term? Someone working at the school, but who? Okay, so now we have time that we need to take a break. We'll take a break, 8 minutes. I'll see you back here. I think might be the next chunk of the last chunk of the game. When we come back, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're maybe in our last section of the case. We're talking about how Jonathan has suspected Osborne all along. And I was just looking to see if I could find out when Osborne was planning to go to Europe, because that would be good evidence against him, since we're told that the forger must be planning to get to Europe to get that money before the end of the month. Jonathan reminds us that there was a break-in at the house for reasons we don't know. It looked like someone was searching for something, and Jonathan was saying he suspected that Osborne was just hiding out in his dark room and pretending he was arrived. Something like that. But then the question is, what was he looking for? But Jonathan, don't you think he wouldn't have to... Doesn't it make sense that he could have looked around the house at any time much more easily than doing a break-in, than breaking in? That perhaps what he was doing, if it was him, wouldn't it make more sense that he was just trying to make it look like it's not him, like to throw suspicion off him by staging a break-in while he was home? If someone was looking for evidence in the house, wouldn't it not be him? Doesn't he have too easy access to the house? I was just trying to find the part about where his trip to Europe. And how does Osborne... I guess Osborne can go move the bodies whenever he wants. Let's see what the chat is saying. There's Osborne in the dark room. He gets his fingerprints. Gets his handwriting. He's in the dark room with the chemicals. Did you go by car? I suppose if we're ready to accuse him, we can try to look more into it. I just want to find at some point where we are told. Here it is. Okay, let's see. All right, so this is a bit of a problem for the theory of Osborne, Jonathan. So I found the trip they booked. Oh, no, we're not sure who this is for. Okay. So the trip that Fenton booked for Europe was for July 1st. Now, boat. But then, Jonathan, you were saying that your theory is that this isn't the booking for Talbot Osborne, but rather that Talbot Osborne was going on his own earlier, and that Fenton was buying a ticket for his wife and himself to follow up later, right? Was that the theory? I believe that was here. Here it is. Okay. Okay, page 104. Here's the follow-up where he's asking about the trip. You and your husband were planning a European vacation. She says, no, we had no plans. It's Daddy that was going. He has his ticket and everything. He was sailing next week. Yep. All right, I think Jonathan has convinced me. So the question was, the theory was that whoever the forger is, he has to get himself to Paris to get that money out of the bank before the end of the month when the canceled checks come back to the school. And so we find these boat trip that Fenton booked, but it was for July 1st. But now here was what I was looking for. The father Osborne, I actually had read this wrong. It was Jonathan and Anna or someone, some combination of people in the chat, I think Anna and Jonathan, were saying, no, you read it wrong. The father had pre-booked his own flight, his own boat, and then these two were going to follow up, possibly. And now we have confirmation. He was sailing next week. That would have put him in Paris before the end of the month, in time to cash out that money. But look what it says. It says, Daddy has been wanting a trip to England all his life. She thinks he's going to England. But I suppose England and Paris are pretty close. All right, I'm starting to warm up for the Osborne theory. Jonathan says, my theory for the break-in is that the maid was probably not supposed to be there at that hour, so he was just rummaging loudly. The maid freaks out, calls the police. He had to hide and maybe snuck in. Okay, that's certainly plausible. All right, let's get back on this case. Let's see if we can prove it's Osborne or convince ourselves it's someone else. Let's get this done here. All right, here we go. Chief Detective's writing to the prosecutor. In addition to my last letter, Poiter's report has just come in. Once again, we've been given a lead where we least expected it. His brilliant reconstruction of the so-called suicide note explains a whole raft of things. We agree that was a pretty brilliant reconstruction by that handwriting guy. In the first place, since Poitiers has connected the suicide note with the piece of blotting paper, we know that it must have been written the day before prize day. We also know it was actually one page with the bottom torn off of at least a 2-page letter sent by Dr. Fenton to the forger. From the wording, it seems clear that Dr. Fenton had somehow discovered the identity of the forger. But as headmaster of the academy, his whole instinct was to try to hush the affair up and settle it out of court and without any scandal. Mrs. Farr, on the other hand, being a matter-of-fact and conscientious young woman, was strongly in favor of putting the matter in the hands of the police immediately. According to my way of thinking, this difference of opinion was responsible for the tragedies. Dr. Fenton managed to put off disclosing the identity of the forger to Mrs. Farr until after prize day. He decided to have the forger and Mrs. Farr meet at the boathouse where they would be away from everything and free from possible eavesdropping. Here, I imagine he planned to give the forger a chance to make reparation or to show cause why Mrs. Farr should not give him up to the police. If he succeeded, then the matter would be cleared up privately. If he failed, then Dr. Fenton would be forced to give way to Mrs. Farr's demands and have the forger arrested. 2. We have evidence that the forger had been warned of this meeting a full day in advance. He must have realized, knowing Mrs. Farr's rather hard-boiled character, that he didn't have a prayer to make her change her mind. He decided that there was only one alternative to arrest and a long prison sentence, and that was murder, or double murder, I should say. There's our motive. As it happened, everything was in his favor. He knew the meeting was to be at the lonely boathouse where there would be no witnesses. He also discovered that one particular part of Dr. Fenton's letter could be faked by one skilled in the art into a perfect double suicide note. He made his plans accordingly. Then, at the time appointed, he was hiding behind the bush. It must have been quite a shock for him to see Holland with Mrs. Farr. This, of course, only applies if Holland isn't the guilty party. But Holland made off in time. Once our forger-murderer succeeded in killing both parties as planned. His probable reason for not arranging the suitable tableau right away was his fear that Holland might come back, as he did, and discover him. And also, I guess, he had his alibi all sewed up. Poitiers' reconstruction of the note hints that the murderer had already served a term for forgery. If this is so, it strengthens his motive for murder considerably, since a second or third conviction would probably mean life imprisonment, or at any rate, a very stiff sentence. That makes sense, doesn't it, Joe? P.S. Laws has just returned another letter which Mrs. Farr wrote him on prize day. It proves that my deductions were along the right tack. Well, one thing we're going to have to figure out is he really talking about, are they correct that the forger had already served a term in jail? And if so, that would mean that Fenton knew about this. Does Fenton know about Osborne or anyone else having a criminal record? I don't remember reading anything about that. Okay, here's a report of the chief of detective to the prosecutor. Same thing, I guess he's as dictated to D. Prout, Secretary to Chief County Detective Thorpe. At 5:30 p.m., I was in my office when I heard excited voices outside. Miss Prout came in, followed by Mrs. Fenton and Mr. Osborne. Mrs. Fenton was very pale, her arm clinging to her father's. She came up to my desk and said, I hate to have to accuse anyone, but I think I can tell you who murdered my husband. We've found something which proves exactly how it must have happened. She then explained that after the burglary at their house the night before, now we're going to find out what Osborne planted. Detective Reiser had asked her and her father to take another look through her husband's personal papers. They had found nothing of any significance, nothing to explain the burglary at first. But it so happened that Mrs. Fenton brought the manuscript of her husband's bird book down from the darkroom and ran through it. Slipped between the pages, she discovered a note written by Dr. Fenton to Mr. Osborne shortly before the fatal meeting in the boathouse. This note must have been what the murderer was trying to get when he broke into our house, Mrs. F. said. He must have suspected or known Ferdinand left it behind. She lifted a handkerchief to her lips. With a little shiver, she passed her pocketbook to Mr. Osborne, saying, You give it to him, Daddy, please. You give it to him, please, Daddy. Mr. Osborne opened the pocketbook and took out a sheet of paper, which he passed to me. As soon as I read it, I saw that Mrs. Fenton had been right. Whoa, here's another letter by Fenton. This is a very effective storytelling technique to give us letters from the deceased near the end. Jonathan says, if the term is about a prison term, maybe the reason the aunt had to raise the daughter was because he was in prison. And maybe that's why he told his daughter to change her name to the aunt's. That's pretty good observation by Jonathan. All right, let's read this letter from Fenton. Dear Osborne, now remember, we're going to be looking for those wrong F's to see if he forged this letter. I am leaving this in our book where you will find it if I don't come back. And you will break the news to Bea and be gentle with her, I know. I am leaving on a most unpleasant and possibly a dangerous errand. Someone has been forging checks on the school account. At first, Pauline thought me the guilty one. I guessed at once it was Philip Farr, who is an expert on graphology. Okay, I want you to note something. There is the wrong F, right? There's our wrong capital F. In other words, the forger's F, right? I wrote telling him my suspicions and hoping he would make amends. I also fixed an appointment at the boathouse where at 8:30 tonight I am to bring Pauline to face with the forger, her husband. Something, something, but I have actual proof of his guilt. It's unpleasant, maybe. It isn't pleasant, but I have actual proof of his guilt, and it's my duty to expose him. I am, however, going to give Pauline the chance to make one last appeal. The only reason I fear for my own safety is that my gun is missing. Nine something something. If anything happens, I shall be happy to know that B has a loving father. Look at this scumbag. Nine something something. What are these three words here? It's not important, but his gun is missing. If anything happens, I shall be happy to know that B was a loving father, has a loving father. So yeah, so we've caught him using the wrong F that our handwriting guy told us to look for. That the forger is so used to signing to Farr signing his name with a non what would you call it, a straight F, that he always signs his name this way with this curlied F. And the forger is so used to it that whenever the forger writes an uppercase F, he mistakenly uses it, whereas the real Fenton doesn't. And I think we now know that this is a forger's note. And it's also confirms Jonathan's theory, at least half of Jonathan's theory, that Osborne was in the house all along and staged this burglary, and now we know why. The burglary was staged to set up the discovery of this note, this fake note, which throws blame off himself. He must be scared that he could get caught. Maybe if he had just shut up, he wouldn't have implicated himself, but he fears he'd get caught, so he's framing someone else. Wow. And I think Jonathan's theory about the background of Osborne going to jail is pretty brilliant. All right, here's the cops. Continuing. It looks as if we have our man. It's obvious to see why Fenton left this note for Osborne in the manuscript of the Bird Book. He had mislaid his revolver and probably thought there was a chance that the forger had got hold of it and was planning to get nasty. This would explain why he wrote to Mrs. Farr asking her to bring her husband's automatic. Being prepared for danger, he decided to leave a record of the truth behind him just in case anything happened. Of course, he could not seriously have guessed that he might be murdered. He must have expected to return home and destroy the note. That's why he put it in the Bird Book where he knew his father-in-law would eventually find it. He didn't want to leave it lying around where his wife might come across it casually. In the light of Dr. Fenton's accusation, it's plain to see how strong the case against Philip Farr is. But before we can make an arrest, however, several points have to be cleared up. Considering the evidence in our possession, I list below the case against Philip Farr and the case for him at the present time. Case against Philip Farr. 1. Dr. Fenton's written accusation of him as the forger. 2. Farr is an expert graphologist. A sample page from his book shows he is capable of writing in virtually every style. He's perfectly equipped as a forger. 3. He has no money of his own and depended entirely on his wife's income for support. Temptation to commit forgery was very strong, and as Mrs. Farr's husband, he had every opportunity to obtain and study samples of Dr. Fenton's signature as well as that of his wife. 4. Since Mrs. Farr's initials were P. Farr, he would have taken it for granted all along that the deposit of forged checks in Paris had been opened under her name. We have taken it for granted. But Mr. Farr's initials are also P. Farr too. We noticed that. How simple for him to collect the money by proving his identity as P. Farr. He told Reiser he was probably leaving for Switzerland. This would show that he had been all set to leave for Europe. 6. Throughout the investigation, he has been the only person who seriously tried to make us believe in the affair between his wife and Dr. Fenton, and hence in the suicide pact. That would be the logical way for the murderer to act. Little typo there. I should say for the murderer to act. 7. His motive is doubly strong, for he stood to inherit a $20,000 insurance policy at his wife's death. All true. Now here's the case for Philip Farr. I guess this is on his behalf, arguing that he couldn't be the murderer. 1. The crimes were committed not with Farr's automatic, but with Fenton's stolen revolver. How did Farr manage to steal it? 2. Why did he let his wife take his gun to the date? Although she didn't know he was the forger, he would have known just what was going to happen. 3. At the moment, he seems to have a perfect alibi. At 8:14 p.m., he was answering that telephone call from Major O'Rourke. Dr. Rydell says, for a man in Farr's condition, it would have been virtually impossible to reach the scene of the crime by 8:27 p.m. to fire the first shot. The first 2 points are, of course, not particularly important, but the alibi is darn important. We can't do anything about this, Joe, until that alibi has been broken. Here I gave the chief a telegram which Mrs. Thorpe had just brought over from his house. As soon as he read it, he got up and hurried out. Still, he said for me to send this off just as it is. Detective of Police, he signed it. Here's the telegram to J. Thorpe, who's the chief of detectives. DLR 6:30 p.m., 216 Orchard Lane, Jordan, New Jersey. I make indifferent housebreaker. Stop. No doubt. Merely succeeded in drawing attention to FS damaging epilogue. Stop. My idea is excellent. My execution indifferent. Stop. Feel there is only one decorous step now. Stop. Come around 7 p.m. and witness a rather few jest. Signed P. Farr. So it's Philip. And why is Philip sending this? What kind of crazy... Philip is such a weird character. What is he saying? I make indifferent housebreaker. No doubt Mary succeeded in drawing attention to FS damaging epilogue. My idea is excellent. My execution indifferent. Feel there's only one decorous step now. Stop. Come around at 7 p.m. Witness a rather viewed jest. Well, Beau Jest is some literary reference, but I don't know what the story of Beau Jest. I wonder if this is Osborne sending this telegram to get our attention or something. Jonathan says, so in the original plan, was Osborne planning on presenting himself as Philip Farr to get the money out of the French bank? I guess he must have been planning that, huh? How else would you do it? How else would he get that money? Unless we think there's some other way that Philip Farr could have done it, but I don't believe it. What do you guys make of this? What's the story of Beau Jest? Can someone look up Beau Jest? What is the story? I know that's a literary reference. I recognize it. But I don't understand any of this telegram. It was sent to the chief detective today on the 23rd at 2:30 p.m. I make indifferent housebreaker. Drawing attention to FS. What's that? Damaging epilogue. My idea is excellent. My execution indifferent. Feel there's only one Decker. Oh, he's going to kill himself. He's going to kill himself, maybe. That's what this is supposed to make us believe. Osborne's going to go kill him and make it look like he committed suicide. I think that's what it's saying. Can someone look up Bojest? I fear we have lost Senshai to the late hour. Okay, let's read this. Let's see if we do find him dead. At 7 p.m., on the instructions of Chief Thorpe, who had hurried off to the Farr house in company with Detective Reiser and Cobden, I called the Western Union offices in Trenton, that being the office from which the telegram sent by Mr. Farr had been issued. I obtained the following information about said wire. It had been taken over the phone at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. A man's voice had delivered it, giving his telephone number as Jordan 134. This is Farr's telephone number. He told them that on no account to send the telegram until 6:30 p.m. He might change his mind about it, he said. But if they didn't hear from him again, they were to go ahead at 6:30 p.m. as instructed. Since it had been addressed to the chief at his private house, they hadn't realized it was a message for the police. Otherwise, they would not have deferred it, but delivered it immediately. As soon as the telegram, here's the chief of county detectives, Thorpe, to the chief prosecutor. As soon as the telegram came in from Philip Farr, I drove right away to his bungalow, taking Detective Reiser and Cobden with me. So far as I could see, that telegram was something very like a confession. I was worried what he might have done. We arrived at the patio sometime after 7. It is in a very deserted part, no other houses being in sight. We hurried to the front door. I noticed all the windows were shut, although it had been another hot day. I knocked. We waited a long time. There was no reply. I knocked again. I knew Farr would be alone there. He didn't have a servant. When there was still no answer, I sent Reiser round to try the back door. He returned to report that it was locked and that all the shades in the window were drawn. Bojest is, in French, the phrase includes the suggestion of a fine gesture with unwelcome or futile consequences. Yeah, it's about he's going to commit suicide is what he was saying in that telegram. It's a nice way to forge a suicide note where you don't have to write it because you're sending a telegram, so you got no handwriting you have to fake. Okay, no reply, knocked again. He returned to report it was locked and all the shades in the kitchen were drawn. I was really worried then. When I had satisfied myself that we weren't going to be let in, I had Cobden and Reiser break down the front door. It was a fairly flimsy affair that didn't put up much resistance. We hurried into the living room. It was empty. There was an odd smell. I sent Cobden to look in the bedroom and on the screened porch. Reiser and I went toward the door to the kitchen, which was closed. Reiser threw it open. We both stepped backwards sharply. We knew then what the smell was. It was gas. The fumes poured out. The kitchen was in semi-darkness. All the shades were drawn, but we could see into it. We could see the man lying there on the floor by the gas range. Reiser dashed in, turned off the gas jets, and managed to drag the man out into the living room. It was Farr, of course. I sent Cobden outside to smash all the kitchen windows open to let the gas out. I shut the door between the kitchen and the living room, but even so, the air was none too good. Carried Farr out of the house, laying him down on the turf. I felt his pulse. There was no response. His skin was sort of bluish color, but he didn't look agonized. It was as if death had occurred while he'd been asleep. I was pretty sure he was dead. I sent Reiser into the house to call the county physician. Soon Dr. Lomas came. I turned the body over to him. With Reiser and Cobden, I started a search of the house to see if we could get onto anything. The living room was much tidier than when I was last there, as if Farr had straightened the place pretty carefully. Cobden, who was looking in the scrap basket, called me over. He picked up a piece of cotton gauze similar to the one found at the scene of the crime. Here was another link binding Farr to the murders. I suppose that these pieces of gauze must have had something to do with his illness. I was just filing this little bit of gauze away when Reiser called. "Look at this, Chief." He had picked up the only glass visible in the room, a small jigger glass for drinking straight liquor. In it were a few drops of brownish liquid, presumably whiskey. Reiser pointed out that there seemed something wrong with it, that it looked cloudy. At that moment, Dr. Lomas came in. We showed him the glass, and he agreed with Reiser. He said he'd get one of his assistants to analyze the liquid straight away. Lomas then reported on his examination of Philip Farr. He pronounced him dead on arrival. Death had occurred some 4 hours previously, probably not long after the sending of the deferred telegram at 2:30 p.m. Lomas had taken a sample of the blood and found that it had a bright cherry color. Judging from this and from the bluish tinge of the skin, he gave it as his opinion that death had been unquestionably caused by gas poisoning. The thing looked as clear as daylight. Philip Farr had been our forger murderer. He had known or guessed that Dr. Fenton had left that note accusing him. When his attempted burglary failed to recover it, there was nothing left for him but that dramatic jest of his, that final demonstrative act. He had deliberately deferred that telegram so there would be no risk of our breaking in on him before the gas had done its work. He had then committed suicide. Our only job now is to find out how he managed to establish that alibi. Yep. Here is the coroner examination. I made an analysis of the fluid discovered by county physician Lomas at the request of the county police. This examination was made by me with the assistance of self and county lab on this date, June 23rd, 1937. Henry Hart. Notice Henry Hart has bad handwriting, like a professor might. Fluid in the small glass or beaker or jigger glass. The fluid analyzed was basically whiskey made from rye of a brand yet undetermined. Contaminating this whiskey with some chemical substance. This could be determined by the appearance of fluid, saltish taste of fluid. By color tests for various metals, it was disclosed that potassium was predominating. Tests for halogens were positive. When heated, samples of the fluid turned to the typical red fluid, indicating the presence of bromine. Would therefore give it as my opinion that fluid submitted for analysis was basically rye whiskey heavily contaminated with potassium bromide. And without being able to ascertain the exact concentration of the potassium bromide, would say that in my opinion it was sufficiently strong to produce sedation or hypnosis, though in no sense a lethal or dangerous dose, possibly used to prevent pain of self-destruction. In other words, they're thinking, he probably took this to sedate himself when he committed suicide. All right, well, we're still going, but we've still got, looks like 3 pages left. Okay, here we go. This is from the head of detectives to the prosecutor, the head prosecutor. Joe, I'm writing this at the courthouse early in the morning. This should be one of the last documents in the Fenton and Farr file. By now you'll have read of Philip Farr's suicide last night. The whole case rushed itself to a solution with very little help from us. Dr. Fenton and Mrs. Farr were the prosecuting attorneys, and Philip Farr was his own executioner. I had asked Dr. Lomas to hold up the inquest on Fenton and Mrs. Farr, but now I'm having all 3 inquests hurried through, since there's no point in holding the people at the school longer than is necessary. They've all been through a tough time and deserve a little consideration. Miss Denniston is calling up every 5 minutes asking if she can leave. She's bullied Holland into getting her a job at the summer camp with him, where they can spend the hot months bawling each other out. Mrs. Fenton is planning to sail for England shortly with her father and Major O'Rourke. I don't want to have to put off their sailing date. Later, a telegram just came in bringing one more clinching piece of evidence. The FBI reports that from the sample fingerprints sent them by Detective Kane, they have found that the prints submitted under number 3 are those of a known forger. A copy of the full criminal record is coming by mail. Kane isn't in the office at the moment, but when he gets here, I'm sure he will confirm the fact that the prints numbered 3 were those of Philip Farr. No, they're not going to be. These are just 4 routine points. There are just 4 routine points that have to be checked. What were the prints from number 3? What were those prints found on that they're talking about? Do you remember? It's not the gum, because we think the gum is just Holland chewing the gum. What was the thing that they found prints on? Does anyone remember? John says, is potassium bromide used in photography somehow? It's possible, or it was some chemical he had for his bad back or something. I wish I remembered what fingerprint analysis 3 was, just so that we could remember what was it. Fingerprints on the check or something? Anyone remember? It's just the part of the group of fingerprints they got from everyone. I see. You're right. Jonathan is right. Okay. In other words, they took prints of every person involved in this case. They sent them out and they said, we're not putting the names on them. We're just putting numbers on each fingerprint so that we don't get in trouble for taking fingerprints from people without their permission. So the FBI has just replied, hey, number 3 matches the forger, and he has got to go back to the office before he finds out whose number 3 is. Okay, good. Then he says there are just 4 points which still have to be checked. And here's the report from the FBI. Fingerprints forwarded by you under number 3 have been checked with single fingerprint system of this department and found to be those of our number 421487, a forger with a number of aliases. Stop. Copy of criminal record being forwarded to you by mail. A Federal Bureau of Investigation. Okay, so this is exactly Jonathan's theory, that our guy, Osborne, the father, is a known forger, had to flee, had to change his name. That's why he wanted his daughter to change his name, etc. Okay. Here are the 4 points that this head detective thinks needs clearing up. 1. Scammell is checking up with all local drugstores to find out whether anyone can remember selling potassium bromide to Mr. or Mrs. Farr. 2. Portier is examining Dr. Fenton's note accusing Farr to give it his formal stamp of authenticity. This is the note where we detected the fake forged F. And this is the way of the cops telling us they're going to check it out, but they haven't got the results yet. 3. Kane, when he comes, will have to check the fingerprint 3 is Farr's. 4. Detective Reiser and Dora Prout are covering the alibi and doing their utmost to break it down, thus removing the one slender indication of Farr's innocence. When those 4 points have been cleared up, I think we may consider the case closed. Still later. You know how particular I've always been, Joe, about having every document connected with the case put on file. That's the only reason I'm keeping the above letter on record. May it always be a warning to me when I feel like counting my chickens before they're hatched. It sounds like he's going to say, he's going to reveal to the reader that Philip Farr isn't the murderer, but ask us who is. So it sounds like it's maybe give away now that they found contradictions. The 4 reports I referred to above have all come in with amazing results. 1. Scammell was reported to say that no one remembers selling potassium bromide to either of the Farrs, and that Dr. Rydell has told him that Farr never used bromide as a sedative as it disagreed with him. He used amytal. 2. Portier has just called up in a great state of excitement to say that the note supposedly written by Dr. Fenton accusing Farr is a brilliant forgery. He has provided this largely through the capital F, but he's sending a full report shortly. 3. Detective Kane just came in and announced that the fingerprint number, which checked with those of the convicted forger, are not those of Philip Farr. 4. Detective Reiser and Miss Dora Prout were unable to break Mr. Farr's alibi. From a careful study of the file, they have worked out an entirely new solution, which they have just submitted in writing. Although they knew nothing of these 3 other points listed above, they have brought an accusation against the actual person whose fingerprints were submitted to Washington under the number 3. It is a brilliant piece of work and would seem to solve the case once and for all. There we go, last page. 3. From the above, you will see that I've made a pretty fine fool of myself. I worked out the perfect case against Philip Farr, which was just what I was intended to do by the real murderer. Philip Farr did not kill Dr. Fenton and Pauline Farr and then commit suicide. Philip Farr was murdered, just as the other 2 were murdered, and I was played for a sucker. Just to redeem myself a bit, it looks as if my various reconstructions of the crime itself, the movements of the murderer, the facts leading up to the deaths, and the motive, etc., were more or less accurate. All I did was to plump for the wrong person, who, like almost everyone else, had a perfect alibi. But Detective Reiser and Miss Prout have now broken down this alibi. While the record from Washington, which proves that the individual was a forger of criminal record, is not evidence of murder, the record with the evidence now in hand makes me feel justified in applying for a warrant immediately for the arrest of the triple murderer of Dr. Fenton and Pauline and Philip Farr. Then I hope the case will really be closed. Now, who's the murderer? Before you turn this page, consider the evidence given and see whether you can answer the questions asked below. The name of the murderer is. Motive or motives. What visible clues, as recorded in the crime file, connect the murderer with the crimes? What character clues, as recorded in the crime file, connect the murderer with the crimes? Through what means could the murderer's alibi be broken down? 6. What actions did the murderer deliberately plan to throw police off trail? 7. What mistakes were made by the murderer, discovered by the police already, disclosed by Reiser and D. Prout? Then we sign it, and then are you ready? Turn here. Do your answers check with the solution worked out by Detective Reiser and Dora Prout? Okay, here we go. We're going to answer these now, then we'll take a break and read the solution. Okay, so first thing, let me just mark this. Where's my marker here? I don't have to mark it. There it is. Okay. Makes it easier for me to timestamp in YouTube to leave this little marker here. One of my OBS plugins. Okay. So actually, this is pretty nice. It's not just asking us to answer it, but to come up with some evidence to hold him. All right, let's see what our answers are here. The name of the murderer is Talbot Osborne. We're all in agreement? Did we lose Senchai? That's a shame. He made it with us almost to the end and then probably fell asleep. Okay. What's the motive? The motive is to cover up his forgery, right? Because he didn't want to be exposed. And in addition, now he's going to get access to the money, but mainly to cover up the forgery. Now, what visible clues, as recorded in the crime file, connect the murderer with the crime? What visible clues? What exactly is it asking from us? Well, the forged letter, the final forged letter, which pretends to be from Fenton to Osborne, telling him that Philip Farr was the murderer, that's one. What would be another piece of evidence connecting him with the crimes? The fingerprints, I guess. Although I don't know if that's counting that in here. The forged suicide note, the letters that were forged, his background, I guess. Now, what character clues, as recorded in the crime file, connect the murderer with the crime? What character clues? What would you say? Maybe early descriptions of him would tell us a little bit more. But Mr. Osborne, well, here's the statement by someone who knows him, right? He says, Mr. Osborne is always most generous in treating drinks. He's a drinker. He needed money. He borrows money from the daughter without asking. But otherwise, he seems like kind of a nice guy. He's a drinker, though. I'm not sure we have too much character. I'm not sure we know too much character about him. That would mark him as the kind of person who would murder. Okay, through what means could the murderer's alibi be broken down? Well, we now know that the alibi he constructed was the fake photograph, which I dismissed as being implausible, but is possible. And it was one of the early things that the channel chat picked up on, the idea that he could have staged this photograph with these automatic picture taking thing. So I suppose one way you could break down his alibi is you could try to go find that automatic picture taking mechanism that he might have set up at that location, although the detective did go reconstruct it to confirm that the photo could have been taken at that time. Another thing another way you might break down his alibi is he claimed he was trying to get a picture of these birds for like 6 weeks. But from what he showed us of capturing them at sunset with one shot, it must be that those birds are actually very predictable. Jonathan says lack of storm clouds in photo. So, but then what would your claim be, Jonathan? That he didn't take it on that day, but surely he did. So I don't think that's it. I think you could show the mechanism or find where he bought that mechanism or prove that he could have set up that mechanism to take one shot at sunset if you can't find his original. And maybe you could find out that the birds are always flying at 6 a.m., or at 8 p.m. every night, that they're easy to take a photo of. That would break down his alibi a little bit, since he claims he's been trying to get a shot of them and he never can. You might also try to find a witness who saw him come down from that path at the wrong time, right? If this is his alibi is fake, he wasn't at the top of that hill at sunset. He planted the camera there and then was down at the thing. So you could try to find someone who is a better witness that he wasn't up there, or that he went up there later to retrieve his camera, etc. What actions did the murderer deliberately plan to throw police off the trail? Well, working backwards, we know he set up this fake suicide of Philip Farr. We know he sent the fake telegram. We know he faked this burglary, planted the fake note. We know he forged the suicide notes. We know he must have gotten the gun from Fenton's drawer. Anything else he did? Another piece of evidence you might find is that chemical, if that chemical was used, that the bromide sedative was used in photography, or that he happened to have a prescription to it. And I said he was just claiming that it's hard to capture the birds. Maybe there are more photos on other films about the birds. Yeah. Or that the birds are always out there at sunset and it's not hard to find them at all, would be another thing. All right. What mistakes were made by the murderer, which were discovered by the police and discovered but not yet reported to us? So the ones that are discovered by the police already, according to this report, were things like what mistakes? The forging of the F was discovered by the police to be a mistake. The forging of the suicide note. What other mistakes did he make? And then disclosed by Reiser. These must be just mistakes that haven't been explained to us yet. I'm not sure. Leaving a trace of bromide, yeah, that's a good mistake. Jonathan picked up that he was actually in the house. Maybe you would consider that a mistake, like maybe if you looked at the rooms he came in and out of, that would tell you that that's a clue that it's him that did it. Maybe buying the ticket to Europe. Oh yeah, all of the staged crime scene. Good point. The dry note on the bush. No mud on Fenton's shoes. Good. Leaving the gauze, dropping the gauze by accident. Stealing the gun before he needed to. Making our guy think it was missing. Okay, those sound pretty good. This is what we'll do now. We will take our last break. It looks like we've got maybe 7 or 8 pages of epilogue to read the solution. So I think what we'll do is we'll take, wow, we've been on the air 6 hours and 41 minutes. All right, well, we're going to finish this. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Then we're going to read the solution. And then maybe we'll take another short break and then give our thoughts on the case. So have your thoughts. Start thinking about making notes on your thoughts of the case. 5-minute break. Read the solution. Another short break, and we'll give our thoughts. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, here we are for the conclusion of file on Fenton and Farr. We've spoken out our solutions. Now we're going to read the epilogue, which is going to be the report by Reiser and Prout. And here we go. Statement of Chief Detective William Reiser, in conjunction with Miss D. Prout, to Chief of County Detective Thorpe. As instructed by Chief Thorpe, Miss D. Prout and I have made a thorough examination of the alibi of Mr. P. Farr. We wish to respectfully report that same cannot be broken by us. It is known that Mr. P. Farr answered the telephone at 8:14 p.m. on the night of the murder, and both Miss D. Prout and self, having gone from his residence known as the patio to the murder scene on foot and separately, have found that it is approximately 1.2 miles and took 22 minutes in the first instance, ordinary walking, and 17.8 minutes in the latter, brisk walking. Since both Miss D. Prout and self are healthy persons and both hurried more than one could be expected of Mr. P. Farr, him being tubercular, we feel we can confidently state he could not have answered the telephone at 8:14 p.m. and have been on the scene of the crime at 8:27 p.m. And inasmuch as we have proved above, we wish to further submit that Mr. P. Farr, far from being a murderer, was himself most feloniously murdered. With this conclusion being reached, Miss D. Prout and self considered the situation. There then followed an altercation concerning a certain exhibit in the file which Miss D. Prout wished to remove, claiming it as her property, and which I declined to have removed from said file. During course of said differences of opinion, Miss D. Prout had occasion to examine the exhibit in question, the photograph of self in darkroom, taken by Mr. Osborne as a present for Miss D. Prout. She said, "What is that small white disc which seems to have the appearance of a cream mint on the shelf close to your hand?" What image is she talking about? I suppose we can check back on it later. We know the photograph she's talking about. Okay, what is that small white disc? I gave this matter my attention, looking fixedly at the photograph of self. Then suddenly I realized how this white object was nothing more than a pad made from those circular pieces of cotton gauze, one of which was on the scene of both crimes. This object must have escaped my attention when actually in the dark room, a pad of such pieces looking no different from a single piece. But Miss D. Prout and I immediately saw the significance of this discovery. Now I really want to see that darkroom photo to see if we missed it too. Where was it? Might be too difficult to find. I suppose we can find it when it comes time to review the game rather than delaying our epilogue. Okay. We'll have to see if we could have spotted it. We also saw how useful such pieces of cotton gauze would be to an individual who had often to take photographs of birds out of doors and would need to wipe the lens of the camera, let alone his spectacles. After this startling discovery, a startling second discovery was made from same exhibit or photograph. Among the bottles appearing behind the head of self was one bottle labeled KBR. Oh, look at that, potassium bromide, KBR. All right, now we have to find that photograph. It's a shame we didn't go back and locate that. I mean, we already got our culprit, so we didn't feel the need to gild the lily, but that's pretty cool. We did remember that he had the jars labeled with letters, but we didn't go deeper into it. Let's find that photo now. Let's see. Where was it? Feels like I'm too early here. Yes, it was when he went back for the second set of prints and everything. There's his photograph he took. There it is. Okay. So look, just up in there, KBR. KBR, so if you know your periodic table and everything, we could have been able to guess that's potassium bromide. Now, where are they saying these small white discs are? I think maybe they're saying that one there. I don't know if we could have spotted that, but the KBR you could maybe find. Although knowing now it's KBR, I can see that BR. But maybe if we were looking at it blind, we'd see the K and the B, and that's it. That's pretty little clever, though. Pretty clever. Okay. Okay, so he's saying the cotton gauze you'd use to clean the lens of the camera or your glasses. Then they see the KBR. Now, being something of a photographer, I was aware that KBR was nothing but the chemical formula for potassium bromide, the drug found in poor Mr. P's drink dregs. I was also aware that said potassium bromide is employed in making up the photographic developer known as D67 and thus reasonably in the possession of Mr. T. Osborne, him mixing his own developers, etc. Miss D. Prout remarked that we had something here, but I pointed out that the party in question had a better alibi even than Mr. P. Farr, and we agreed that we would have no case to present until we had broken said alibi. Which, after careful perusal of the complete file, we have now done, Miss D. Prout and I, and we wish to respectfully submit that the guilty party in these 3 felonious killings is Mr. Talbot Osborne. And we further hope to prove further that Mr. Osborne not only forged the signature of his son-in-law and benefactor, but that he also murdered him and Mrs. Farr in cold blood, with malice of purpose, having arranged an alibi beforehand. His first plan was to hoodwink the law cunningly with that supposed suicide pact. When he observed that this had failed and that the forgery was going to come out, the said Mr. Talbot Osborne decided to pin the blame for the forgeries and hence the murders on Mr. P. Farr. To that end, he pretended to burgle the Fenton house with the purpose of drawing attention to the manuscript of the bird book, which he had locked in his dark room and in which he planned at some later date, suitable to self, to have his innocent daughter discover the note accusing Farr. This note is believed by Miss D. Prout himself to be a forgery. We, having read Poyer's report with regard to the flourishing capital F, and having discovered said flourishing capital F used on the word Farr in the note, which we also noticed. We therefore wish to also submit that this note was written by Mr. Osborne and by him placed in the bird book. This being accomplished, we believe, although as yet we have no proof, that Mr. Osborne then proceeded to the Farr residence where he did feloniously murder Mr. P. Farr in a manner described later, for the purpose of making the law believe that Mr. P. Farr had committed suicide being a murderer. Before getting into details of how I believe the acts aforesaid were committed, I am asking Miss D. Prout to add some explanation with regard to the psychology and background, etc., which she is well equipped for, having worked for the parties concerned. Miss Dora Prout taking over. will say in commencement that had it not been for the brilliant deductions of Detective Riser, I would not have suspected Mr. Osborne, who seemed always a most venerable man. But now certain facts leap to my eyes, which have been blind while I worked with poor Mrs. Fenton last year. Why did Mr. Osborne send his daughter to England to live under the name of Miss Talbot as a little girl? He said it was on account of his being busy chasing birds. But there are birds, I believe, in England too. Why couldn't he have observed them there? Isn't it more likely that he didn't join his daughter on account of not being able to, being probably in prison for some earlier forgery, and not wishing her to know of his shame? You're darn tootin', Dora. Look at his record. This is the chief of police is writing this. This was Jonathan's theory that he was in jail as a forger under a different identity. Now Mrs. Fenton was on a boat coming to America to join her father, still not knowing his shame, when she met Dr. Fenton. Isn't it possible that Dr. Fenton, being on that parole board in California, and Mr. Osborne comes from there too, could have discovered how Mr. Osborne was a forger and yet be willing to keep his secret? Wow, that was a long time ago we read that Dr. Fenton was on the parole board, but we did not make these connections that Osborne is from California. We should have made those connections. Anyway, could he have discovered how Mr. Osborne was a forger, but be willing to keep his secret and to have him live with him for his wife's sake and also for their mutual interest in birds? The clause in Dr. Fenton's will making the income to Mr. Osborne able to be stopped if the executors deem it advisable would show that Dr. Fenton did know how Mr. Osborne was a forger and was trying to see that the old man wouldn't slip up again and bring ruin on Mrs. Fenton's happiness. That's pretty clever. With this in mind, we were convinced ourselves, he's just afraid he's a drunk and will misspend the money. But he actually had a better reason to put that clause in there. Okay, with this in mind, the wording of the letter Dr. Fenton wrote to the forger, the so-called suicide note, would seem plain. Dr. Fenton saying, I have been struggling to remember my obligations as a husband as well as my duty to the school. This means as headmaster of the school, he felt obliged to tell them about the forgery, while as Mr. Osborne's son-in-law, he wanted to hush it up. My belief is that Mr. Osborne knew that his son-in-law was not a serious menace to him because Mr. Fenton would always try to hush things up for his wife's sake as he had done before. He had? I don't remember that. But when he got that note on the day before prize giving, when the wicked old man realized that his fate would be put in the hands of a hard-boiled girl like Pauline Farr, then he knew, as the chief said, that there was no alternative but murder. And murder meant murdering A, the man who knew of his record, and B, the woman who had found out that a forgery had been committed. The following points would seem to help show Mr. Osborne was well suited to be the guilty party. 1. He could easily have stolen Dr. Fenton's gun being in the same house. 2. He could have known all about the school accounts and how to make out the checks, etc. 3. Well known to be a borrower and not too careful to return loans. 4. He wasn't only a photographer but an engraver who could copy things carefully, including signatures. See the jacket of the book, which said his engravings are faithful to the tiniest feather. We did read that. Note, Detective Riser also says that with previous convictions, another conviction would probably mean life, which makes even stronger the motive for murder, shocking as it is to think of. Detective Riser takes over again. Now that Self and Miss D. Prout have given our reasons why we believe Mr. T. Osborne the guilty party, I wish to respectfully submit that his alibi, perfect though it may seem, is no alibi. Since I was the one whom Mr. T. Osborne craftily made the goat, as you might say, having me establish the alibi for him by my knowledge of photography, I feel it recumbent on me to break said alibi which can be done as thus. Here I render a sketch of the strip of film on which the alibi rests. Prize-giving picture taken 11 a.m. 6/21, actually taken, however, after number 35 as explained. Ducks at sunset, supposedly taken at 8:25 p.m., actually taken at 8:20 p.m. the previous day. And Danny's Place picture, known to be taken 10:30 p.m., object to point time of 34 and 35, end of the contact strip. Sounds like it's a different theory than we thought. Okay, he's saying this one is known. They checked all these photograph alibis. So he's saying this one we known was taken later in the evening. I say he took this one first. I see. Somehow he rewound and messed with the negatives. Let's see. Now the alibi rests on the picture of ducks at sunset being taken after the picture of Prize Day. So they're saying this one he took on the night after everything, but these two he changed the order of taking them. Okay. I wish simply to prove that the picture of ducks was in fact taken before the picture of Prize Day. That is, on the evening before the crimes were committed. This sounds like it's going to be Jonathan was right about the storm, maybe. We know from the blotting paper in the so-called suicide note that Dr. Fenton wrote to Mr. Osborne about Mrs. Farr's discovery of the forgeries on the day before the murder. Immediately deciding upon murder, Mr. Osborne therefore had one whole day to prepare his alibi, which I believe he did. 1. He turned the contact strip in his miniature camera from number 33 to number 35, skipping number 34. So he skipped a blank space on the negative to here. And then on the evening before, he went to the hill in question, took the duck picture at sunset, this being the one he had planned for the murderers the next day. Then on the day of the murder, he turned his contact strip back to 34, probably in his darkroom. Then he could have done having determined the number of ticks or perforations for each picture or frame. Since these vary slightly, this cannot be done real accurate. A careful examination of the contact strip will show that the frames 34 and 35 impinge slightly on each other. Boy, that's subtle. Let's see if we can take a look at that. Where is that photograph? So they're saying that if we had looked carefully at that negative strip, we would have seen that they lined up improperly. But even if we had seen that, we probably would have just concluded the camera didn't super accurately advance. I'm not sure we would have concluded that anything nefarious was up. I don't know about that. I guess they're saying that these two overlapped a little instead of a black strip between them. I don't know. That's a little rough. All right, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, turn his contact strip back. They can't be aligned perfectly. A careful examination of the contact strip will show that the frames 34 and 35 slightly impinge on each other. His camera being set back to 34, he took a picture of Dr. and Mrs. F at Prize Day, which on the film would look like it had been taken before the duck pictures in number 35. Having committed the felonious murders, knowing he could offer an alibi, he turned his camera from 34 straight to 36, skipping number 35, the ducks already taken. He then proceeded to Danny's Place, where he took a photo of the interior of the bar, which would clinch, as it were, the fact that the pictures had been taken in their proper order. Which was real foxy, just like it was foxy when he pretended he had no alibi, but saw to it that I would get the film and thus work out the alibi myself. Having shown Mr. T. Osborne could have acted this way, I will now prove that he in fact did. In the said picture of ducks at sunset, it will be observed that the sunset is real pretty and clear. This was Jonathan. This is exactly what Jonathan predicted. On the actual evening of the crime, with the storm coming up, there was no sunset at all. Note, this has been carefully checked by Miss D. Prout himself, having both telephoned numerous friends and relations, etc., in Lock Mills, where the picture was taken, including an aunt of Miss D. Prout, who well remembers the condition of the sunset on the night of the crime, having called her kids in from play for bed. This she did at 8:20 p.m., meaning sunset being at 8:25. She recalls the exact time from young Ellen having said, "Oh, Mom, need I go to bed yet? It ain't nearly 8:30. This lady states that at that time it was real overcast with clouds like night, and that the west, so far from showing a sunset, was blanked black with thunder clouds. Therefore, there being no sunset at the time when Dr. Osborne pretended to be taking his picture, he has foiled himself, as it were." Jonathan's basic theory was that if he was taking the photos, there should have been big storm clouds there. I will now proceed to explain his later felonious acts, the so-called burglary on the Frobisher house. What's the Frobisher house? I think this must be Fenton's house. I've already explained why Mr. T. Osborne's motives in creating this burglary vis-a-vis an attempt to draw attention to the bird book, where later the note accusing Farr was to be discovered. I suggest he acted thus. When Mrs. Fenton left the house with Major O'Rourke, he pretended he was going out too for the bottle of liquor. In fact, he remained on premises, and knowing Maisie Leroy to be alone in the house and of a timid disposition, he crept around like he was a burglar, cutting the window screen, etc., and thus causing her to call the police. He then opened the drawers, etc., in the library, like Mr. P. Farr would have done if it had been him come to search for the note. When he heard the police arrive, viz. Self and Kane, he crashed the vase to attract attention to the so-called escape of the intruder through the library window, when in fact he just crept upstairs, locking himself in his dark room, which room he knew the police would not search, they being told by Maisie it was always locked in Mr. Osborne's absence. Later, when we were all milling around the library, he slipped down the stairs, came in with the bottle of liquor like he'd just come from Danny's place. Note, I have checked with Danny, who says, to the best of his belief, it was nearer 8 than 10 that Mr. Osborne purchased that bottle of liquor, thus again adding proof to the correctness of my theory. Lastly, I come to what I believe was the most dastardly thing done by Mr. T. Osborne, especially after killing his own daughter's husband and an innocent woman. He proceeded sometime the next day to the residence of Mr. P. Farr, carrying the bottle of liquor already purchased, knowing said gentleman's drinking habits, and a strong solution of potassium bromide obtained from his own dark room as shown. The path to the patio is lonely, and were he seen, he would claim it was just one of his bird rambles. Arrived at the patio, he doubtless started sympathizing with poor Mr. P. Farr on his bereavement, and pressing him to drinks until he was in no state to note that bromide was also being administered. After which, bromide having been taken, Mr. P. Farr, as was expected of him, fell asleep. Then Mr. Osborne telephoned his deferred telegram to Chief Thorpe, using the Trenton office, so as to be sure, A, that the call was registered as coming from Farr, and number B, to avoid the chance of the local operator recognizing his voice, and C, to avoid risk of local office reporting telegram immediately to the chief, seeing it had to do with a local cause regarding which everyone is talking. I would now wish to respectfully opine that Mr. Osborne wiped off anything on which he might have left prints with the pieces of cotton gauze which we know he possesses, dropping one of same, as before, accidentally, them being very light and liable to blow away. He did not move or rinse the glass with bromide in, thinking it would add to the impression of suicide which he wanted to cunningly create, knowing that a man like Farr would probably dope himself first before indulging in a possibly painful suicide. Then, with everything set, it was easy to close all the windows, carry the unconscious Mr. P. Farr in the kitchen, and turn on the gas, where he was later found by the police dead of gas poisoning, him never regaining consciousness from the bromide and the liquor. And I would wish to finally further depose that Mr. T. Osborne had another reason for deferring the telegram to Chief Thorpe. He wanted to be sure Mr. P. Farr was safe and dead before having his innocent daughter draw the chief's attention to the forged note accusing Mr. P. Farr. This way, doubtless, he hoped the case would be considered closed and no one would think to question said forged note's authenticity. Thus, we wish to humbly hope, Miss D. Prout and I, that we have caused the downfall of Mr. T. Osborne, a very felonious triple murderer, by offering against the evidence listed below. The alibi broken, is proved lying by the absence of sunset, the cotton gauze being in his possession, the potassium bromide being in his possession, the clause in Dr. Fenton's will showing he knew of Mr. T. Osborne to be an unethical old man, him being such a good engraver. Miss D. Prout himself wished to further guess that, in our opinion, proof of Mr. T. Osborne's previous criminal record should shortly arrive from the FBI in Washington, Kane having sent samples of Mr. T. Osborne's prints there. Should this occur, we deem it capable to immediately cause the arrest of Mr. T. Osborne, as the evidence above shows, respectfully submitted. On the evidence above, respectfully submitted. Signed, Dora Prout and William Reiser. And then there was one other page that got skipped over. What is this? The following is a transcript of the record, including the most recently reported data as shown in the files of the FBI. This is his criminal record of the forger. Evelyn Brady, Thomas Javons. Those were his aliases he went by. Arrested in 1915, 1925, 1925, all for forgery. Washington, Los Angeles, San Quentin. He got 5 to 10 years, 5 to 10 years, 1 to 10 years, 1 to 10 years, released on parole under sponsorship of F. Fenton. Copy of criminal record of Evelyn Brady, alias Thomas Javons, whose fingerprints check with those of Talbot Osborne as sent from Washington. J. Edgar Hoover signed this. How do you like that? And then the last thing on the back page of the book, look at the stain it left. Andrew J. Thorpe, Chief of County Detectives, Courthouse, Jordan. Congratulations on brilliant job. Stop. Sure of conviction. Stop. No one could have done better job. Stop. Best wishes to Reiser and Prout. Stop. Have no objections to their selling story to magazines. Stop. Hope royalty will give them a bang-up honeymoon. Signed, Joseph H. Burbank, the Chief of Detectives. 1937, June 24. They solved the whole case in 2 days. There you have it. File on Fenton and Farr. Played over 2 days, probably a total of 15 hours. Don't make any comments yet. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and give our final thoughts. You collect your thoughts. You can start typing them in the channel. I'll come back. I'll give you my final thoughts. You are watching Co-op for 2, 6:21 a.m. here. We finished File on Fenton and Farr. Jonathan basically solved it after the first hour or so. Let's check in with the chat and see what Jonathan and Anna thought of the case, and anyone else who's been listening along. Jonathan says, or we'll start with, Jonathan says, what a ride. Anna says, all in all, I think these were great hints, subtle, but you could figure out most of them and come to the conclusion who the real culprit was. Jonathan says, it's been a while since the other dossiers, so I might not have the clearest comparison, but it seems to me this is definitely in the top 3 of all of them, mainly because it had the best designed evidence. We were able to work out so much of the evidence before reading the police explanation. The only real dud was probably the rolling back the film in the camera. Also thought the story was maybe not quite as good overall as Prentice or Rufus Ray, but thought it did set up a good set of bizarre contradictions at the crime scene in the beginning. Anna said, yes, I think this is one of the best dossiers. Why is it so rare, though? Jonathan says, also thought the questions at the end were probably the best so far. Really encourage you to go back and re-pore over the evidence for all the small clues. I agree with all that. I think I'd like to make a couple of interesting, broader points. First of all, it is so fascinating in these American crime files that we've seen. The file on Rufus Ray and this one, there's one more we haven't played, file on Claudia Craig. How really they feel so different. These are books. You're kind of living in this detective procedural, a real police procedural. And it's such a weird thing to be, we're sort of like shadowing these detectives during their case. And I feel like this is maybe the best one of all of them. I loved File on Rufus Ray. I don't remember it as much, but maybe there's a little more humor there. But I would say one of the things this case did better than almost any of these cases we've played was how fleshed out the characters were and the different set of characters. We get something a little bit similar in File on Rufus Ray where there's multiple detectives working here, and we're seeing the work product of all of them. We've got our main detective, and he's got their other detective. There's Kane, the evidence guy, and Camden. He's sort of the heavy. He steals the thing from one of the suspects. Then we've got Reiser and the stenographer, who's also like an amateur sleuth. All of their personalities, of all the people in this game, we talk about this sometimes when we play these Sherlock Holmes games and we say, we didn't really get a feel for these different people. We talked to them once. It's so interesting here that we meet a sort of small group of suspects and then we revisit them over and over, right? And we can see the notes to the detective. Like, I want you to go back. I need you to get fingerprints, handwriting samples, check their alibis. And there's that one scene where he meets Deniston, that woman, and they're all got comments about her, and all the suspects are talking about each other. And then he goes back to her. He gets her alibi. Then he's like, I better go talk to the guy she claims to be with. See if that alibi matches. When it doesn't quite match, he goes back to the woman, gets her to talk a little bit more. And then she comes in at the end when they have this. We had a couple of great scenes, right? They arrest Holland. It's clear he's lying. They bring him in. They bring her in. They confront the two of them. We get this sort of noirish scene where she flips on him. I mean, those characters were so well developed and interesting. I wanted her to be guilty. I really wanted her to be guilty. But it was so fun to listen to her. She was cursing up a storm. She didn't care who talked. She was messing with the cops. That was a great character. And the game was so clever. It gave us nice photographs of all of them so we could really put a name to the face. Even the cop got a photograph. Boy, it was enjoyable to spend time with these characters. It's also really quite a special experience to be playing this game from 1937. Game reading a book. It's like reading a book from 1937, but we're sort of in the book. We're living in this world. We feel like we're in this world. It all happens in a 2-day span, really. And there's something quite special about being sort of transported back inside this world with these people, with these detectives, and this active. We talk about sometimes these cases where it's like, it's not a cold case. This was not a cold case. We got brought to the scene right after the murder, and there was a murder added at the end, a real event that triggered, and we sort of could see it coming. Wow, is that enjoyable. And there are a bunch of design things here that we've talked about before that really work here. One is the joy of reading these private letters. Not only did we get the joy of reading these private letters, we got a bunch of letters, and some of them were from the victims that came just at the end. They were very cleverly made so that they came at the end. We got to read a bunch of those letters from Pauline Farr, and a couple of them were foreshadowed, like we knew she sent a letter and retracted it. The game told us that early, and then we had to wait and wait and wait till we finally got it at the end. And it revealed this important stuff. Boy, was that enjoyable. Now, there are also some interesting things mechanically. First of all, I don't believe we have ever had such a detailed, subtle handwriting analysis in a case. We spent real time looking at the handwriting. There were real patterns to pick out, but there were subtleties and sort of meta discussion where we saw the forged signature of Pauline, and then we were like, we couldn't match this up, but then we said, maybe we don't need to match it up with Pauline. Maybe the better question is the other parts of the signature. And then something happened. There were a couple places where we used the signature. It was very clever how they had handwriting samples from everyone. But then we saw within that handwriting analysis, we saw another mechanic that was used several times in this game book, which we do not see in these modern types of games. And that is that the detectives are trying to solve the case as this case is going on. And almost like you would expect from reading these classic fair play mystery novels, eventually the detectives figure things out. And sort of the challenge to the player is to try to figure them out before the detective does. And some of them you do, and some of them you don't. And there were a bunch that we figured out before the detectives, and a couple we didn't. That is a nice formula. And it sort of goes against the way these mystery games are now designed. They're designed to not give you anything, really, until the end, and then you have to figure it out. We can talk about whether that's always a success here or not, or whether it gives too much away. But sort of the agreement, the bargain you're making with these games, with these books are, you are given the chance to figure things out before the detectives. But the detectives figure out most of it eventually. Like at the very end, we had already figured out it was Osborne, but then at the very last page, they basically tell you the detectives figure it out. They get back some results and they figure it out, and then it still challenged you to wrap up the case and figure out who really did it. But that's a really interesting balance. The handwriting analysis is a great example. Like, we figured most of it out, but then the handwriting report came in, and boy, was it a good report. Like, the handwriting analysis guy was on top of his game, and he found all these interesting things, some things we missed. Both this and File on Rufus Ray, the previous crime file, the police know what they're doing in this day. Maybe in the 30s, that's what they did. Nowadays, we're more used to police messing things up, and in cases, that being an important realistic part. This was maybe back in the mythology of police where they don't make mistakes. I mean, they did make a couple of mistakes, but basically they do a good job. It's surprising how often we're like, well, why don't you follow that up? And then you turn the page and they're following it up. He's checking all their alibis. Jonathan made a couple other interesting points. One was about the questions being so good here. This is a great example of, you play Sherlock Holmes, it's like they want you to get you to fill out answers so that they can tell you what the right answers are and you can score it. This doesn't worry about that. This is more of the Razorhurst variety, where it's like, here are some important questions that you could have open-ended answers to, like what evidence suggested this, what clues suggested this. Then the game doesn't worry about giving you 5 points for getting this name right and worry about giving you very specific answers for everything. Instead, it gives you this epilogue, which is worthy in size, length, to the fact that you've just read this book. It basically asks you a whole bunch of thought-provoking questions and then tells you the story in the voice of the characters of the detective you've been following, gives you this long explanation for the background of the story, and then you're just on your own to decide how well did you understand it, what parts did you understand. Very nice that we got to the end. There were things we missed, some very fair, cool things we missed. Photograph of the dark room that if we had revisited, and probably it's to our detriment that in these games we typically don't make a pass through the book. That comes from being at the end of a 7-hour session. But probably you'd be well advised for all of these games, when you finish, when you think you know your answer, to go back, make another pass, turn every page, because probably if we had had the discipline to do that, and we had our suspect, when we got to his darkroom photo, we might have taken a closer look at that. That would have been fun. Although Jonathan did figure out the murderer very early on, but it's a tribute to how well this book is written, that even Jonathan, I think you'll agree, Jonathan figured it out an hour in, and it was still completely engaging to watch how the details unfold. Let's check back in the chat before I make a couple more points. Jonathan said, I enjoyed how after explaining the handwriting, the game gave you another chance to catch the forgery. And I similarly feel that after explaining different clues, it gives player more tools to go back after questions, try to find all the remaining subtle clues. Yes, I think that's right. There were almost nothing was like none of this game depended on catching one little thing. There were multiple opportunities to see things and connections. And Jonathan was always one step ahead of some stuff, and there were some very clever things to be one step ahead of. I think maybe one of the coolest parts was when Jonathan put together the idea that the forger could have a past criminal history, and Jonathan made the connection with the idea that this guy, Talbot, has this weird backstory where he's sending the daughter to England and has this story about wanting to change her name to live with her aunt. And when we got to very near the end of the game, Jonathan said, hey, I wonder if the real answer to her changing her name and sending her across the continent connects with his past criminal history. And indeed, that was exactly what happened. Very, very clever. And then there were some clever details about him having to get across to Europe to get access to the checks before they came due. John says, only thing I was kind of expecting was more of a twist on motive rather than just a forger. Yeah, I think that was enough. The other thing we should say that Jonathan pointed out, which I think really was done well, really worked well, is one of our very favorite things in these games. One of the very, very favorite things that some of these mystery games capture is, I don't know, we need a name for it. It's the opening scene full of contradictions and full of confusing things that you can't figure out how to make sense of. The tableau, which has all these components which don't make sense. Right? Boy, this one had a great one. It's pretty rare that we get these. We talk about Dave Neal is the name I often bring up. Dave Neal did a couple of cases that did this really well. This gave us an opening scene of these two bodies set up in a way that looked like they were fake, set up for this double suicide, but tons of little pieces of evidence that took us 2 days to reconcile. The suicide notes, the other gun, the tickets, the gauze, the fact of one shoe was dry, one shoe was wet. It presented this opening scene that was so full of interesting evidence that we could not reconcile. And then it gradually resolved them throughout this entire case, throughout this 14 hours of playing. Not until the very end were all the pieces of that solved, reconciled. The tickets took us a long time chewing on those tickets, the notes, and it wasn't until the end that we knew that the note was actually forged from different pieces of paper, the blotting paper. I mean, there was the pacing of this game was really good. So yeah, I love that feature of the evidence that doesn't make sense and takes you the entire case to finally tie everything in a bow. That's the most enjoyable case. Jonathan was on top of this case. Jonathan gets MVP for this case for sure. And it was still pretty good on top of her game too. Everyone did well. It was interesting that it wasn't a mechanical shutter the way we thought. We thought that was going to be the way he got that picture. It is interesting that he came up with an easier way to do it. I thought that was fine. That explanation for how he took the photos. You have to remember, he's a full-fledged, lifelong con man and forger. He's smart and thinks like a criminal. So it's not beyond him to figure out ways to create alibis and all that. What a pleasure. What a rare pleasure. I mean, there are only a couple of these left on the planet for us to play. We will never, the opportunities for us to go back 86 years. Everyone involved in this book is dead and gone. And these are bringing us back to a different time, a different place. It was funny how that Denniston woman was described. There were some weird things in here. There's some language that wouldn't pass modern day for good reason, but it's fun to visit this different time and place. We've got one more of these crime files to play, also written by Q Patrick. So we've probably got one more good one ahead of us, file on Claudia Cragg. We may have to save that for a special occasion. Any other final comments from Jonathan, Anna, or anyone else who's lurking about? Hopefully we'll hear back. If you watch this after we finished recording it live, please do give your comments on the YouTube video. Post your comments, your thoughts for the handful of people who ever stick with this game and play it. it is nice to be able to play a game and be, you know, put this historically wonderful piece of art on YouTube for people who can't get hold of it themselves, and at least document what a special experience it was. It would be nice if at some point in our future, someone tries to create some more like this. I think there's a lot to be loved in this format. John says, super impressed with how well the evidence was designed. I remember feeling it was a little light in Rufus Ray, and Wheatley often tried to have subtle clues, but they were just not clear, and here they were. Yeah, I think that's right. This hit the sweet spot, holds up so well from being so early. Yeah. What a pleasure. 7 hours, 41 minutes into this session. Could not be happier with it. Jonathan, thank you for finding us this copy. I think Jonathan may have been the person who introduced us to the idea of these crime dossiers as well. I don't think we're going to get much better than this. I don't think we have any right to hope for much better than this. It's a pleasure to share it with you guys and anyone in the channel. Again, I'd love to hear your thoughts. One more left of these. We should delay it for a special occasion. We'll have to decide when that should be. All right, well, a pleasure to play with you guys. These benefited from having all of us working on it. I feel like I almost know these people. We got and Pauline Farr was a firecracker. She was not gonna let it go, and too bad she didn't survive it. All right, let's sign off. I'll see you guys on the next video.